Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022. This is the fourth and final day of the semi-finals. My name's Chasty, and please welcome my co-host. It is RZ. Hey, man, how you doing? Man, 3 days of exciting action.
Obviously, I feel like I am great. First of all, thank you for asking, JSD. And secondly, it's gonna be very interesting. We have asked some big questions in terms of like who's gonna be number one while qualifying. We have got that answered almost like we like have SITM covered. Getting that question covered. Then we have the next question: which top 11 teams are gonna be qualifying into the finals? Which the five teams will leave us in this journey? So that is gonna be a main thing that is going to be questioned. But all while talking about that, we have the format in front of us as well. We had open qualifiers, in-game qualifiers, then we had like 250 16. And by the way, when they say in-game qualifiers, which was open, they're like tens of thousands of participants participating in this tournament and coming up. And from all of those, then we got like 250 16. So it's like a big number that we had to filter through. And then after 250 16, we got 128. Then after 128, we got like 8 groups, and then we got 64 teams in 4 groups. Then we got 32 teams in 4 groups as well. And finally, we have like 16 teams in this semi-final. We are still one stage left for this tournament as well, as we are going like proceeding into the finals. But while we talk about the final, the prize pool of PMNC in general is like $30,000, which will be divided sweetly among all 16 participants that qualified into the final, with number one actually getting $10,000.
Yeah, and it is the fact of right now everyone battling to be in the top 11. That is what today is. And yes, as you can see, everyone who has been part of the PMNC is in fact going to be walking away with at least a little bit of cash in their hands. So when you really look at what we have lined up for today and how some of these teams can, in fact, come into the top 11 itself. The point structure definitely is what matters. So, as you can see, if you get the winner chicken dinner, it is 15 points. Second place is 12 points. Third place, you get 10 points. Fourth place, 8. Fifth, 6 points. And 4 points for the sixth place. Seventh place gets 2 points, and the 8 to 12, 1 point each. Again, very important to remember that from 13th to 16th, early elimination means that 0 points. Now, if you look at this is the final match, in fact, which we just witnessed there, the post-match summary, which you just got a quick glimpse of from yesterday. And let's just talk about the fact that we have the top 11. So the top 11 will be going into the next stage, which will be the finals. And with them, there's going to be 5 others joining. And these are, in fact, those from the PMPL South Asia Fall 2022. So we are going to be having, in fact, 16 for the finals. And that is a series of 4 days which we have installed. So also at the same time, this is coming to you in multi-language. So we are talking about 5 languages. Apart from English, we got Bengali, Mongolian, Jonka, and Sinhala, in which this stream is coming to you. RC, what are the other languages you speak apart from English?
I feel like I only speak my native language, which is Urdu, maybe a little bit of Punjabi as well, but very less Punjabi, very fluent in Urdu, definitely English. So there are 3 languages that I'm speaking, and then there's like gamers language, feel like it count as a 4th language, but we like it should be counted as languages. Like I feel like since we have like specific words for it, specific sentences to describe any kind of situation. But yeah, in front of us we have Squad Roster, Equinox, RGC, OPEX. These are the teams that are playing in the semi-finals. Like nothing is changed, everything is quite same. We have Retaliation X, CMF, IPG, and we have like 5 same players. At the same time, I'm looking at Dictator, and he was wonderful yesterday as well. Got like one MVP out of those 6 games. So yeah, that was quite impressive. Then we have SITM Esports, the most wonderful punch out there. The way they have been playing in the semi-final is quite astonishing. Then we have 7AKSX, And we have, as like I think Chase was also, we were also discussing this before the game, before the show as well, that what exactly went wrong with them and why are they not able to perform. And on the other hand, we have stronger esport, the way they could climb the ladder. We were getting 2 chicken dinners yesterday in 3 games. That was quite impressive. Then we have Astra Esports as well. They are doing wonderfully. They also need to notch things up a bit if they want to qualify. They're just on the brink right now, and I'm quite sure they want to solidify their position while going into the finals. Then we have Victor Gaming and Inertia Esports, and definitely Victor Gaming, I didn't expect them to perform the way they're performing, but a very interesting bunch. On the other side, Bad Intention and the Math, like Bad Intention players, like Math is like one of the best players out there. He's like the top of the top performers. So yeah, he's like absolutely carrying his team towards the towards the finals. But we have like Teams Classic, B Esports, and MacBan. For now, MacBan is not qualifying. They are at number 12 or 13, and they're not really far away from the qualification. 1 or 2 good games, and they might just be into the finals. But that's just what we're hoping for. Things can go wrong for us, like if they're not qualifying, somebody else team will be qualifying. So let's see if this is going to happen, but I'm hopeful they can break the chains and qualify into the finals.
Indeed, and with that, here is the overall rankings after 18 matches and of course 3 days. Right now, at the very bottom, we have Retaliation X. Unfortunately, they seem to have gotten a little comfortable in that position. It's unfortunate. They have had certain moments in which they've been doing pretty well, but they haven't really been able to capitalize. Now, remember that it is the top 11 that will be making it. So that means from 11 to 15, even 16, even Retaliation, there is going to be a lot of competition within this area, because you just need to get just enough to make it to the finals. Now, if you take the top 8 here, SITM seem to be on their own vibe here, as you can see. Then we have Bad Intentions and Stronger Esports, who are neck and neck in the 2 and 3 positions. And overall, right now, what we see is that coming in from, especially yesterday, some of the teams have actually fired up, and they've seen themselves going into the to the final rounds. But it is anyone's game. Things can change. I mean, we've seen how this has happened, where you've had people who have risen up within the team and then just built that extra morale and that fighting spirit which they want, with those extra eliminations, clutch moments, which have given them those opportunities. And here we have those top performers, and some of them who've actually given that opportunity for their teams.
Obviously, we have Math, as we were discussing a bit earlier as well. He's like absolutely dominating the top performers right now. Out of 188 points or 184 right now, he has 47 eliminations. That's 47 points just for him, for his side in terms of elimination. Then we have SITM Desert, SITM Juro, and QB as well at number 2, 4, and 5 with 41 eliminations, 30 eliminations, and 27 eliminations. But the thing that I was very interested about is generally VG gone. They have got like 55 placement points and 88 eliminations, and this is what's very interesting about VG right now. They're a very aggressive team. They have no placement point as compared to some other top teams, but they have some great eliminations, and we could see that they are like trying to fight. They want to fight, and they want to heat things up a bit. But I am suggest that they try to go for survivability as well, if you want to make sure you end up in top 5 to qualify for the next PMPL. But we have a schedule in front of us for the semi-final. For last day of the semi-final, it's going to be very interesting. Obviously, it has been the same for the last 3 days. Nothing is going to be changing. We have 2 Erangels, 2 Miramar, Sanhok. The first going to be Erangel, Miramar, and the third will be Sanhok, and it will be repeating again. So there's nothing different. The weather is almost the same, the environment is the same teams playing. So I feel like everybody should be very much comfortable with the way how the today is going to be, with how the maps are going to be, the drop spots, the rotations, and I think everybody should have these things figured out. I could have seen there might be surprises before this game, before this day as well, but I feel like everything is out of the box for now, and each of these teams should have very comfortable drop spots, should have very comfortable rotations as well, and it should be their strategy within the game that should define whether they're going to win or not.
And as you mentioned, it is the same maps which we're doing. It's a rinse and repeat. So the other important thing is that if there is a map that they're uncomfortable with, that's the map that they have to start getting comfortable. And we've seen that with some of the teams where it seems as though they are not rotating as quickly as they maybe should. Then they get the zone pressure, and then at the same time, they kind of get caught in a position where they're getting flanked from multiple areas, and they actually get picked off and get eliminated. So those have been unfortunate things which have happened to quite a few of these teams. So maybe those sort of things are maybe playing in their minds, especially when it comes to those who are between 10 to 16. It's important because we've seen some of these teams being eliminated very early. So placement matters a lot. I feel that today we're going to see some of these teams are going to be very focused on the placement as opposed to the eliminations. So final day, you're going to have ones who are like, hey, you know what, we're okay, we can do just fine, we'll get like a few eliminations in, and then those who would want to be playing it really safe. So we're going to have like a black and white situation through these games, is at least what I would think would be taking place.
I feel like we have 16 teams, and they are like a bunch, like we could divide them into 3 categories. The first 4 to 5 teams are already very comfortable. They're like, let's just play games, let's just see where it goes. We are qualifying. We should even if we have decent games, we should be very much safe. So they won't have any kind of pressure while going to the finals. This is the last day, 6 matches. You are definitely qualifying. The next batch is from 6 to 10, maybe a 5 to 10 as well. The team which are almost qualifying right now, but if they perform badly, they could fall under like 12 or 13 as well, back to back. Obviously, it's going to be difficult for somebody at 5th as compared to somebody at 10th as well. But in generally, those are the teams that are going to be playing the most safely right now. They're like, okay, we have a position that we want to hold, we have a position that we should be defending right now. So in generally, we shouldn't go for those extra clashes. We just gotta be survive till the end, maybe 7 to 8 points in generally, and this is what they are going to be. But this has come the third batch, the third category, the team that are already in like from 11th to 16th or 11th to 15th, I would say. So they're already not qualifying. They have to do something different. They have to be a bit aggressive, go for those elimination as well, go for the survival as well. Because guess what? You're not qualifying. I'm sorry. The only way you can go is right up right now. The only way is get better at it. So whatever you've done in the past is not working out for you. If you have that kind of mindset, I feel like you could be very dangerous. If you choose that all you could do is like qualify, you could get better, there's nothing to lose, then you could go up to those teams that are trying to play safe, maybe give them competition as well, maybe get yourself into those risky situations that real like high rewards as well. So I feel like in generally these are the teams that we'll be very scared of. From 11 to 16, they might just surprise us in the last day.
So we are just about to jump into the game, and RZ, you have some fantastic points there. You're breaking it into threes, and we'll be able to probably figure out how things are going to be playing up. So, okay, we're going to do a prediction, mate. Not who is going to get the chicken dinner, but who do you think is going to outperform themselves?
I feel like ISSL Noob Alliance is the team that might just have outperformed themselves, but my question would be different. Like, who do you think is going to win, and like who do you think is going to win? And also, like, the game has started, so it better get that quickly as well.
I think Stronger Esports might come back again with another hit, especially judging by how they were yesterday. It's actually Stronger and Victor. Both of them have been really good. So I'm kind of caught between the two of them. And as we're just jumping in right now to our first game of the day, this is day 4, match 19, Erangel. And it's the semifinals which you are watching with us. And it is the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022.
Exactly, but for now we have, I feel like, a lot of map being accessible, although shooting range Zerche is out of range, and in generally if we want to go towards those areas, we have to use some kind of road network, a couple of vehicles to make that rotation. Georgiopol is also a bit inaccessible, but I feel like there's no team that want to move towards those areas. A couple of teams moving towards Yasnia Polyana is the SITM along with VG, but VG, I feel like they're just dropped on the outskirts of Yasnia, found themselves a couple of vehicles, and they might just be moving towards Talbot shooting range. so they want to avoid Yasnia in generally. Team Call and Team Macman, they might just be taking it out towards the Rosok area. School is might just also be contested again. The last time it happened with RX and NBES, and it ended up with RX taking all of NBES from that area. So we might just see a round two on this side, Milta Farm and towards the Milta Power as well. We might see a couple of clashes coming in. Equinox and INES is in very close proximity with each other, and they might just try to avoid as much as they can. But when there's like danger in front of you, you got no option other than to face it.
That is true. And if it means that you're going to take it on with a gun or a frying pan, it has to be done. But we haven't really seen any of those moments where there have been a few melees, so to speak, taking place, even though we do see a few of the contenders with them out, as you can see right now. They haven't really had those moments per se to really use it. And already we've seen a knock taking place, and in fact, yet another knock. So Equinox in a little bit of trouble there from what we just witnessed. It wasn't. Yes, actually, Equinox Twist has been eliminated. So we have two eliminations very early on in this first game of the day. So that's NB Esports have lost one, and right now what you're seeing is Equinox and Inertia Esports in very close quarters. Is this a moment where we might see a team elimination? Is what we are to witness in just a short moment.
Exactly, and I feel like Team Equinox wasn't looking for that kind of engagement. They were just hopeful that they get dropped and move towards like looting those areas. But INES, they just generally wanted to be in aggressive position. It have worked out for them. They all like got one elimination on Equinox Twix, but at the same time they have to be careful that they shouldn't be getting too aggressive in this engagement. At the same time, INES is not qualifying right now. They're at number 12 position, so I could see a bit of, I could expect a bit of aggression coming from those towards their side. Okay, unfortunately for Kage, he has been left behind by his teammates, and he has no option other than to just walk it off or maybe run away from the danger. And the team goes like a, I'm really sorry, but they don't allow three person on a single bike in this game. Otherwise, if it was like maybe South Asia, this would have been easily possible.
All right, well, it looks like he's going to be hailing his taxi now, as one of them are going back for him. So, hey, kudos. And also, something again to highlight is the first elimination came from Retaliation X, who is at the very bottom of the standings. As you mentioned, it could be that they are looking at a more aggressive approach. You know, they really have nothing else to lose. Let's just get in. Let's put caution to the wind and maybe get a few of these eliminations and hopefully try to get at least into the top 10, because that will be a good start in this map, which will most certainly improve their overall standings. Because remember that the 11th position right now and those below it are neck and neck when it comes to their scores. And all you need is one or two good matches today, and you might well qualify. So there's a lot on the line. It's not, it's anyone's opportunity to be in the top 11 today.
Exactly. I feel like top 11 today, that's going to be the major question of the day, and we would love to know the answer as much as like we got like half of that answer covered as well, with Team Classic in a very comfortable position, team as well, Team SITM, Team Bad Intention, they're almost qualifying a couple of good games, not just like good game, maybe average games as well, and they would be definitely qualifying. So it has come down to the like from 7th to maybe 14th position or 15th position, and that question will be answered right after like 4 to 5 games there definitely. And after the end of the day, we'll be like, okay, these are the teams that are qualifying into the finals. Unfortunately for the team that couldn't qualify, but for now, looking at the circle, that's towards the far, towards not far, a bit towards the eastern side of the map, preferring farm Milta areas as well. And if circle goes towards the Milta, that's going to be a very difficult area to play in. Generally, there are a lot of compound that you could hold. That also stops some teams taking fights, because in generally when you ever talk about circles closing in towards the compounds or towards the cities. It's just like holding games as well. You could, even if you try to use utility, nobody want to get out of their compounds and get aggressive against the other team. Everybody's very comfortable behind some walls or some rooms, in just general rooms as well. So we may be seeing a minute game going towards 28 or 29th minute as well if the circle closes towards Milta. But if it moves towards the outskirts of Milta farm in generally, where there's like just land and some maybe some very few cover, then we could see some very aggressive game coming up. In that case, we would love to see a couple of utility being used, and I feel like this is a map where the most utility also being used, and I remember a number coming up like 300 throwables being used in the map of Erangel, while as compared to Sanhok it was just 78 or 80, and I feel like, oh, that's an absurd number, absurd amount of difference that exists between these two maps.
Yeah, and Erangel, we have seen it go down to like the sixth, seventh, and almost to the final circle. And it does show, as you were mentioning, a lot of utilities being used, especially towards the very end, trying to get that clip damage and trying to weaken the team so that when they comes to that last skirmish of the head on, that you kind of get that upper hand. And with that, at the moment, the vehicles are in play. We haven't still seen any instances of any roadside eliminations as of yet for the start of Erangel, but it is a map which you have. It's very diversified in that sense, and as you can also see on the
Exactly.
map itself, the circle is closing in, and we are going to start seeing the likes of B Esports, OPX to Astra, and the CMF make their way in. And during this time, there could be those instances of a few clashes where we have seen teams losing out because they have been a bit late on those rotations because they want to take a step back and not really put too much pressure on themselves. And then finally, they are in a fair bit of trouble. But with that, I've just seen to the north, someone who does look like they're in trouble is VG Gone, who is very much by himself while the rest of his team is in the circle. I hope everything is okay with Gone.
I feel like he's like just right now chilling with his sovereignty. He wanted to loot a bit. Maybe he was got left behind. He's like maybe he was AFK for some time. But one thing that we were discussing, like what went wrong with 7K AKS. But I like a better topic. How much comfortable 7 AKS is right now within this circle, or what good can come out of their position right now. Because looking at their position, they are in the center. They got covered by left and right by teams as well. All they have to do is play it passively. They like put up a good wall, and they are right now in a good position to like secure some eliminations as well. But circle has taken a shift. It has moved completely towards the main island, almost making shelter at the center right now, making teams questionable whether the circle is going to go towards Milta, towards the prison area, towards the mansion. And it's been a really long while we have seen the circle move towards the area, circle closing it out towards the prison areas. I would like to see some prison getting into action, but for now, all the team is moving towards the center of the circle, which is away from prison and Milta's areas. But one thing that was majorly concerning for me is that South Island that is getting connected towards the north and towards the main island and the bridge outside of Nova Pinoy. Team Equinox and Team Stronger Esports probably will be using that, and there's a very good chance somebody might be camping it out a bit, and we could see some easy knocks coming towards your way as well. Unfortunately for Team Stronger and Equinox, but this could be what any team might have just predicted as well. Okay, obviously these teams might just use this bridge, and we should camp it a bit and look for those 3 to 4 eliminations as well if things get lucky.
Yeah, and it looks like we now have one who just got knocked outside the zone. Hopefully, he will be rezzed. I think that was Astra Esports. Again, I feel like some of the teams are playing with fire, and also something to keep in mind is that as these circles are coming in, the amount of damage which you get from it is more, and it increases. So you gotta keep in mind about your health. It is important, and like moments like that can be a little scary. Getting knocked out and hopefully your mates being able to revive you and having those health packs. That's important. And right now we are seeing ISSL with the 7AKS in a very close opportunity for them to start maybe opening up their accounts. because since the initial part of Inertia and RX getting the first two eliminations, things have been relatively quiet.
Obviously,
And
but as
another
you
not
said, I mean, as you pointed out, we have the casters girls coming in, SITM taking fight against Team 2A, and Astra Esports is not going to be happy with that outcome, especially they were looking to strengthen their position while qualifying to the finals, loses one of their very key players, Billy, an aggressive player, tries to go in, tries to be the, like, tries to rush in, be the first person to take an initiation to break the barrier, and he losing 2A, losing that is very big of a disadvantage while going into this game, especially we have 16 teams still alive, 61 players, only 3 players have left us. But one thing that you've pointed out is, except those couple of engagements, a couple of players going down, we have nothing happening out throughout the map. It has been 12th minute of the game. There's not been a huge like fight within any of those teams. There have been a couple of shots fired of 1 or 2 players going out of the game, 3 players totally going out of the game. Other than that, it has just been very slow, very calm, and every team trying to play passively, trying to feel out trying to feel out left and right, like where exactly the other teams are situated, trying to prefer the circle as well at the same time. But it's just like that. It's going to be very difficult, especially we see there's a lot of cluster towards the Milta area. There's a lot of teams holding those areas, but other than that, every team is equally dispersed across the map. There's not a cluster. There are a lot of teams towards the north area, there are a lot of teams towards the west area as well. East is relatively empty because I feel like nobody feels like the circle is going towards the prison, and that's the answer as well. The circle has taken a shift towards the side of farm and school and the centers area in between, and we have left prison and Milta, and this is explains our question as well, that why there weren't teams on the right side of the map.
Yeah, and while we were just talking there, if you noticed that in Milta we had the 7AKS and Noob Alliance, neither of them engaged one another. They kept just gauging to see if the other pushed. And B Soulless seems to have just been knocked and eliminated by Team Classic. So they also been able to open up their account. And I think now things are going to start picking up. Here we go. SITM QB in a fair bit of trouble and being knocked out by VG's Warzone. So it is Victor Gaming taking on SITM right now. And these. And both these teams are really good, especially VG's counter offensive have in many instances proved to be working out very well for them. Especially yesterday, we saw how they were able to get away in what would have been an obvious. Oh, we see a car knock too on the feed. An obvious squad elimination, but they managed to come up on top and they were able to eliminate the opposing team. Right now, it is a Jiro coming in for the aid of his teammates as 2 of them have gotten knocked. VG, it's only Warzone who is in a little bit of trouble, but being rezzed at this time. Damage, he has proved to be their MVP. Gone, been taken down there. Some beautiful shots there by Jiro. Being able to take the VG player out from that flank that we were expecting there.
Exactly. But I feel like SITM has tried their best to revive their player, but it's going to be very difficult as VG is all up on the side of Team SITM. Geo goes down by Nate coming in from the side of VG. Only 1 player left. They're trying to spot him, but the VG gets their hand on 3 easy kills. It's just 3 elimination. They got their hand on first one though. The rest two will easily play it out. As we were talking about Dobu, he might just not be able to do any kind of support, any kind of backup to this team. Is really far away, and the distance between him and his team is absolutely a lot, and I feel like that's a good thing right now. With SITM losing 3 of these players, he can just look like to get out of this situation, try to look for the survival points, as he cannot provide any kind of mechanical support or technical support to his team. So all he gotta do is like survive for his team and survive for his country generally. But for now, 16 teams are live, and SITM will be the first one to take to lose a huge chunk of their players. At the same time, Vici, they didn't lose a single player in this engagement. They got one of them plus knocked down, but he was being revived. They got themselves 3 eliminations as well, so they're off to a wonderful start. At the same time, these 3 eliminations against the best team of the tournament right now, so I feel like kudos to them.
Yeah, and I think what VG did there was they wanted to take out SITM. They did not want, because SITM, especially when it comes to the last few circles, are very strategic, and their plays seem to outmaneuver everyone else. And it was a good opportunity which VG had, and they were able to capitalize on it. They saw the fact that it was a 3v4 and were able to get those quick eliminations in. Though SITM did not go down without inflicting any sort of injury to VG. That's important. They always fight till the last bullet, and VG though were very fortunate in being able to take them on and come out on top. Now, even here, we're seeing RX just behind this supercar of his Zolex. Uh, I'm not sure what exactly he's trying to be doing there. And we have a BIT with two of their members having been knocked here, and three, in fact, it's Classic Esports, the Team Classic to be more precise, who is taking on BIT. And there is one elimination from a Classic there. Uh, Again, the Team Classic has been on the top with bad intentions. However, it seems that they seem to be in a fair bit of a bother right now.
Obviously, we got OPX on their south side, Team INES on their right side, a bit of shots coming in, and Nikorox also rotating right behind them as well. So CSC, they are in a bit of trouble if they're not able to find themselves a really good position. We see Hopeless trying to use some kind of smoke. Dobu, despite the fact that he's the last player alive, 270 meters away from the circle, but that will not allow him to put a stop to his aggression. Spot Dexter deals a lot of damage. I'm not quite sure if he was the one that takes him down, and exactly not, he was the one. It was just VG gone from the right across the map that spots him and takes B Dexter out of the game. Dobu, trying to rotate into the circle, has to be careful that it's not going to be an easy move, right, going right towards the side of VG. Takes a lot of damage, but hopefully he hasn't taken any kind of damage to his health. It's just his vehicle that's being provided some kind of armor to hit themselves there. But fortunately for himself, that he has got himself into a bit of cover, trying to use some kind of smoke, but he gets spotted by Warzone. There's a bit of damage, but Warzone unfortunately couldn't exactly land all of his shot. Dobu tries to get ahead of him, deals a bit of retaliation there, and tries to get back at VG place, but unfortunately he wasn't also able to do so. But Dobu, how long can you survive? And that's a big fact. No, it's not going to be for long, as Warzone spots him again, takes him down, and SITM will be the third team to bite the dust. For now, Team RX on the other side, they're looking really good position within the circle. Towards the northeast side, they have got a great compound as well. They got vehicles, 4 players alive, good loot, and I feel like they could turn this into a very good game. As we were talking about Team Classic on the other side, they are being pinned down. One bro player bites the dust, and we have, I feel like, just 2 players left on the side of Team Classic. Hopeless is also bleeding on the other side. ISSL right next to Team 7 AKs. They got a good spot, but they haven't got a lot of cover, so something needs to be done about that. They're already using a couple of smokes and using vehicles to like to find cover, but they have to get out of this situation because this is nothing too comforting for them.
Yeah, and speaking of eliminated teams, Bad Intentions was the first to get eliminated, followed by Equinox, then NB Esports, to SITM, and then we had B Esports. So some of the big names have already been taken out, and VG is seeming to show some dominance already with 6 eliminations and neck and neck, in fact, with the Team Classic. And both teams, I believe, are holding on to all 4 of their ranks. And just behind them is a CMF with 4 eliminations. And just a short while there ago, just before SITM's last player was eliminated, he in fact tried to third party, but actually helped VG's situation, which felt a little ironic, having had 3 of his members eliminated there. But of course, I'm pretty sure he did not know who they were having the skirmish with there. And right now, VG overall seem very comfortable as they are constantly moving. They don't seem they take on a team, and then as soon as it's over, they seem to be rotating. They're not keeping to those same positions. And right now, we see CMF has lost a dictator. And ISSL is in a bit of trouble. 2 of their members have gotten knocked, and Jimmy trying to get that revive in. And Zone 2 is something to consider because it is getting a little pressured. And unfortunately, ISSL has also been eliminated. They were in the 11th position. So with those 3 eliminations which they got, it'll be interesting to see in the overall standings after the first game how it's going to play out. 7 AKS also losing one of its members.
Exactly, I feel like that's going to be the case right now. But for now, we got the sixth circle coming in. It's taking a shift towards the northern side as well. Team INS trying to rotate Team Classic as well. They're trying to hopefully finding a good spot within the circle. Unfortunately, it's going to be very difficult. As we have Team INS on the right side, we have Team Call in right in front, CMF on the left side. Team CSC, they are just trying to spot any kind of good tree, any kind of vehicle as well. Eric gets himself a great tree, parks his vehicles vertically, takes a lot of shots on the right side, and his vehicle might just go down in a few seconds. On the other side, INES grabs the shot from Vessel on the Hopeless, and Hopeless goes down. Eric has taken a lot of damage. He uses some smoke, but his car bursting, it takes him down, and Eric is also very low on HP. But fortunately for Team VG, look at them, 8 eliminations, 4 players alive, and they are looking super good right now. They're handling damages, getting themselves some great knocks all across the map, from the north part of the circle towards the southern part of the circle. I mean, they are towards the northern part, and they are just landing shots on Hopeless, which is almost towards the southern part of the map. And they got the great map control, they got the great covers as well, and they got the great idea of where exactly the shots are coming from. So I feel like they're in a great spot to get the chicken dinner as well. But it's gonna be not gonna be so easy. All they have to do is keep the momentum going and to convert this game into a really good one. Let's see exactly how it's going to be back. But Team INES, after losing one of the players, Faisal, they are still moving ahead, trying to make sure that they get themselves really great points. But oh no, Faisal has also been revived in that sticky situation. I thought he might just went away, but no. Kudos to INES that they revived their player in the nick of an health. At the same time, Team CSC, just Kenny Ox left from behind for the Team CSC. He's still surviving, but a nade coming from INES deals a lot of damage to him. One more bullet, one more nade, and it might be game over. As we was talking about that, Evil's IQ, wonderful nade, gets it connected, and Team Classic leaves us at the map of Erangel. 5 teams are remaining, 18 players alive. And at the same time, we have Team Classic eliminated, like 8 elimination points. So INS making a big rotation towards the shack as well. Tails right into 2A. One of those players goes down to A. Riley, trying to retaliate back. Pulls off a 1v2. Can he keep it going against Evil Eye and Alpha? At the same time, he got the kills on Sharp. He gets elimination on Sharp. Tries to come in from the right side, but Evil Eye from the behind spots him down, deals a lot of damage, and finally takes him. And at the same time, it was RX Zolox with his nade coming from the other angle that helped Team INS in this sticky situation. So I feel like Team INS might be happy with that outcome, but unfortunately for themselves, they also lost 3 of these players in this engagement. Team RX, they're just like fighting this from the right angle, and they're not committing themselves too much, and they're like, oh, some great eliminations coming, some team trying to rotate into the circle, let's just take them out. But for now, I feel like Team VG right in the center of the map, Team Call, Macman on the right side, Team INS towards the north side, not Team INS, just Evil Eye towards the north side, and RX on the left side. I feel like it could be anyone games, but Team VG has to be careful as they are in the center and could be sandwiched from right and left, and maybe some helpful shot from coming from Evil Eye as well. So they have to be careful from 3 angles, and some smokes are being used just to create some cover. But it could be very difficult for VG.
And RX, who has been in the 16th position, are in the top 4. That is something which we really need to highlight here. And they are going against the likes of VG, who are still in, and Inertia Esports, with just one of its members in. And looks like right now VG's damage has just been eliminated. So it's an opportunity. Maybe Retaliation X might take this opportunity to maybe use that airdrop as a little bit of cover and maybe push and get a few eliminations in on VG, as Evil Eye is all by himself from Inertia Esports. It is an opportunity, but then we also have MacPen, who are also in with their full squad. Maybe something to consider for RX before they maybe make that push.
But for now, VG, as they want to, other teams want to make a push, VG in a good place as well. They might just get pinned down, as we were talking about a bit earlier. All they have to do is make sure they survive this storm out, and the Warzone taking a lot of damage from the north area. This is what we were talking about. INS coming from the other angle, Team Call coming from the left side. VG has to survive this. If they survive it, they will get the chicken dinner, but it's looking very, very difficult as one needs also get connected. Warzone goes down. Only one player left on the side of VG. Gon tries to provide some kind of hope for his team, but what can you do when each one of your players is bleeding right and left and you are being surrounded. Gone using nade on the team RX side as well, and nades get connected on Flex. Flex goes down. RX also takes a lot of damage. Zolex from the other angle, he might just able to provide some kind of support, but look at that. INES, Evil Eye, and Gone doesn't know exactly what to do, where to look. He's covered from right, left, and in front, and he has to take this fight, otherwise things can go really bad for him. At the same time, one of his players who was knocked on also gets eliminated. That only leaves him within the game. 4 teams alive, and Team Call, they are looking super good right now. They were far away from all of this engagement, now coming in and trying to take out whatever is left of this fight, and spotted out Zolex as well, but he's on the other side of that crate, and Zolex takes the damage from the north area as well. PMPL South just trying to make it. As soon as Zolex gives him a bit of peek, he will take him down. Ferdi also goes down at the hand of VG. VG Gone tries to get up to it, tries to deal a bit of damage, and with the low of HP, he was able to do so. Takes down Ferdi. Zolex is the only one left, but VG Gone will also bite the dust. Zolex also takes a lot of damage. That automatically leaves Team Call behind in this game, and look at that. It's just not any team. It's just INES Evil Eye left behind, along with Team MacPan. That was unexpected at all.
Too. And there he goes. Losing out there to the zone and giving MacPen the opportunity to come in with the winner chicken dinner with the 6 eliminations, 21 points, and a total of 965 damage. Kudos to them being able to hold their entire ranks in, even during the final circle when things were getting absolutely chaotic. They were able to get into that very good position. A Retaliation X, again, they had that opportunity, which I think they were a little hesitant in making that push upon VG to maybe get a few of those eliminations and then kind of pressure to that area and kind of like cover to then move on to MacPen. But what amazing work there by MacPen, as you can see right now. 3 eliminations to 2, and then we have Momo with 1, and overall, they seem to have come up on top without any problems. It seems like they were just cruising right now.
I feel like even without look at these stats, they didn't get themselves into a lot of engagement. They were just playing it very passively. They came into the circle, trying to prioritize circle again and again and again. They were trying to find themselves a good position and holding that. And even in the last circles, it was Team RX versus VG, INES taking some shots left and right, but it was just 2 teams taking it out at each other. And when that fight was done, just Team MacPan just came in, sweep everyone else, and were like, oh, this is just 1 play left, so let's just take him out. And there's Evil Eye as well, as just take him out as well. So they got themselves a 4v1v1, and it was an easy chicken dinner to take from there. But they made it look very easy, obviously, because they were at the right position at the right time. They didn't take part of those engagement that was risky as well. They're like, hey, let's just hold, let's just play calmly, let's just let the teams fight it out, and we will fight with what's left behind. So I feel like they got the chicken dinner because VG was punished by RX was punished by VG. At the same time, INES punishing both of them out, and they're like, okay, we just got the chicken dinner easily. We'll take it.
Yeah, and just looking at the head-to-head, even though Victor Gaming came out with those 11 eliminations, MacPen came up with the winner chicken dinner. And also, very important thing for us to take into consideration, especially when we came to the top 4 in that circle, 3 of those teams were not in the top 11. And that's Inertia, MacPen, and also RX. And all 3 of them were in the bottom seeds. So we are seeing that. We are seeing the fact that those in the lower bracket are now trying to push up. And here is a stat comparison with 5 eliminations from the VG Gone to MacPen's Zhang with 3 eliminations and 1 knockout. But it was for them about playing for the position, and they played that very well. And at the end, they were able to capitalize it. As we can see, VG were the aggressors overall in the game.
Exactly. I feel like we have right now a match summary in front of us with VG gone as like having the highest elimination, VG gone at the same time getting the highest damage, and it's gonna be him with the highest healing done and highest knocks as well. So it is just VG gone, absolutely dominating those four categories, and with highest assists coming in. We don't see him because I feel like he was just like getting those knocks out, getting those eliminations. He didn't need to assist anyone. But we have RXU Zolix at the number one. Then we have Sharp at number two with three assists. Then we have Hopeless as well. But I feel like VG Gone has outdid himself in this game. We did see him in the top performance again and again. We're like, where is this guy? Why is he not doing this again? And on the last day at the match number 19, we see him coming up. We see him getting some like 7 knockouts and like 5 elimination, dealing like more than 1,000 damage to like more than a lot of teams. And he got like some pull off like healing as well. So he was part of those engagements where he was taking damage, giving damage as well. And obviously, he's gonna be the MVP. Look at those stats, like 5 elimination, and look at that damage, like 1,000 damage just from one player.
Yeah, and all of these eliminations were close quarter because his longest elimination was probably about 10 meters or less. So he was going at it head on with a no fear attitude and surviving all the way to the final top four. And those 5 eliminations in these stats itself show the way that he has been performing in this particular game, with of course being the top player. And just behind him with 5 eliminations is Hopeless from Team Classic, Zolix with 3 eliminations from Retaliation X, and Flex 2 from Retaliation X in the top 5, and Inertia Esports taking the 5th position of its top players, and that's Evil Eye with 3 eliminations.
And I feel like even Evil Eye has done a great job the way his team was taken out. He's trying to make sure that he could survive at that area. But this was like CSC going against Split, Vanzi losing his life right there. And then CSC on their side, they're trying to push in a bit into the circle. Lucifer, that was a wonderful spray coming in. I'm always a big fan of teams like players that has been able to land their shots on a moving car or a moving vehicle and able to perform these knockouts. But this region has like outdone himself. I don't see that in my local region, Pakistan, where they a lot of like wonderful spray coming in. But I feel like South Asia have got like a wonderful mechanical. Especially I've seen like a lot of teams have done it. Like they see someone in a moving car, they're like, okay, I'm gonna put you down while you try to get a try to run away from me in a buggy as well. But this was Solak trying to provide some kind of support to his team as well. But they were like also very low on HP in those last cycle, and he was providing, like coming up with those revives, coming up with those smokes as well. Team call, they were just holding this position. They got like 2 eliminations or 1 elimination. Why were they going to the last circle? Like all these 4 eliminations, they came into the last circle. Other than that, they have been completely passive throughout the whole game. And I feel like they realize that this is not their time, or this is not the game. They should go out of the way to take a fight. They should just hold that position. And look at that. Look at that damage graph right now. We have CSC at number 1, 96 damage, then we have RX, then we have SITM, and look at MacPan right now. They're like 965 damage. They're like 4 to 5 teams that have more damage than them, and they got the chicken dinner. And this is what I was talking about. You don't need to have more elimination to get the chicken dinner. You just need to realize what is your position, how can you maximize it, and what strategy will you employ that will get you the chicken dinner. You just need to adapt to the game. MacPan had a different game as compared to SITM or Team Classic as well, so they don't need to exactly do that. Any team that recognizes their position within the game, uses different kind of strategy in each single map, I feel like this is a team that will definitely be on the number 1.
Yeah, and also just saying with regards to what you were saying, like ADSing and shooting on PUBG Mobile is one of the hardest things that you can do, and it takes a lot of skill to be able to have your crosshairs hit a moving vehicle. And with that, it is the match standings post-match summary. We've got MacPen in with 21 points, 6 eliminations, and 15 points for their placement because they got that winner chicken dinner. And Inertia Esports in at the 2nd place with 20 points. Victor Gaming in at 3 with 19. Retaliation X with 18 points in the 4th position. And at number 5 is a Team Classic with the 12 points. And if you take a quick look at the overall match rankings, now Retaliation X they have that opportunity. They are going to get closer to that 11th spot. It's not that far away. All they have to do is just try to keep performing the way that they have, and then you're going to start seeing them moving up. But MacPen, now they have been able to push out Noob Alliance, who were at that 11th position just before this match has started, and at the same time pushing down 7AKS, who were one of the teams that were performing extremely well, especially during the qualifiers.
I feel like, and obviously with that retaliation performance, they have jumped up a bit. But looking at the top 8 right now, we have Astra Esports number 8, with NB Esports number 7 with 140 points, Team Equinox at number 6 with 158, Team Classic at also number 5 with 158 points. They got like more survival points, that's why they are at number 5 probably. Victor Gaming with that wonderful performance, they didn't get the winner chicken dinner, but they're at number 4 right now. Then we have Bad Intention, Stronger Esports, and SITM at number 1. There's nobody that can come near them. Stronger Esports also got a good didn't get a good game, but they had like a wonderful 4 chicken dinners in 19 matches. Victor Gaming, I feel like didn't give them the credit they deserved, but with time they have shown me again and again that this is a team that is not to be reckoned with. This is a team that is to be noticed, and this is a team that will definitely surprise us going into the finals, maybe giving a lot of competition to SITM. But we have top performers in front of us with Bit
and look at this,
still at the number 1.
It is crazy because his survival time is an hour less than SITM's. Three of them who are there, but he is been leading. He has not been dethroned through this entire semi-final rounds, and it's just constantly SITM trying to get in that position too, but. It's some amazing work which Matt as an individual player has been doing, and for the team itself, you of course would see SITM in that because they are at the very top with that a very comfortable lead. But what's going to come next? We have the second round, and this is I believe a Miramar is what we have next. What do you think that we can see? Because we had 3 who were in the bottom who came to the final circle, with just a Victor Gaming who is already in the qualifier. What do you think is going to happen this time around?
I feel like in generally we would have some new teams. Exactly, Victor Gaming was somebody we expected, but INES Team MacPen, this was not expected at all. Obviously, like this is a MacPen falls into the third category, the category that were like we want to win this, we should win this, we should go for new strategies. This falls into third category. So what I'm expecting generally is like somebody from that third category that falls from like 11th to 15th position, they're gonna come in and they're gonna take the chicken dinner. So let's see if my predictions, if my expectations are fulfilled.
All right, and with that, thank you so much, RZ, for joining me for the first game. We're going to see more of RZ as today continues, and hopefully we'll see how your match predictions are going to play out come the second round. So again, RZ, thank you so much for joining us here. And we are now going to be jumping in just a moment into our second game. But for that, I'll be, in fact, having my next co-caster. It is, in fact, none other than CA, who's going to be joining. And he's going to be doing the play-by-plays along with me for the second match of today. So with that, I'd like to welcome CA into the casting box, so to speak. And again, this is the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022 that you are watching, whether it on whichever platform that you are watching this. Hope that you are able to also share this. Please let us know in the comments who you think is going to be coming up on top. We'd love to know who you're also supporting to and from which region you're from. So drop those flags onto the comments. And here we have, welcome to the commentators box. Nikhil, how's it going?
Oh, it's going great. A very exciting match went right there, and it's something that I was really hoping we get to see on day 4, the rise of the bottom 5 almost, as they get to make this day a lot more exciting. Because let's be honest, if you had the likes of SITM, the likes of Bad Intention, winning out all these maps, then it would be a boring day 4, and nobody wants that. So I'm excited to see MacPen winning this off. I want to see what kind of plays maybe ISSL can actually pull off, because they had a great day 3. They need to bring back that form today.
Yeah, and ISSL were in that 11th position. So they had qualified,
Yeah.
but now that pressure is going to be there because they just got pushed back. And Miramar is an opportunity to really, play the game in a bit more of your own pace. It is the biggest map which we have in this semifinals schedule. And 7AKS too, again, we've been talking about them because they were number 2 in the quarters, and even they are finding it a little difficult right now. I think trying to get their footing in, and hopefully we might see something there, which with them changing things up for themselves. And besides that, SITM, they had an early exit, relatively early exit, thanks to Victor Gaming in the last round. And it just went to show that Victor Gaming is trying to show their dominance, and they want SITM to know that they're coming for them. If not in the semis, they're going to come for them in the finals rounds.
Well, that's where it really counts, right? In the finals, where you're fighting for that massive prize pool as well as the opportunity to progress beyond this tournament to reach that international stage. So, for now, of course, I think SITM on this day 4 will not really care as much about the results. While they will still want to come off on a strong note, I think they're probably just reserving their energy and reserving any special strategies they may have for that finals weekend. So, it's going to, for today, I think SITM will just likely back off. But at the same time, these are very competitive players, so they're not the kind to just give up altogether. So I think that makes it that much more exciting, because especially with the bottom 5, right, they're in a do or die position. You've got to turn up today. It's their last opportunity, and if they don't, it's just GG, go next.
Yeah, and you're right. SITM, they aren't going to take this rolling, because even when that squad was eliminated, 3 of the players, and with just 1 left, he wasn't even looking at placements. He was still looking at getting eliminations. Yeah. And you can't try to control that elimination instinct which some of these players have, and it is because of those instincts and that game sense is why that they are here at the PMNC South Asia Wildcard 2022.
100%, and I love the way you put that. It's because of that instinct, it's something they have innate within themselves, along with their ability to compete, and every single player from these teams is really gonna have to turn up. My eyes especially on 8 teams, of course our bottom 5, but also those 3 teams that are in the 10th, 9th, 10th and 11th position that may be in danger if the bottom 5 really turn up. So those 8 teams are really going to have to show us that they're capable of being at their very best and pull off incredible results, especially heading into Miramar, right? Because heading into Miramar, I think this is our most macro-based matchup where they can truly influence the results on the basis of their own decision making. Sanhok, I would say it's a lot more fortune dependent, and anything can happen, so you got to make Miramar count.
Yeah, and predictions. Let's try to see. You know what? Okay, we got to take some predictions from the bottom. Who do you think? Ooh. You don't have to say again. A final circle, top. Who do you think is going to perform?
Let's say top 5. I can see a really good performance coming out from ISSL Noob Alliance. I think they're going to be really good on Sanhok, irrespective. Definitely my prediction for Sanhok, but I want to see them start off strong on Miramar itself.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to be giving it to Retaliation X, because they proved that they have the potential. They have it. They just need to fire up. And today might be the day that the furnace is finally at that right temperature, and they're going to heat things up. And with it, here is our semifinals day 4, match 20 Miramar, here in the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022.
Right, quite an interesting flight path here. Mostly focused towards the southeastern portion of the map. I wonder if we get an El Pozo or San Martin circle maybe towards the northwestern side instead, and we'll have to see how these teams branch out. Now it is day 4, right? Amongst those bottom 8 teams, I would not be surprised if we see some sort of targeting. Maybe we see even B Esports, is a team to talk about, because like we've been saying, these are extremely talented players in terms of the mechanics. They just haven't been able to find the necessary teamwork to really make the victories happen, and they're outside the top 11 right now. They need to find and rally together to somehow pull it through. And I see they're going for a 2-2 split, so maybe some early skirmishes will come out. And ooh! And even better circle, because we've already got shots popping off. This circle, man, this circle is going to give us a lot of action because it's a very concentrated one with teams with not much space to move.
Yeah, and we almost saw someone already in a little bit of trouble from Retaliation X. Oh dear, there were shots fired all around him, but just managed to escape. And worse, he actually even got stuck on what seems like a bit of haystacks there. And you know, it's anyone's game, especially right now. The fact that the circle itself, like you mentioned, it has gotten concentrated. So there's not going to be that much movement from those, which we normally see, especially in the previous game, where people are going to be coming in into the zone because everyone's practically inside it. So it's right now about getting what you need, bunker down, and if there are a few stranglers, taking those eliminations.
Hey, I'm really curious to see which team picks up that mountain rage around La Drillera and like Monte Nuevo, because it's such a crucial one, because you get a viewpoint over the highway that most teams are going to use to move around in this circle, as well as a potentially really good high ground spot in later circles to come. But right now, all of our teams, like, look at that heavy pack of action towards the northeastern part of the circle. Many teams likely to get caught out in rotation, and just as I say that, NB Esports are playing the pies. Mondo with barely any HP just trying to run away, and it looks like NB Esports have faced a bad start. They've already lost one player, he's been eliminated, and Mondo with not too much HP, not much loot either. It doesn't seem like he's going to be able to survive for long.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get out of there into some sort of safe space. He's he's running for dear life. And it's unfortunate because Sek was one of the first to be eliminated. In fact, we have 2 eliminations overall that have happened thus far in this game. And as we were just looking at the map, SITM last time around, they got themselves into a very comfortable position. I think it was within the same area which they have landed this time around. Kage in a bit of trouble, and in fact being eliminated, the third person to go, as Astra, Domi, makes sure that he bids a farewell to him. Again, it seemed that Kage was all by himself. Maybe people have kind of like spread a bit too thin, seem to have gone a bit away from the core of their team, because we just saw that happening just like a moment ago as well. So right now, here we are. We're just looking at SITM. As I mentioned, they tend to use this map to their advantage, especially being able to use 100%. Those vantage points and then take the picks. Is that something which can happen again, or will, as VG did in the previous game, would someone else take it to SITM and make sure that they have an early exit?
I think we can definitely expect SITM to have a better matchup, but like you said, Lucifer in a lot of trouble. It's actually SI4M who shuts him down, and I think now Lucifer, he's not got any backup nearby. It's just a matter of time before he does get eliminated. So off to a poor start there, ISSL already, and unfortunately doesn't look like my prediction is at least going to work out.
I'm so sorry, but hey, you know what? We have seen teams that have continued on with just 3 and even come close to even winning that match. And speaking of, where is the rest of ISSL? I feel like they are in. I think they're near the water treatment plant. What is Lucifer doing here?
Yeah, very confusing.
All by himself.
3-1 splits, and I have seen before, but yeah, like 3-1 splits usually on Miramar especially are quite risky, because especially on day 4, because then you leave the room for exactly this to happen. Your player gets isolated, he gets picked off, and it's just too big a gamble basically to try and pull off. But hey, they tried it, it did not succeed. Maybe they can find a different avenue back into this map, because right now they are in a spot of trouble. But like you said, we've seen teams with even 3 members pull off the impossible, so it's not done just yet, right? And especially with Jimmy alive, I think he's been one of the star players for ISSL to a large extent. Maybe he can pull something off. But right now, another lone player caught off guard. Ligro from Equinox will pay the price, and a great point for CMF. Again, one of the bottom teams out here trying to make their mark.
Yeah, and the Stranglers are suffering. I don't know what may have happened for this to actually for us to be witnessing this, because now we've been seeing in multiple instances where some of the team members have split away. Uh, Maybe they were trying to do reconnaissance, maybe get like an idea of where everyone else is. And if that's the case, well, they've bitten the dust really hard. And in that case, it was actually quite painful for Equinox because he just got whacked with that vehicle, and with everyone just converging on them by CMF. And now even CMF too. It looks like Astra has eyes on them, and again, a very good vantage point. Fasal trying to push back that offensive, and he seems like he is again going to be a lone ranger if he, yeah, because his teammate just decided to leave. Okay, he has a backup vehicle. Might be okay.
Yeah, I mean,
No, but that Storm is now in trouble. He just got out of his vehicle. Maybe a bit of damage on that. I'm a bit confused with this map and what's going on. Our comms down.
it definitely seems like a lot of teams are, under a lot of pressure and not necessarily making the right decisions because of it. But hey, CMF are able to get out, and that's what is important right now for them to just hold on to their numbers and play for the late game. Astra though in the 8th position, and this is something RZ talked about. These teams have the confidence to go for those moving vehicles, and Domi has put in a lot of damage. Will find Ryoko and push him out, and just like that, for 2A, a brilliant start already. I wonder if they go for the aggressive play. It seems like it. I think they're going to go for the rush in here, Chase.
Yeah, it does look like that. He did get back into the vehicle. We have Sari, who is keeping an eye just to see if he can maybe get the knock when the revive comes back in. But yeah, we are looking at Astra trying to make that push. They are going in with those vehicles. This is going to be a tough mountain hill to climb. It can be okay. Some good cover there because that vehicle's already exploded, so there is no risk. And it looks like Billy takes down one of 72KS members there, and Sari still trying to get those shots in from the distance, and utilities going off, multiple nades, but they have not made the push in. Fall damage for Warzone, getting knocked by falling off a building. I think we just saw that. All right, Nate coming in, trying to clear. Domi trying to pop that utility, but at the same time got hit from right behind. Billy maybe going to go in for that revive, as there is a spotter for them who can provide cover in the event that 7AKS decides to push. And it looks like they're going to be bringing in all their ranks in. It might be a push into the church. It may well be that.
Yeah, 7AKS. It started off weak for them this fight, but they pushed it back onto Astra, and Astra, their aggressive move, it doesn't seem like he will pay off. Riley though does manage to find a trade, and it's all going down the brawl in this chaos as Domi has been knocked out, and a crucial nade from Sairi actually knocks his own teammate out, but will find Meraz as well. Now it's all down to 7AKS XD to hold down the fourth and make this fight, but he's not able to do so. 7AKS eliminated, and Astra able to pull out the fight, but at the loss of one member. Now they won't mind. Astra, they're comfortably in the top 11, while 7AKS are not so. An early elimination, not great for 7AKS at all.
Yeah, they're the first team to be eliminated, and they only managed to get one elimination through all of the excitement that we just saw. And speaking of who's a kind of really on top right now with 5 eliminations, his Astra Esports. Team Classic is in with those 3 eliminations, with Bad Intention, CMF, both holding just 1. So interesting. ISSL, they haven't still come in to the zone. They are playing that circle, and okay, I think we might see Noob Alliance maybe trying to play a little bit of the circle to look at placement all over again. And even OPX on just in the eastern side, they too haven't really come in to kind of like capitalize on trying to get a few eliminations. But if we look at SITM, they haven't moved This is what they do. They just stay in
Yeah.
one place, and they just
Oh.
let the circle play for their advantage. And then afterwards, when things start getting chaotic, come in and take those picks and get those eliminations and be able to get uh, the winner chicken dinner. Now VG still has not shown any aggression as of yet. It'll be interesting to
Yeah.
see where they're going to start firing up because Victor Gaming has shown that they are a formidable force to contend with, as they have been able to, in many instances where it looked like a disadvantage for them, be able to flip the script and turn it into their favor. And right now, Vanzi, I don't think he realizes, and
Oh, the whiff.
the spray is coming in, but no clip damage. Looks like Vanzi may well survive, and it looks like from right behind. Oh, I think one of BIT's members, in fact, got shot from behind there.
Yeah. It's a very concentrated circle once again with the southern shift, right? So as soon as you try to take a shot at another team, if you miss, it's going to be a costly one because 100% becomes that scenario where there's going to be another team trying to collapse on you instantly. So teams, they've got to play it smart and they've got to play it safe with how they really pick their fights. Either ways, right now, aside for them once
Yeah,
again,
yeah,
trying
and
to
this
catch
particular
shouts.
map.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, that was. I don't think Team Classic was expecting to lose that that 1v1.
Definitely.
Because quite frankly, BIT were caught off guard. He was caught off guard. He was looking straight ahead, and Team Classic having that chance to really like uh, take that elimination were unfortunate. And something also with this particular map, which even I've noticed, just playing like even public games, spotting your enemies are a bit difficult because of its
Oh
terrain.
yeah.
Even though it is just a desert, it isn't easy. It is actually a very very difficult map for you to spot, and you can see when how good the eyes are of these players because they're all playing it on a mobile phone, right? And as you can even
Yeah.
see right now, as you're looking at Desert, as to how close he is to the phone, and they're still able to kind of clip and get those headshots in when the opponents are just peeking, and that just takes a lot of skill, a lot of concentration, and a lot of hours in being able to really get good at this game. And Inertia Esports just had a knock, but fortunately, his member was quickly revived there, with BITX just having one of its team members remaining.
It's a very, very tense situation right here for all of these teams. Just looking to somehow make their way in, make their stand, and find the necessary points. But QB not in the greatest of spots, isolated in the middle of nowhere with no backup right here from his team. And Stronger nearby, they've already spotted him out, but it's not just Stronger. You see another squad just gatekeeping towards the edge of the circle, so Stronger themselves will have to play it smart. Similarly, now QB has got his teammates coming through on the backup who are trying to push in towards CMF. SITM, they spotted it out. They could go in for the crunch and sandwich CMF to a large extent. And it's all down to this nade. If this nade knocks out Naruto, then SITM will likely move in for the kill. And he's taken down so low. Another one primed up, ready to knock him right out. And it does exactly that. Domo with a crucial one. Now moving in for the kill towards CMF.
Yeah, that was Naruto was just caught in such an uncomfortable place. He did not have anywhere to go because from that cover he would have just been out in the open. And kudos there and to Adobo with those utilities coming into play, and that is what's important in being able to have those molotovs, being able to have the smoke and the nades. The nades itself provide so much damage. Sometimes, what, things go wrong and you might hurt yourself or even one of your team members, but most of the time, it is what actually helps win those clutch situations.
Yeah, 100%. And It's all about playing it smart at this point. For every single team right now, they got to make sure that they simply cannot risk those certain moves. Now, teams like Stronger, they're in a better position, right? You've got teams like Astra still alive, B Esports, Chase, again, a team that we've been looking out for, hoping that they can make their mark. And those are the teams that we've really got to keep our eyes on to see how they can play smarter, really, in this position. Now, what is even more crucial and what I'm
excited right now. It might be retribution for SITM. They're taking on VG, and SITM has all 4 in their ranks at the moment. Can they actually have that payback moment from coming in from that last game? We might just find out here. Oh, but there it seems like they're
going to play it safe though, because
retaliation. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's getting crazy.
Exactly, and B Esports now eliminating OPEX. This fight is absolutely crucial for Retaliation. Their competitors in B Esports are pulling away, so Retaliation X, they've got to make their stand, but they're in the low ground fight, Chase, so it's not easier said than done. But B Esports, they're picking up the pace, pedal to the metal, got rid of one competitor in OpenX and now looking for ISSL at the same time. They've got the high ground advantage, and with ISSL already a member knocked, B Esports could be in a brilliant position.
Yeah, and also we are having the zone coming in. It looks like there's another third partying happening there. I think it was it SITM who was shooting at them, or was it ISSL itself? It seemed that the shots came from a different direction. Oh yes, it is in fact CMF who were trying to be a little cheeky and get an elimination in, and SITM just manages to knock Gone out. And right now it is about 3 teams right here, all whichever way you turn. QB doesn't know which way to go. He's moving left, right. The only way he can go is in a vehicle and just get out of where he is. Multiple eliminations taking place on our feed right now. Astra Esports still with those 5 eliminations, along with Team Classic. B Esports with 8 eliminations. This could be their game.
Well, most certainly could be. But with the Retaliation X taken off, B Esports is not just the game that they're looking for, but it's the longer term objective. Now taking out ISSL as well, they're attacking their immediate opposition and they're succeeding massively so far. Still though, they've got to make sure they play it safe. They've got to make sure they play it smart, because they're not in the greatest of positions respect to the circle, and they might just get caught out. NB Esports chiming in as well with Jimmy taken away. NB Esports now want to capitalize on that fight between B and ISSL and take him out. Meanwhile, Mukpen, they're just trying to hold on. They're on the edge of the circle, and as soon as it starts moving in 20 seconds, they're going to be in a very, very tough position. But the same is the situation for B Esports right now.
It is now the time which we're going to have chaos. 10 teams are left, and we are going to be having another restriction in the play zone. And from what we're looking at it, it's only Inertia who is already in that new play zone that's going to be taking place, with everyone else still scattered around. And this is a map, even though you're far away from each other, it is long-range eliminations are always in the cards because of how open it is and because of all the hill country that you have. And there's some beautiful shots by Jiro taking out MacPen's Illusio, and that is an elimination getting finally caught to that outside of the play zone. MacPen and Hopeless still standing and representing Team Classic 922. We are right now seeing Ryuk, the B Esports top performers, being taken down. He is their clutcher, but looks like we have them along with VG losing another player there. We're having elimination after elimination right now. It is coming to the final bit of the circle. Desert, I don't think he knows which way he's going to. Ooh, that nade just clipped him a little bit there. But he is going towards more danger, which he doesn't realize. That's the thing. Right now, it is danger everywhere. It is as though you are trying to go to sleep in the middle of the desert, and there are snakes, venomous snakes all over, no matter which way you turn.
Exactly right, which is why teams really struggling to make the right decisions, the smart movements, but the teams who are able to adapt to stay strong will persevere. Now, our first games winners. MacPen eliminated. It seems like Victor Gaming will soon follow fourth. They have been eliminated, and squads are dropping like flies any moment. As look, every single squad here towards the north, towards the east, focusing on the gatekeep rather than take their own point in the circle. With the mountain ranges towards the edge, they have a great position to be able to gatekeep, and SI2M doing exactly that, piling on the pressure towards Astra Esports, and they're able to deny their position to a large extent now. SITM still gonna make sure they play it smart, because Inertia coming in out of nowhere with a third party, able to knock out Dobu with a beautiful headshot. Giro immediately answers back, and SITM should be able to get their team member back online.
Yeah, and SITM still holding on to their 4 ranks. And Inertia Esports is another team which has all 4 of their players. Everyone else has at least lost 1 to 2, sometimes even 3 of their members. And we are to the last 6. And I think right now we had ISSL might have just gotten eliminated there. I think Mamata was the last who was standing in that team. We have Astra Esports still remaining. We have Klats Inertia along with NB. P Esports still holding on with those 11 eliminations thus far. Here we go. You have the stats right now. P, SITM, Astra, NB, and Inertia. These are the top 5 teams right now coming into the final circles with just over a minute and 50 seconds left until the circle closes in. This might not even last that long from the way that it's going right now, CA.
Oh yeah, it could honestly go anyway. And it looks like it all will just fall apart in a matter of seconds, right? It's just one single moment that might decide our winner chicken dinner. So they've got to really play it smart. Still right now, I think the team just waiting for that right moment, not necessarily looking to get caught out of position, but SITM may be in exactly that. Look, Inertia, they've got themselves into the middle of the circle, but they're in low ground. So in a position where they might be exploited in the midst of all of that, I think the team with the best position is towards that southern half. SITM having to contend with too many angles at the same time. Any other team in this position, I might be scared, but with SITM, they're always able to pull it off. Meanwhile, NB Esports with the best position towards the south part of the circle. No other angle to worry about than the teams in front of them in the best position to third party every single fight.
That is true. Though SITM does have the best high ground, though also at the same time, in a map like this, you can get shot from multiple directions, and that is what's happening for them. You have Inertia onto their right, you have NB to their front and center, and then if you just look at how this is playing out with the rotations, the teams are slowly spreading themselves enough so that they cover each other and at the same time try to get those eliminations in. NB down to just 3 of their members. So is SITM. With Inertia, however, I think they're down to just Evil Eye. He's the only person. Oh, actually, we have 2 members remaining from Inertia. So it looks like the next airdrop has come in. Again, the airdrop is used to a lot of advantage, especially when it comes to the cover. And the next circle is going to push SITM down from the hill, which means, as you said, it is NB Esports who has that very comfortable position because everyone else has to come to them, and they don't really have to worry too much because they have a fair degree of cover as opposed to SITM, and they have to make their way down the hill. Oh, the beautiful nade there by Dobu taking out Evil Eye. And it might be it for him with this next nade that's been tossed. Nope, I think he went a little too far.
It's a crucial match here for Inertia, really. Yeah, and look, with Inertia still in the top 3, they're in the 10th mark, right? So they're safe for now. But if they get this chicken dinner, they'll probably make themselves safe for the entire day. This could decide their spot in the finals right here. So Inertia, they've got to play it smart. They've already lost 1 member and he's outside the circle. So it's down to just these 2 in a cluster. And SITM might just break their dreams, turn it into a nightmare on the back of a single nade. Now Evil Eye, he'll get finished off finally, leaving it again just down to Faisal and Alpha. And Dobu knows exactly where they are. He's going in for the kill.
Yeah, and we are just the moments away from finding out who it's going to be taking the winner chicken dinner. It is 3 teams still. We are in the 7th circle. The 8th, will we even go into one more circle? But it's a convergence on Inertia as they have that shed and they're getting fired from either side. Inertia is still trying to hold on as Cubu is trying to push in, and that is another elimination there with just 2 teams now remaining. It is NB taking on SITM. Inertia was trying to hold that position, but it was a bit too much to try to cover from both sides. Again, it's a fair amount of cover which NB Esports have. They don't need to necessarily push. SITM making their way down from that hill. QB just taking that those pills in as he's trying to get his health up right before he goes in for another charge. What will Dobu do? I don't think he was looking in the right direction. And the Desert is down. Fistboy takes him down with that elimination.
Oh, still SITM. They're trying to hold on to their positions. It's a 2v3 with the advantage for NB Esports. And NB Esports is doing their very best to play it smart. Just playing it slow. Playing that time game, but the circle currently favors SITM to a certain extent with this small compound. It's not even a compound, it's a tiny house that helps them get that extra cover. So it's an equal front almost, the man advantage. But hold on, the Molotov, it might just flush them out. Beautifully placed one, and both of the SITM players in flames. So are their hopes and dreams of pulling off a chicken dinner. The nade comes in to follow through, and now QB left on 1 HP with his teammate knocked out. NB Esports moving in for the kill. And with the vehicle as well, they will spot them out. SITM have been ended. NB Esports walk away with our winner chicken dinner.
Take a look at that. NB Esports with the 7 eliminations. They were playing that game to their advantage. What a brilliant play. Even though they were right at the bottom when it comes to elevation wise, they were able to really change things up and take that winner chicken dinner, and coming in with 22 points with some great plays and being able to push off the dominant SITM on what was there at that point, with them trying to make that push onto NB Esports. What a game! What a game!
What a game, exactly. Where we had most of our teams in the bottom 5 and Erangel really pushing through. SITM once again trying their hardest to establish their dominance, but NB Esports, fortune helped them out a little with their position in the circle. They had nothing to worry about, and they play it perfectly to capitalize. The nades, the molotovs, the utility usage on point from NB, and playing that long patient game, they're able to pull the victory out. But it is a low point game, only 7 eliminations, but they won't care. This is another step for them to really finalize their spot in the top 11 and therefore the finals, and more importantly get that extra confidence in heading into the finals week.
Yes, that is very true. And we're now going to take a look at the head-to-head, and it is SITM and NB Esports, which we're having a look at, with 11 eliminations for SITM to 7 for NB. Look at the damage. Now that just shows how much SITM has been trying to get those eliminations. It does factor in a fair degree. 7 assists for NB Esports there, but that's almost about a 900 difference in damage. Yeah, and that exactly itself just goes to show like that aggression which SITM has consistently shown, being very well seen here on these stats.
Absolutely. That aggression always paying off, and it's something that you said in the starting of the map that really highlights their playstyle, and I love the way you put it, because you said they're like a crocodile, you know, they lurk in the waters, chill in their spot in the early parts of the circle, but as soon as they spot their prey, as soon as they spot a team or a straggler here and there, they pounce and they instantly chomp that team apart. That aggressive nature comes out, and that's why they're one of the best teams we've got so far in the semi-finals week. But hey, NB Esports, I think they'll be happy enough with that chicken dinner, and it's some crucial points.
Indeed, and with the match summary, We have a B Esports coming in with blah 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 with the highest eliminations of 5, and SITM's Desert with the highest damage. You can't keep Desert out for too long. He always makes his way back to the match summary sooner or later. And then Kaze, Kaza as well from NB Esports with the most amount of assists. BIT also in with the most amount of healing and the highest knocks again by blah 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 with 6. Unfortunate that he wasn't able to capitalize on one of those to make his elimination count as equal to these total knockouts there.
Yep, most definitely. But hey, blah 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 able to pick up the most valuable player, and it speaks to the talent of B Esports once again, something we've been talking about for so long. Look at that longest elimination distance, that 200 meters. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and it also shows that this map is about being able to get those sort of eliminations. It is a map that's suited for those who are able to spot and who are very accurate, who have that skill of marksmanship, and that's shown here. 2 headshots as well at that. So one of those headshots may well have been, in fact, one of the eliminations which he had. And here we have blah 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 with those 5 eliminations, and right behind him we have a Fistboy with those 4 from NB Esports, with Kyubi from SITM with 3 eliminations. Following him is Jirov with 3, and Gone also with 3 eliminations, with just the damage just for putting the last 2 players apart, or rather the last 3 players apart. But some terrific plays and some amazing work, which we just saw here in just our second game of the day. This is just our second one for this evening here in the PMNC. And here we are, having a quick look at our early elimination. Kage seemed to have been in the middle of nowhere, and we had a few people who kind of, I think, just forgot to take that map when they jumped out of the plane. It just felt like that because we had multiple people who were just lost. And then we had this amazing play here in being able to get rid of a CMF player who was gatekeeping that position, trying to get those eliminations in.
Yeah, 100%. And look, at this point, it's all about the pressure that teams like SITM are able to inflict in these mid-round moments over teams that are struggling to try and make their way through. It's almost like you dodge SITM, you're in for a good game, because they were able to influence so many bottom teams. Like Inertia obviously bounced back, but SITM to be able to once again rally back, push on the damage. They were able to really take out Inertia to a large extent. And again, Inertia is one of those teams in our bottom 8, right? And trying to make sure that they secure their spot in the top 11. Similarly, so for ISSL, B Esports did very well to almost knock out their opposition early. So even though they didn't have a fantabulous game, ensuring that their opposition didn't do the same meant that they relatively had a much better game off, and that's what is crucial. But when you look at the graph, you see SITM almost with double the damage of anyone close nearby.
Yeah, and B also has the same amount of eliminations. It just shows that SITM at all times were, if they saw, they were trying to get those knocks. They were trying, and they weren't refraining from really engaging. Whereas you've seen some of the other teams, just taking that step back and just trying to like avoid any sort of confrontation in some instances. No, SITM is like caution to the wind, and that is their play style. Like caution to the wind is exactly what they go with, and we can see it here. It is. What is the tallest tower in South Asia right now? That is what SITM is. It's the SITM tower. That's what we're gonna call it.
The SITM tower, the SITM hill, they are the kings reigning on top. In fact, even though they don't get the chicken dinner, they get the most points in this map. But hey, NB Esports with the chicken dinner, 22 points, that's a decent game. But B Esports and Inertia are the ones I've got my eye on, man. Because 19 and 14 respectively, with the likes of Mokpen, Retaliation X, CMF, 7AKS, all towards the bottom half of this table. Even ISSL to a large extent. Both of these teams, B and Inertia, relatively in that bottom half of the overall standings. They will be able to leapfrog from positions, maybe even get themselves safe towards that top 11 mark.
Yeah, it is, in fact, anybody's game because here we are looking at the overall rankings. And now in at the 11th position is OPEX with Inertia in at the 9th seed. ISSL Noob Alliance has been pushed back. MacPen, that is very unfortunate for them being in the position which they are now. It's number 12, but not that far away from the 11th seed. If I feel like Retaliation X had that little opportunity in that first game, but they didn't really capitalize on that, and they seem to be going further and further and further away from maybe being able to qualify. And here we have, in fact, our top 8, Astra Esports in at the 8th position. And if you just look at this and just glance at the overall points, they are, especially between 4 and 5, Victor Gaming and Team Classic, along with NB Esports, they are kind of grouped together, even Equinox if you really look at it. But it's a very comfortable first page is what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, exactly. And in terms of that, right, in terms of that performance, I think it's really cool to once again see this top performance. That it's something you mentioned, that even though Matt has 1 hour less survival time, he's just popping off every single map. And similarly so for SITM though, they're able to maintain 3 players still in the top 5. It's nuts.
Yeah, it's like on average, he's getting more than two eliminations per map statistically. If you look at it, so he does not seem to be out of the action. He does seem to be, I don't know, like I think that itself should be another competition which we should see. And I don't think that anyone's really going to be taking that position away from him anytime soon, at least.
Yeah, definitely. But hey, we've got a long day yet to go with 4 more maps. So Chase, thank you very much. For now, we'll have you back soon enough. But thank you so much for joining me in these first few maps.
Thank you. GG's, man. And good luck for the next games. I'll see you guys real soon.
Lovely. Now, hey guys, 2 maps done for, and it's really the pressure really boiling up and the temperature really tuning up as we head towards the end of this day. Because remember, this is day 4 of our semi-final stage. Several teams are going to bow out. But for now, let me welcome RZ to our desk. He's going to be joining me for the next map, and I'm really excited because this is my first cast with him. So I'm really excited to break down Sanhok, especially because there's going to be so much action, especially when you go towards Ruins with ISSL and be really going for that fight nice and early. And given that they are 2 of our teams towards the bottom half of our standings, anything could really happen. But hey, I think we'll have RZ soon enough, so maybe we'll have a chat with RZ as well to see what he feels. Hey RZ, how you doing?
I am doing great, and thank you for having me over as well, CA. And I feel like you were right about, like you were absolutely about one thing. Things are heating up. We are left with 4 games only. It's the semi-finals last day, and 11 teams. We have got like 3 to 4 pinned down that these are going to the finals definitely. But the next 6 to 7 teams that are still being unquestionable. Any team can come up from the second page onto the first page in the top 11. So things are heating up. Things are going to be exciting, and obviously Sanhok is going to be a fast-paced map. It can be anybody games. You have to prioritize circle, otherwise you're just gonna get eliminated in the blink of an eye. So yeah, excited, very excited.
Oh, likewise RZ. And I think I especially like Sanhok because of that early engagement that we've been seeing between ISSL, Noob Alliance and B Esports towards Ruins. So far, it has been one team able to take the cake, but considering the fact that those are 2 of the teams towards the bottom half, very close to that 11th ranking, right? I feel like one fight could decide who qualifies for the finals, and that's absolutely insane.
I mean, even look at those perspectives, like we think about a whole fight, it has come down to another tournaments as well that we have cast over time, that 1 point decide which team is going to qualify or not. Even I've seen that at the same teams, like teams having same points, and generally 129 qualifying, and somebody cannot qualify based on how many elimination or placement points that they have. But yeah, obviously it's going to be interesting. One thing that you pointed out, Sanhok, early aggression, early fires, it's always wonderful to see that happening. As a caster, I have a biasness towards that. Obviously, I don't like that 12 minutes of passiveness in the map of Erangel or Miramar, where everybody's just looting, everybody's just like going to the loot spot, trying to find those like sweet level 3 helmet, level 3 vest. I go like, guys, come on, get out of those compounds, try to take a fight. But I'm excited to Sanhok, and obviously we're going to see a lot of that. And if circle include water area, which it's very likely, less likely to do so, we might see like, oh, that's going to be a very, very interesting Sanhok.
Oh, definitely. And I think that really will set us up for the rest of the day to a large extent, right? I want to see that different spicy circle really, because those are the kind of circles that really force teams to not necessarily rely on preset practice strategies rather than adaptations and spontaneous gameplay. The teamwork gets really highlighted, as then you get to see which team is able to be their very best when in that difficult moment under a lot of pressure, and they're still able to adapt. And that's the kind of teams I think that deserve to go all the way to the finals, that deserve to be playing for the international stage and the massive prize pool online. So I'd love to see that spicy circle come out, but hey, at this point I'll take what we get.
Obviously, I'll take what we get, and that was Team SITM absolutely dominating in the last game. I mean, going into the day, Chase had like was asking my expectation and prediction. I was like, yeah, teams that are like from maybe 12 to 16, like just like INES, maybe from SSL Global Alliance in terms of backpam as well. These were the teams that might just dominate. But I was naive to forget out SITM, to not count SITM, because obviously this was like this has been their tournament all along. As much as I like, oh no, I want other teams to perform, I want other teams to play better, but no, the team goes like, you should not count us out just because we have a wonderful lead and we are on the top of the page right now, top of the leaderboard. We will do everything to extend that lead maybe to 100 points. We want to do so, and there's nothing nobody could do to stop them.
Yeah, and in a tournament like this, when you have a good run of form, you don't really want to take your pedal off the gas. You want to keep the pedal to the metal and keep that momentum going, so that when you go towards the finals week, you really look damn strong and you can contest then for that top 5 mark. SITM definitely looking like one of our contenders and favorites overall, and to do that, they're going to have to do what they did in Miramar. But I'm not surprised that happens in Miramar, because like Sanhok is really spontaneous and requires a lot of adaptations, Miramar is all about that macro, that game sense aspect of PUBG Mobile, and SITM, they excel in that regard. The way they set themselves up in the later circles, in those 2-2 splits especially, where they're not necessarily together but they still got each other's backs while engaging on multiple fronts, you can see that this is a team brimming with excellence.
Obviously, 1-3 split, I have always been a favor of 2-2. You gotta provide more support to your team. You gotta provide more backup in terms of your gun power, in terms of like maybe reviving someone as well if somebody knocks down. But one more thing that I was impressed about to see from SITM, the way they play passively the first circle, try not to overextend, try not to commit themselves to something that like a fight is happening. They're like, okay, let us just be what we want to be. And they come after like a mid game and they take part of those engagements and they win those fights. That is what it gets really exciting to see SITM perform. But one thing that you were excited, like you mentioned about, like looking at this tournament right now, SITM in generally is looking at that number 1. Like while they're qualifying for PMPL afterwards, they're also looking to win this tournament. While the rest of the team, they might just be looking to qualify into the PMPL to be in the top 5. So that's a different kind of mindset that we're having going into the finals with this train of momentum, with this mindset that we want to win the $10,000 out of 30,000. That's a difficult. But that's a very dangerous mindset. But I would be choosing Team 7 AKS. They had a wonderful quarterfinals, and I'm hopeful they can bounce back in the last day.
Yeah, I've actually got my money on B Esports. I think it's either B or ISSL for me. Basically, whoever wins that ruins fight, I think they're set in for a beautiful Sanhok game, and I want to see one of those lower half teams really thrive, because I think Sanhok can give them the opportunity. But very interesting flight path that we're going to get to see, witness here. Very similar to the one we saw in Miramar to that extent, where it's only a portion of that map included, and it does set us up for a potential water circle coming through. Maybe we see that northwestern kind of circle that involves that bridge and Hatin, Tatmok to a certain extent. That would be kind of cool.
Obviously, PUBG, come on, listen to your caster for the first any time and give us a water circle, give us what we need. But one thing that you were really excited about, like B Esports, generally they had a wonderful mechanical skill. They are really great firepower. They might just lack in team coordination or going later part of the game, but I've seen them take out the best of the best in terms of their mechanical skills, and their individual skills are like on top notch right now. But we have Camp Bravo towards Oh, you're right. We might see it there. Okay, we have it. We have it, ladies and gentlemen.
There
We got a
go.
water area. It's not too much, but I'm very happy with it. PUBG, you have listened to me. I give you credit. You listen to your casters. So I'm happy, guys. I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly right. Another thing for us to be happy about is that neither B Esports nor ISSL backed off once again in ruins as both of these teams trying to ruin each other. And it's a Ryuk with the shotgun instantly popping Jimmy's head off. That will be the immediate first blood picked up for B Esports, and they've already made ISSL play. Now they'll look to slow down, regroup with blah blah blah, regroup with their teammates, and actually no, scratch that. Mamata is well spotted out. This is why I had my money on B Esports RC. They've come to play.
Obviously, if I'm looking at that, what kind of do? But Lucifer coming in with a bit of retaliation takes Ryuk down. Dexter is just right there to trade him out, and we have 2 players down on the side of our team ISSL, and we only left 1 player behind. As I was pointing that out, he will get spotted. Blah blah takes him down, and team ISSL will bite the dust and will be the first team to leave this map. Not gonna be happy with that outcome. Obviously, they couldn't get a single elimination.
Yeah, exactly. And B, the ferocity with which they were able to do that, the quick pace of that fight means that they'll be able to quickly now play on the rotation, because if you remember, the circle ruins is quite far away, so they needed to make that a quick fight so that they're able to then play for their position in the circle, and having done so, be in a great spot already in Sanhok.
And obviously, with that, you taking out somebody at right the start, and one thing is like, oh, you wiped out a whole team. The other thing is you didn't lose a single player. That is something that has always been more astonishing in terms of these 4v4 fights, that you don't lose a single player. You got a great fight, and going ahead with this confidence, I feel like B can obviously turn this into a good game. But looking at their position within the circle, it's going to be difficult for them to rotate towards the center. Obviously, they got towards the Painan. They might be just rotating towards the Camp Alpha side, trying to come from Hatin. But it's not going to be an easy rotation. They might just use the water area as well, because if they use water in some kind of a ship, they can just come towards from the north area and maybe land towards Khao. But in generally, still not an easy game for B as compared to NBES, maybe 2A and Team OPX, as they are towards the center, towards Paradise Resort. And I feel like they got themselves a great game. All they gotta do is go a bit great, like a wall of defense. If they can put off that, I feel like they could get themselves a chicken dinner. VG, although they are on the east side towards the Camp Bravo, they are just looting. Team Stronger Esports, they are dispersed towards the Kampong area. Team RX, I feel like they're also very much dispersed towards one area plays towards the Dock, the other person is towards Cape, one player is towards Bantai and Camp Charlie. So they are very much dispersed, trying to get their hand as much of as the loot they can. So I feel like that's a good idea. If that dispersions work out for you in the early part of the game, then great to go for that.
Oh, 100%. And I think we might just catch out SITM and 7AKS as well. But talking about SITM and 7AKS, might get into an engagement soon enough over possession of that Hatin area. And Hatin is going to be crucial, really, to a large extent here, RZ, because it's unlikely most teams opt for Camp Bravo on their rotation. So if you're able to capture Hatin early, it means you get access to the bridge for potential later rotations. But you also get to fight across the river in certain situations, and while all of that ensuring that your back is covered. There's nobody coming in to try and flank you off, which can be an issue in our main island right now. So I think that's why SITM have their sights set on this particular area. They send Desert to scout it out, and I don't think he's spotted anyone so far, but he might just get a duel soon enough.
Obviously, but on the other side that you mentioned, that bridge 7AKS is exactly using that part to rotate. Hatin is also coming in, and probably 2A. I thought they got a great spot. They realized that they're on the main island. They could have used their position to get themselves some easy eliminations. Obviously, it would have been a bit much more difficult. But for now, Equinox spotting Billy out, and Lico also get himself a great kill. Billy, I feel like he was the most vital part of his team. He has always been the one that breaks the barrier, get him the initiation kill. He always gets that. But that was a wonderful wonderful, I feel like, knock coming in from Equinox. The way they spotted this player really far away and got the kill, I didn't expect that at all. But at the same time, they're looking for those more of those elimination points. Not gonna be easy as much as it was Billy, as Domi and Riley, they are on the other side of the river at the same time holding on those compounds. Even if you are able to land some kind of damage, even if you're able to knock him down, getting an elimination is absolutely difficult. But that will not stop Kage from landing those, from firing those shots.
Yeah, and look, already these teams taking those early engagements, so I can sense that a lot of the teams want to be cautious, and to a large extent it is because of the way our circle is set up. A lot of the teams focus in on the rotations and don't necessarily want to take engagements while they are rotating, because they might just be exposing themselves to the third party situation. But in the nick of time, 7 AKs! I thought they would manage to get away, but Dobu with the precise spray still pushes them back. Mera's now knocked out, and the cover fire is coming down for 7 AKS, but SITMs, the rest of their team is ready to play Desert. Managed to find yet another knock, and Mera's now eliminated as across the river, 7 AKS, they dealt a heavy blow. SITM, I don't think they'll go in for the kill. They'll likely just stay in here on Hatin and hold their position, but they've dealt significant damage.
Obviously, I feel like they have, not just in terms of damage, they have just taken two of those players out. Yuko is very difficult to survive, like it's very difficult to save him right now, and 7 AKS would have to take a huge risk just to commit themselves to saving their player. At the same time, they have to be careful. They need to rotate, because if team SITM try to chooses to cover that river, crosses that river, that will be difficult. But on the other side, we have team Classing and Bad Intention going up against one of that. Kenoxy spots one of those players, try to jiggle left and right, but it is Bad Intention. Math, that is absolutely wonderful. Saves his teammate, takes the enemy team out as well, and I feel like he got himself some great 2 elimination points. But unfortunately for Bad Intention as well, as they got themselves 3 knocks, they have also lost Mehdi and Sam, and that they are not going to be in a great spot going into the later part of the game, where like we've got multiple teams with 4 players alive, and I feel like they needed all of their players if they were looking for a chicken dinner. Especially they're not really very close to the center as well.
Yeah, definitely right. And look, again, at this point with BITX as well taking so much damage early, teams are likely just looking to settle into specific compounds, and that's where we're going to see engagements. And that's exactly what is going down here, as OPX and Victor Gaming have contested each other over that compound. But let's have a look again at the phenomenal gunplay in display from Dobu right here. Those long range engagements, exquisite usage of the scopes available to him, and he makes it work. But once again, back to the present, as OPX, they're dealing damage to Victor Gaming, looking to move in for the kill. But with the vehicle, Victor Gaming, it seems they're gonna cut their losses and back right away. Actually, no, scratch that, just looking to reposition and help their teammates out. But it's all a big cluster, and one nade might take them all out.
Okay, but another nade comes in. There's a lot of damage. That's not going to stop Unknown from committing more nades, more utility on their side. VG gone, still committing to reviving his play. It takes a bit of damage, nothing concerning for him. But oh, the thing that is concerning is damage being spotted from Naeem. And he goes down. OPX has a bit of advantage. Warzone coming, trying to provide some kind of support from the other side. Unknown still holding on to that angle, using more utility as he can. Probably he's going to run out really quickly. But VG, they have done a wonderful job reviving their player. At the same time, something needs to be done about Refa. Unknown, what are you going to do? Are you going to commit to yourself? Or are you going to go back, use the smoke to revive your player? And I feel like that's a better strategy. Warzone coming from the other angle, but what a shot from shotgun, and one shot, and that makes quick work of Warzone. We're left with 3 players behind on VG, and Unknown, I feel like that's a great move. He went back, tried to retreat towards the rock, and going to revive his player, and probably going to engage going later into this fight, because right now even VG, they've lost damage. He's being revived. They're still at a disadvantage in terms of 3v4 OPX. They know where the exactly players are. They have the 4 players alive, and they're going to try to flank as well. Fantastic coming from the right side, spotting the players as he can, but gone. He's such a wonderful player. We have seen him the top performer, spots one, take him down, and will not give any more seconds to him for a chance for him to be revived.
Oh, and he now catches out Raifa with his back, and just like that, Victor Gaming, for a second they were in a bad position, or Zipa, they're able to immediately turn it all around. OPX now not in the greatest of positions, and Victor Gaming, they're spreading themselves out, looking for the kill, but still not overextending and exposing them to a potential third party. Able to play on the edge of that circle and just maintain their hold. Will be able to now eliminate Raifa and put OPX in an impossible spot, because for OPX. They've just got 2 members alive now, and they've got to surely cut their losses and play in the long-term game.
And look at that, VG gone suddenly, and slowly he turns things around for Team VG. The way he went for those 2 first knock, it was quite impressive from coming a place of disadvantage. I felt like it was not an easy job to do. VG damage going a bit ahead, using his Bucky to spot the last player, the second last player, fantastic. And yeah, obviously he's gonna just like play with his spray, play with his food right now, and he's gonna go like, oh, I'm not gonna commit myself. But yeah, that's a very horrible way to go get eliminated from the game. But VG, as we were talking about themselves, they won the first fight, but Team Stronger Esports right next to them, coming from the Mongnai area, and they might just be getting themselves ready for the second fight. They're not hoping for that. Obviously they lost one of those players, it might not turn out as you want it to be, but they gotta deal with this one right now.
Yeah, exactly. Stronger though, it's again, this is what I was talking about. It's all about these mini compounds all across the northern part of the map. Teams fighting for exactly that. And Arkas, he spotted all of them out, but he's in a secret position. Trying to be able to catch every single one of them. And Arkas, he doubles down, make sure he's known to be trouble, and finishes one off as well. A 1-for-1 trade though, that will be somewhat worthwhile for Stronger, because now they should be able to get their own comrade back online and trade off. Arkas, but Gon is coming in to back him up. Spots out Senor. Arkas should give him the information that Farhad right near him. But Stronger, they're focusing in on the revive. Should be able to get their teammate online. But a crucial nade. Oh, it doesn't connect. And now Gone, having been chunked out, Arkas finished off as well. Stronger now will be able to finish Victor Gaming off. Gone knocked out with the nade, and now damage. It looks like he's running in to his death. But they don't know that he's here, so can he make it count?
Obviously, oh no, the way that his position himself and his scouting that AI, he does like have an idea there might be another player coming from that angle. First spot Gone being knocked down as well, and makes quick work of him. It's a 3v1. Damage needs to be careful, and he doesn't realize because he got run over by 7. And Team Stronger Esports got themselves a wonderful vehicle elimination, and VG, they were not ready for that fight. Especially damage was really far away while he was trying to loot that last person from team I'm sorry, I forgot their name, the last team that OPX. Obviously they were like, he was trying to loot that last person, and the rest of the 2 players got themselves into a fight, or 2v4. It was a great start, especially with VG taking 2 of those players down, but they couldn't keep the momentum going. The numbers were not exactly there, and Gon has also lost his HP with that nade coming in. It actually sealed the deal. But a wonderful performance by this player. It's very difficult for me to pronounce his name, but a cast, and the way he got this 1v2, he was hoping for that, like I was hoping to finish them off, but unfortunately he couldn't do so.
Look again. We've lost 3 teams already, but it feels like we're just setting up the dominoes for them to fall. With the likes of CMF in these crucial compounds, they're sure to get rushed on by teams who are caught out in the open now. CMF still trying to take it slow, but Equinox, they've got their eyes on them and might catch them out. Meanwhile, NB Esports, our winner chicken dinner team from map number 2 here, picking up an airdrop. I wonder what they got.
I hope it's not a sniper rifle. There won't be much use of that in this game. That's not great.
That would be something maybe they would like in Miramar.
Oh, I definitely love that. I would hope, like, if I'm playing some kind of competitive level, if I get my hands on that sniper, I would like, oh great. I feel like the chicken is now in my hand. But looking at that circle, it has taken shift towards the center area of Paradise Resort and Boot Camp, and this is where the major cluster is going to be. The major concern, although for some team, is like towards the northwest area, which is team SITM, B Esports taking all out as well. Dobu towards the inner part of the circle, Desert spotting blah blah out, takes him down. He's taking a lot of damage. Probably Desert also spots Ryuk out as well, but they are within the water right now, so a lot of shots coming in from his side. But I feel like Team B might just not be able to revive their player. Dexter on the front foot with Dobu, both of them using a bit of utility to take out the other person, but I at the same time have realized that the other person also using nade to eliminate. Dexter takes a bit of damage. This is the time for the Dexter to throw a nade, but it doesn't get connected. Dobu is still using that cover and moving left and right, not to give any kind of information as he can. But the one thing that is disadvantage on the side of B, they've lost one of those players, and at the same time the rest of 2 players are in water. They cannot do anything in this fight. While Desert is going from the left angle, trying to spot as much any player as he can. Jiro got on the right side. The team, this fight has written SITM all over it.
once again, after that great Miramar in a great spot right here up B, they've got the mechanical tile into fight against the like of SITM for this high ground right now, just giving SITM too much of an advantage. They've knocked a couple, Dexter as well going down, leaving Soulless now all on his lonesome. It feels like it's a matter of time before SITM are able to wipe B off the map, and it is that fight we talked about where SITM able to guard their flanks right now. They're in an amazing position towards Hatin, but they got to make their move, so they really need to catch out B as soon as possible. Soulless now all the way far away. I think SITM likely to just drop this engagement and focus in on the rotation now.
But this area has been majorly contested, as you were discussing it right at the start of the game, that bridge and the north area of those bridges towards Hatin. A lot of teams have used it. We have seen team SITM, team 7 AKS, team now B Esports as well coming from that angle. And exactly team SITM also, they realize this is a key spot. One thing that is concerning for them right now is, have they won this fight? They're now trying to push into the circle. Team 2A Astra Esports, 7A, the rest of 7 AKS, they're still holding that area, so it might just be difficult for SITM to find themselves a spot within the circle, and that's just like the edge of the circle. We still have a lot of teams, a big cluster towards the Paradise Resort and Boot Camp, and going ahead with them, that's another topic for another time right now, because for now Team Stronger Esport and BES, they have very close proximity to each other with as a Paradise Resort, and Team NPS, they are also a bit dispersed, with the 2 players towards the north of Paradise Resort and 2 players almost on the south of Paradise Resort, and they're not inside, they're also the outside as well, so they need to be careful if they want to engage in this fight. Team Stronger Esport, they have lost one of the players, Ola, and it will be difficult to continue with the 3 players alive. They'll also be dispersed with 2 players a bit away, but nothing too much, and I feel like they can reunite easily. Oh, they got themselves a good vehicle as well.
It's all down. Paradise Resort soon to turn into a nightmare for many a team, and for the others, the chicken dinner to be found out. And ooh, the circle with a spicy shift, a southern shift, ensures that we've now got very few compounds in play. And look at this, CMF, one of our bottom 5 teams, are in control of a crucial compound here, RZ. So CMF in a great position to try and pull this chicken dinner off before any of that Stronger trying to make their way through Paradise Resort might catch themselves in a trap by NB Esports, and they pounce. They shot a couple of them off, and BITX as well, taking that damage for NB Esports. They've not managed to kill off Stronger just yet. Stronger spreading themselves apart, looking for the 1v1 engagements, but Senor, he's shut down for hard as well with the help of SITM, will fall, and I think that is the end of Stronger. Just 1 player surviving, I believe.
And I don't think so. There's 1 player surviving as well, and I don't see him within the Paradise Resort as well. But for now, 7 AKS and SITM going up against one another. Dobu takes Soso down. Six try to trade him out. Soso also takes a bit of damage from the other side. But Team SITM, they're not going to be happy with this outcome, as they lost one of their players. Desert is still there right next to him. And Snix, before he tries to move in, is going to go for those energy drinks, for those painkillers. Also, he got really great number of first aid kit, so he can wait this cycle out a bit and try to come back later, as the SITM, Geo, QB and Desert is right next to him. At the same time, Team Astra Esports is also using that area to push into the circle. But as we were talking about the circle, all the teams that are within Paradise Resort or towards the outskirts of Paradise Resort, they have to leave this position and go towards the just old area, just like plain fields right now, because the Paradise Circle has also left boot camp, and now we have CMF, INES, Team MacPen in the center of the circle holding those compounds as well, and this north area of the circle is going to become very dangerous in just a minute probably.
Almost definitely, but look, in this position, it does feel like MacPen in a great spot, because they've got this beautiful high ground where they can take multiple engagements at the same time, but they're also vulnerable to being rushed through, so maybe your team will make that exact call. And I see that lone player of Stronger finally, as well as QB, just trying to hold it on. And it's a very difficult position right now for SITM, but they're slowly but surely sneaking their way in. It's all about that contact, and Desert takes it with Fist Boy. The rest of QB's team right now contesting with NB Esports, but QB's managed to sneak in behind MacPen. This position absolutely crucial. QB's got to take it slow. Meanwhile, NB Esports trading blows with stronger. QB's position caught out and MacPen able to shut him down. So SITM now in a bunch of trouble, having to take multiple fights at the same time. But they're able to inflict damage on NB Esports, but they've taken some of their own, leaving Giro last man standing for their team.
At the same time, INS, they're looking really good towards the inner part of this blue circle. They got the advantage on Team Astra Esports. At the same time, Sharp goes down at the hand of RX Zolex. Evil Eye is very low on HP, but he's gonna try to use that time to revive his play instead of pulling off a first aid kit. Alpha holding that left angle is stopping from Riley from pushing in. He has 2 nades at his hand, using one of them, and I feel like that was just him being used like it hastily, and he throws that second nade as well. At the same time, INS don't want to commit themselves to this fight, as the blue zone is going to be pushing in and they want to move into the circle. INS, they have to realize, because they can't leave their players behind. SITM also taking damage. Riley spots Sharp and he takes him down. INS have no other option other than to move towards the circle, but okay, as they are moving into the circle, they are right next to the MacPen. 2 players moving on to against 4, 2v4. It's a very difficult situation. Alpha trying to provide any kind of support as they can, but it's just gonna be a matter of seconds before they goes down. Alpha takes a lot of damage, and they have to be concerned for something from the back. Look at that right now. Faisal is the only one left, and at the same time, team INES has lost 2 of their players. Oh, 1 nade coming from him has taken Team MacPen as well. Oh, what just happened? Belzang, very low HP, and I thought it was just MacPen who's gonna win this fight, but no. Wonderful performance coming from INES Faisal. Those nades getting connected, and now it is MacPen absolutely over. Obviously 2A right now, they're also bleeding out. Team Equinox Twist, they are like 4, they got like themselves a good elimination. Also, sorry, they had like 4 players alive, got themselves 1 elimination coming from the southern part of the circle, and a nade coming from Equinox gets a Naruto down. 1 more nade, they might be able to seal the deal. Dictator takes a bit of his cooking his nade as well, but it's gonna be very difficult to get it connected. But Twist coming from the right side, spots Dictator, takes him down. 1 more nade coming from Dictator. The Ligro is down. We have 1 player down on the side of Equinox Twist, but CMF, they are bleeding, they are down in the shambles. It is the Equinox fight all over again. Faisal tried to come in from the right side, gets spotted, takes a lot of damage. At the same time, 7 AKS Snakes dies outside the play zone. That's 1 more team getting eliminated. Kage going up ahead against Faisal. He has his hand on his shotgun, and it gets connected. 1 more player down on the side of CMF, and this is Team Equinox still getting themselves 5 of those sweet elimination. At the same time, Lego spots Knife, takes him down, and Equinox trying to push ahead into the game. They got some great elimination. It's increasing moment by moment, second by second. It started with them having 1 point, and now it's like they have got them 7 points. At the same time, they've been able to eliminate CMF outside the game as well. It is just their game. They're like 4 players alive. They got the circle. Team R is trying to push in, but it's going to be very, very difficult because they're not in the circle. They're on the low ground as well. Firth is taking also damage from the blue zone. Is Flex on the left side. He gets spotted, takes a lot of damage. But Belzang coming in, takes Kage down. But finally, something coming in from the right side. There's a lot of damage. Team Equinox faces that there are still 3 players alive. Try to rush in on Zolex as well. But unfortunately, Zolex with his SMG takes him down, and Equinox lost their advantage into the game. They still have the circle.
Oh my god.
Can they use that to get their chicken dinner?
Retaliation X in a great spot here, Ozzy. We might see that redemption arc, the Phoenix rising from the ashes, if Retaliation X are able to pull this off. But no, Zolex, he falls apart. It's all down to Nafati playing that healing battle, just hoping that Equinox will be caught out. But now Equinox in his circle, and it's effectively our winner chicken dinner decided, because it's a matter of time before Retaliation X gets taken off. You can see Equinox, they've realized he is in the blue zone. They're trying to hunt him down, and eventually he should fall down. Like at this point, I don't think he can get that chicken dinner too far out. And yeah, there we go for the has enough bandages though. He's holding on.
Equinox, I felt like it was the way they got themselves into the circle. the 9 elimination just for like followed by 24 first aid kits. So it's gonna be a
It's
couple of
gonna
more
take a
seconds,
while.
like probably
Yeah.
yeah. It's gonna be a minute before like we are done with this. And Equinox Kessex is like, oh, just trying to use nades, but unfortunately it's not there where you are aiming to be. He's just on your right side. So guys, just wait it out, chill it
Yeah.
out. Ferdi has like better plans.
I don't think he has enough bandages to somehow like wait it out so much that the circle closes in on Equinox too. Because that would be insane if that actually happened. Because look, the circle is closing now, but Equinox should just be able to make their way in. And it's a matter of time before Fardy is just not able to keep that healing battle going. But for now, I think he's just delaying the inevitable for as long as he can, buying as much time as possible, and really doing his
That's
very
what-
best and praying, right? At this point, he's just praying. He's like,
yeah,
please, please, circle, please win it for me.
How about he go for those dark moves at the end of the game? I feel like I've seen that a lot of times. Whenever you're done with the heal battle, the last 4 to 5 seconds, they just go up and like go do some dark moves. So I might just expect that from Ferdi. But in generally, retaliation, they didn't get the winner chicken dinner. But I still feel like that was a very good game for them. 16 points for themselves. This could be a start of a potential comeback.
Yes, 30 seconds to play with, and there we go. Finally, he will fall down with the blue zone going towards the next stage. Just too much damage, and hey, like you said, Retaliation X, they might not have found the chicken dinner, but it's still a great game for them, and really utilizing that unique strategy that we almost only see in Sanhok ever, that healing battle to get them those extra placement points.
And it started with maybe 4 to 5 months ago with the people going for those Sanhok
Yeah,
and like heat
right.
battle Sanhok, where they realized they are not able to catch up onto the circle, they cannot do much. But on this side, Equinox, they have outdone themselves. They came into those last circle with only 1 elimination, and then they started taking those fights, and they have absolutely done a wonderful job. Each one of those players, and look at that, even team eliminations right now, it's equally divided among all those players. All at the same time, Kage and Kesek 7 AK has like done more damage, but I feel like each of these individual player had a wonderful performance. That is why we see a chicken dinner coming from their side. But okay, Ligro had taken also like received like 339 damage, so he was like on the bad side of this these fights.
Yeah, it does seem like it, right? But hey, at this point, I think what is absolutely crucial is that we're seeing a resurgence of many a team towards the bottom half, and I'm really interested to see how B Sports' performance with the eliminations they were able to get influences that bottom half, how MacPin's relatively later elimination does maybe influence it as well, and of course Retaliation X getting those crucial points. Can they really pull back, because their first 3 days were quite poor, RZ. It was below average from them, but today it seems like somehow they're rising back up. But is it too little too late, or can they do it in the nick of time?
I feel like it's still not too late. We still got 3 games left, and when we talk about jumping from 15th or 14th position to top 11, it's not difficult at all, because where we were starting the day, where were teams like 100, 103, 108, 110, 112 points, and one game can make them jump from 15th to 11th or 10th position. So it's not game over for anybody right now. Anybody can take it up to like can qualify. Difficult for Retaliation next, but they have started their journey. But we have had to like head to head for like Kasek 7 and Akhazai. We have got 3 eliminations for both of them. The damage dealt is obviously towards the Equinox side. The damage is 0 towards the Akhazai side, but 3 knockout on the side of Equinox, and 25 minutes survival time, as obviously they got the chicken dinner. They were the last team to survive, so obviously they got more and more survival time. But looking at the match summary, is going to be right in front of us. We got highest elimination, highest damage, and highest assist as well on the side of team Equinox. Kasek 7K, he was absolutely wonderful, but we have RX Ferdi with the highest healing done as well, obviously because he was outside the circle. He was pulling off those first aid kits and going for that heal battle. But seeing MacPen coming in with the highest knockout, Pelzang, he made sure that his team got into the top 3 at least.
Yeah, exactly, right. And so for MacPen, again, it's all about battle of attrition against their respective opponents in the bottom half. It's all about how they're able to consistently get those points on the board, because they did start this day off in a beautiful fashion. So now they just got to keep trying their very best to get either elimination points or a good enough placement in every single map, and they're sure to secure their spot in the top 11 doing just that. But I think it is quite clear who our most valuable player will be. It is Zhang once again. Beautifully played, 3 eliminations and 117 meters for the longest elimination. It's of course that survival time that really matters.
And the way his team was playing, I felt like they were doing great in generally, but the INES starting to push into the circle and taking them out with 1 or 2 nades, that was quite unfortunate. Obviously, when all of your players are trying to hold one compound, utility is your biggest enemy, and this is exactly what happened with MacMan. But Palzang, he was surviving till the last part of the game. He was making sure that he get his teams the placement points that they deserve, and we can see that in form of survival time. He did deal a fair amount of damage as well, got his hand on some wonderful eliminations, and I feel like he has done his team a great job. We have top players in right in front of us. We don't see Pelzak at number 1, we see Kesek 7k at number 1 with 3 eliminations, 745 damage. At number 2 we have Faisal with 3 eliminations, then we have Pelzang with 3 eliminations, then we have Akazaya 3 eliminations, and then we have Tristat with 3 eliminations. So it was like it's just 3 all over again. By the way, this was third map, guys, so I was just adding more spice to the conversation.
Yeah, exactly right. Faisal though with Inertia really bouncing back, and it's lovely to see a map once again where it's not just SITM dominating all the way, but let's look at the highlights where it started off in a beautiful fashion. ESports completely instantly getting rid of ISSL, who by the way RC are now in a very tough spot. A team that had a brilliant day 3 have just not been able to find their spot in day 4, and it looks like they might end up just barely missing out on the top 11 if they're not able to rally back here. But Eltas playing beautifully, he was able to deal a chunk of damage to Stronger, which then eventually SITM did finish them off. NB Esports did finish them off, and it did feel like at that point Stronger couldn't do much. But I think at this point Stronger don't really care, right? They're okay with losing out maps like this because they're in a very comfortable spot in the top 5 of the standings.
Obviously, they are just looking to qualify. They have obviously qualified. Yesterday was absolutely wonderful for them. They got 3 chicken dinners and they got themselves into top 3 or top 2 right now. And they don't really care about much right now. The teams that care about much is obviously Team B Esports, Team INA, INES, 7AKS, MacPan. They are looking to qualify. At the same time, Team Astra Esports, they have to up their game up a bit as well. But we had a wonderful Sanhok, and looking at the damage graph, I feel like we'll definitely have Equinox Twist at the number 1. They got 22 damage. But look at Team SITM. Got eliminated right at the mid part of the game. They went up against B, then they went against a 7AKS as well, and they got second most damage within this game, which is something that is very I would say different, because they are aggressive, and if aggression works out for them, they will have a chicken dinner with 15 to 20 eliminations in generally. And we see them, they're in every game they are relying on their gun power to get more and more map control, to get more and more elimination, and it works out for them. Most of the time it doesn't work out for them, just like in this game, but I'm quite sure they're happy with this outcome as well.
Oh, 100%. I think at the end of the day, SITM for them, it's all about making sure that if they're going out on their own terms, and they did exactly that. They took the fights where they wanted to, and they dealt a chunk of damage. But it's Equinox, of course, our team with the chicken dinner and our most damage in the game, very well spread out, because this Northern Circle really forced teams to not play on those early engagements like we usually see on Sanhok, and rather play for the 5-10 minute mark in this particular map. Once they settled in to the first circle, then we saw those fights coming out for those crucial compounds, and that's where it all kicked off with teams exchanging repeated blows. But Retaliation X, man, 16 points on boards, that's going to be huge.
Obviously, and let's see, I want to see how much of a push they got after this game. But MacMan, they also had a wonderful game, 13 point. Astra Esports, as I was talking about 2A, they need to up their game a bit. They had the average game. NB Esports was at number 5, then we have RGC, SITM, CMF. So I feel like it was an average game for a lot of team, but we have this wonderful overall ranking in front of us, and I feel like we are more curious about overall ranking instead of match ranking. So we have it in front of us. Team Retaliation finally lost their 16th position. They have managed to jump at number 15, but looking from 15 to 11th position, that's like a 26 points difference. 2 games can easily cover that. But the competition still exists from 12th, 11th, and 10th, with MacMan at 135, RGC at 136 points, B Sports at 137 points. So these 3 teams are like fighting it out as well, unless any team from number 14, 15, 16 comes up and takes like back to back to have 2 wonderful game and qualify for the finals. So anything can happen, but things are getting very, very heated up.
Yeah, exactly. And look, those things being heated up really sets us up for a beautiful day today, because heading into our final set of maps, heading into the last 3 ones, we're going to rinse and repeat. Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok once again, as these teams get one last chance.
Obviously, I feel like we're gonna see last of Erangel, last of Miramar, last of Sanhok, last 3 maps, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna get very interesting. Last chance for these teams to come back, especially for SSL Noble Alliance. They're not in a great spot for retaliation as well. If they want to qualify, obviously they got a good start, but it's just a start. It's a long journey till the final. 3 games, and they have to perform out in 2 of them. So I feel like that is a wonderful. But Nikhil, it has been a wonderful to cast with you, and first time casting with you, and I have no complaints. All the gratitude and love for you, brother. So I hope to see you really soon. So yeah, we got CA with us for the last game, and we're gonna have another caster for you in the next game. I thought it would be a surprise, but ladies and gentlemen, I feel like you guys already know him very well. He has been my co-caster in the last couple of games, and yesterday and the day before that as well. It's gonna be CA, and he would be like, he got a bit of break, so he could like get his throat all warmed up for the next games coming in, because it's gonna get really, really interesting for the games going to come up. The things gonna get heated up. We had like asked like tens of questions, like which team gonna qualify, which team won't be qualifying. So we will be having all those questions answered. And Chase, first of all, how are you? How was the break? Thirdly, did you enjoy the match?
The break was better when I was just watching the match and taking a back seat and letting the 2 of you do the hard work, because my gosh, that nade which eliminated 3 of those players, what in the world was happening? And we have Retaliation X with a Hail Mary situation maybe over the next 3 games. They finally have come to the 15th position. I know it's 1 up, but it is a big deal, because they have just been constantly trying to edge up, and they've not been able to. And of course, we had that marathon of heals towards the very end, coming in a 2nd position. Kudos to them. And yes, we are now going to go back into Erangel, and we are seeing right now MacPen winning the first one. We had NB Esports winning the 2nd, Equinox the 3rd, when the table is wide open as to who could take the next winner chicken dinner. It is exciting. I'm so glad I managed to take that little break there and, take it easy like a little bit. How are you? How's your throat doing?
I feel like obviously a bit of I'm a bit under the weather right at the start of the day, so I'm not exactly feeling very much great, but the energy generally within this tournament is giving me all the medicine that I need to keep it going, obviously. But at the same time, retaliation jumping from position 16 to 15th is a huge deal. It not be like at the same time like SITM having like such a humongous amount of lead. Obviously that is great, but retaliation, they managed to do that for the first time in the tournament, like left that 16th position, now they're in 15th position. Can they keep it going? They had a wonderful game. Obviously they have shown themselves that obviously we can do it if we put our heads into it, if we let's coordinate, if we have chemistry on point, we can just qualify into the finals. And even if they do, it's gonna be very, very interesting, and I am glad I could be a part of it.
Yeah, and if you are also just tuning in, this is the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022. We are halfway through the games. We've only had 3 matches. We have 3 more left, and it is the final day of the semi-final rounds, and the top 11 will be making it to the next round, which is of course the finals, and that will be joining them, in fact, would be 5 other teams from, in fact, another circuit, and this is the PMPL South Asia Fall 2022, which have already decided on who those top five are going to be. So they're going to be joining them. So it's going to be a mixed bag coming up. So we already know who number one is, and they've been still outperforming themselves. But what's important right now is the bottom. Who is going to qualify and take those 10, 11, maybe the ninth position? Because it is still a possibility, even for the person who is at the very bottom, who's at number 16 right now. If they get one good game in, it could seal the deal in them qualifying. So there is a lot at stake here, and we are just getting started. Yes, it's the fourth day. You would think that there would be a bit of player fatigue. There would be overall fatigue when it comes to the fact of, feeling as though it is the same thing happening, but it's not. It's different things happening, Hail Marys happening, clutch instances, and moments in which we don't know whether to cry or laugh. And that is what this tournament has been about. It's been a roller coaster, and there's so many more days left of the PMNC.
Obviously, we got like the last day of PMNC, then we're going to go into the finals. 5 teams coming from PMPL South Asia to 2022, and after that, the thing that is very interesting, we got like humongous prize pool, like $30,000 prize pool is being equally divided to those 16 teams. That's a wonderful thing. But at the same time, top 5 teams for PMNC, they will be going into the PMPL as well. And look at that, we have like the prize pool in front of us. Number 1 like get $10,000, number 2 get like $5,000, number 3 get like $3,500, and number 4 and 5 get like $1,750, number 6, 7 got like $1,250. You can buy an iPhone with that if you want to. Number 8 got $1,000, number 9 got $9,000 as well. Then we have like from 10th to 16th position, we have $500 for everyone. So if you qualify into the finals of PMNC 2022, obviously South Asia wildcard, you are getting something out of it. You could have a great party, maybe you can like travel as well. And if you win, going into the obviously finals, if you get like maybe get yourself into top 5, you obviously qualified to the PMPL. But other than that, you got some huge chunk of the prize pool. So as every step that you take, the prize pool increases substantially.
Yes, and the journeys don't end there after the finals, because this is the first step for this region to go on to the bigger international global stage. We are in an international event, but from there, we're going to go bigger. And it is an opportunity for many who have been in this region, who've been looking for that opportunity to play in the big leagues. And that opportunity is being set. So this is the path for them to take. And if you yourself are an aspiring PUBG mobile player, maybe this is a chance for you to get that inspiration that you've been wanting to. And, make those plays, put in the time that you wanted to join a team, make a team, because there are open qualifiers. So it's not restricted. And this is the top 16 that have come from it, from open qualifiers of 256. And then we've trickled down to this position that we are in today. But it is a lot of work, and kudos to all of these teams for putting up such an entertaining show. And Erangel is next, and we all know what Erangel is like. The vehicles come into play much more, and what I felt was like Sanhok almost felt like it was an Erangel game, because the pace was like I couldn't keep up. Like, I just took a break for I missed the first 5 minutes. That was it. And I was like, oh, hey, you know what? I haven't really missed much. Okay, cool. And, if you had batted an eyelid, you would have missed an elimination. If you looked the wrong way, that was a squad wipe. And that is the pace that we are keeping to. So if anyone ever tells you that PUBG Mobile is boring, well, now you know. All you got to do is share this stream with them right now so they join in and tell us who you are supporting for, and at the same time, what your predictions are. And as I'm now going to be asking you, RZ, what are your predictions?
I feel like in generally going to the map of Erangel, I'm gonna go with the stronger esports. Yesterday as well, they were looking really good. Even today as well, they came really close. Unfortunately, they got beaten by the circle, sometimes by some other giants. But I'm gonna go with the stronger esports. Okay, I'm gonna make 2 predictions. Can I have that stage? Like, are you allowed for me to make 2 predictions?
Go for it. You know what? Go for it.
I feel like everybody should have a friend like JSD. The way he's so generous with everything, like, great, yeah, guys, like get a friend like Chase. If you know, like, if you haven't got a friend like Chase, make Chase your friend as well. Like send him friend like notifications on Instagram. The Instagram is right there. Send him like message as well. Hey guys, be my friend. But yeah, I'm gonna with a stronger esport. At the same time, I'm gonna go with ISL. No, sorry, with a retaliation. It's the start of the comeback, and I wanna support them. Maybe if things go their way, if they got great coordination, maybe good rotation as well, wonderful display of mechanical skills, I could see them qualifying. So let's see what happens.
All right, so there you have it. Those are his predictions. And to be honest, Retaliation X has been, I've been having a soft spot for them because they have been the underdogs, and they are proving that underdog, journey which we normally see even in any movie. So maybe it could be their blockbuster moment. I too would like to put my money on Retaliation X making a comeback, and that would be, of course, ousting someone else. But also at the same time, I would also like to take two as well. And give it up for 7AKS, who haven't really fired up yet, but maybe they might be able to get back in. If we've seen, and what we feel is that it might be the pressure of the event in itself, being in the spotlight and going against some of these competitors, that they might not really still have that focus. But it's now or never. So I'll give 7KS and Retaliation X this game, as we're now going to be dropping into our fourth game rather of today.
Obviously, at the same time, Chase, I feel like we are done with half the day. 3 more games and we will have our top 11. It's going to be very interesting. We have been fighting out for the last 4 days. It has been a long journey. We started from 256, we're now down to 16, and we want to pick 11 going into the final as well. So I feel like we had like 10 to 12 filters just to get these teams. So after today, we'll have that answer. Which 11 teams we'll see playing in the finals, which 11 teams will be getting a chunk of prize pool, and out of those 11 or maybe 16 teams, which 5 will be going to the PMPA. And we are getting very close to the answer, but the map of Erangel is going to be going live soon right in front of us, and we have the plane path going from east side towards the west side. I feel like it's going from the Georgia Pool area towards the Miltash prison areas, and I feel like it's like favoring towards the north side of the map, that's like shooting the Stalberg Kameshki. The southern part of the map, which includes like Military Island, Novre Pinoy, that might be a bit inaccessible, but if you can glide to it, I feel like you can reach those places.
Well, it looks like you know this map very well. How come you're not in here and you're here with me casting? It is the semifinals, day 4, match 22. Erangel is what you are witnessing. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022, and we've already seen the teams jumping off the plane. Hopefully, we'll continue to see them playing as a team and not have anyone kind of like wandering off. We kind of saw that in the second match today. I think they kind of like got their bearings and learned from those little mistakes of being picked off early and being eliminated, and playing a more close quarter game with their teammates in Sanhok. And just about everyone has just made their exits, and it is a very good plane trajectory that we've had, because it's allowed for, even though most of it is in the main island. Oh, okay. There we go. That is a very interesting circle that we're going to be working with here. I think Inertia might be trying to make a push for military airbase, maybe where they're trying to go. And we see the likes of VG, who are in the north of the map, so they have a fair bit of work to do in making their way in. And I think the biggest hurdle would be for B Esports, because that is quite the journey, and there is stronger esports just in front of them, who might be looking at those gatekeeping moments in trying to get some early eliminations in, just as we're kicking this round off.
Obviously, I feel like for, as you pointed out, for VG, the way they want to rotate from the north side is going to be very difficult. There's a lot of there's not a lot of points of entry into the circle, as it's being covered left and right by a lot of teams, like team SITM towards the Yastia Poliana. We got, I think, team Astra Esports right next to them, or team Bad Intention. I don't know exactly which team it is, but yeah, this is going to be a difficult spot to enter into the circle as well. There's only very slight area that I could see is being empty. Why, if you want to try to enter the circle, at the same time you can use water, but I feel like very few times we have seen any team use water to enter into the circle. And obviously it's going to be the Bad Intention right next to team SITM, and they have to be careful because team SITM is like one of the best out there, and as for SITM as well, they have to be careful because the Bad Intention is not somebody to be reckoned with. And while I mentioned Bad Intention, Math, he has been absolutely crazy throughout these semi-finals. He's not the number one of the top performers. He got some great elimination, 40 to 50 points is like he's responsible for it. But one player gets spotted, that's gonna be Math himself. Takes a bit of damage from Desert, but nothing gets nothing concerning for him, as he's on the other side of the wall. He'll probably pull off those first aid kits and gonna understand there exactly where that shots are coming from. And I feel like he got some information in terms of hey, where exactly is the player. Siam and Raven, they're on the backside. Exactly, I was thinking somebody might just pull some of the Italian shot, but Matt, he tried to get out in the open, takes a lot of the risk, and he gets punished for it. Obviously, you're not going up against some kind of team. It's the best of the best, and Desert is not somebody to be easily messed with right now, and he punishes him after obviously he gets out of those covers. But Jiro coming in from the right side, this is Bad Intention coming up against team SITM, and if at the same time Kavans might be able to revive team Math at the same time. Jiro trying to spot any player as he can, spots one. There's a lot of damage, one more shot, it might get connected, and yes, it gets connected. Two players down, and at the same time one other player from SITM coming in. Mehdi gets spotted, save, and only Siam gets left, and this is SITM game all again.
Matt has been eliminated. That is being the top eliminator in this tournament with zero eliminations this round. And he was taking on Desert, who is also within the top 5 performers. If not mistaken, he's taken this number 2 seat there. And what you saw there was Matt tried, I think, to do a wide peak, and in that position which Desert was in that vantage point, that wide peak was something which he, I think, was ready for, because he was expecting that to happen. It almost sounds like an FPS game moment there, but that 1v1 confrontation between the two of them was very exciting. SITM, in fact, eliminating BITX. Bad Intentions are out of this match 22, as they are the first to be eliminated. Very unfortunate. It was maybe a bit of overzealous. They maybe should have maybe waited out a little bit. Maybe Matthew was a bit too wanted to get that first. He has that itch. There's a reason why he's the top performer, and could have maybe just held on to that just a little bit longer until his mates were ready to provide him that cover, because it felt like they had to kind of scamper to his aid, and that kind of made the whole plot fall apart altogether.
But looking at the circle chase, I feel like getting yourselves to the farm area is not going to be difficult, but the center, making sure towards the shelter prison area, that's a whole lot of cluster that we see, and it's going to be very difficult if the circle moves to the Milta power. We have already seen a lot of those areas being populated by the teams coming in. RX also making a move. That's a great move from Retaliation X. I feel like they might have not done that a bit before, but they want to get themselves ahead of the game a bit earlier, trying to find themselves a really good position. They have to be careful. At the same time, OPX is right next to them towards the north of prison area, so could be a bit of clash coming up from both sides, and they are looking to, I think, move towards the Lipovka or Milta power. But in generally, this is not an easy, shouldn't be an easy game for both of those players. At the same time, team SITM, after wiping out team Bad Intention from Yasnia, they got themselves towards the north of the circle almost. VG, they are rotating towards the circle, and there's a very slight chance they might just get themselves up against SITM, and they are SITM in a comfortable position. They're already in those compounds, so I would strongly suggest that VG avoid that main area network, and this is exactly what they're going to do. Is going to avoid that highway, probably going to try to enter the circle from the left side of Yasnia Poliana and try to avoid any kind of fight as they can. Team Astra Esports are right behind them. They're also using that road, or they're also using that path to enter into the circle. Team Macpan, they have the edge of the circle, good position, position, they can move to the center as well without any kind of clash.
Yeah, and with that, if just kept an eye on ISSL Noob Alliance, I feel like they might be moving a bit too much on the map there. They're trying to go to Milta Power from what it looks like. And close to them are Retaliation X and not that far away 7KS. And to make things worse, NB Esports, if they hear the shots coming off, they might come in for that third party. So that area, it looks like it's a tinderbox. We just need a spark, and it may well just blow up. And that might be where everything may start to like pick up. And right now we see Inertia Esports here, just holding this area, seeing what looks like CMF moving in, trying to get those shots in. Managed to knock. That was Evil Eye there with some lovely shots in, but it is an easy recovery moment for the teammates there of a CMF. But it looks like Sharp is trying to make a push in and trying to provide that backup. And here comes one nade being tossed, and here comes the second one. Maybe they might be able to get another knock in, or maybe even an elimination there. And you can see how Evil Eye is keeping. Oh, and it looks like Naruto has been knocked just there. And also at the same time, Evil Eye. Oh, I think Sharp kind of overcooked that one and hurt himself in the process. Instead of disengaging that nade, he's still committed to it. Probably lost down in 5 seconds. Oh, that is another elimination there. It is Faisal being taken down. And now we've got a game on our hands. As Inertia is in a spot of bother by losing their first member, especially they are the ones who actually started this skirmish here. Now, can they capitalize? There is Dictator who is by himself, but has not peaked. I don't think they know that he's there, and I think he's going to continue to wait until they decide to do a rush into the building, in which maybe... Oh, no, he actually has not given away his position. Alpha has been knocked, but taking out that vehicle. Oh, actually, it's going to... and it goes off. However, no damage from that. Evil Eye with another elimination.
Obviously, Evil Eye, he's got a great angle towards the CMF. They could be looking at them from the left angle. Alpha going ahead, trying to go for those jump shots. It's going to be very difficult as the size of the wall is absolutely too much. Sharp using that smoke on the right side. He doesn't want to doesn't want to allow any player coming from that angle. Nades gets connected. CMF has been able to revive all of their players at the same time. Sharp, he's bleeding out. If I think one of the players is very low on HP, but one more nade comes from Naruto and makes quick work of Sharp, and that's TMF a bit of advantage as well. Alpha count out in a very risky situation, and a nade being cooked from the side of Team CMF. Alpha has to go the other angle if it gets connected, but okay, unfortunately Naruto's nade damages Naruto as well, and one of those players tries to come in, but Alpha exactly cannot go and try to go for those kills because there's a wonderful cover being provided by Dictator from the right side. Tries to go in as well. Spots Naruto, takes him down, but while trying to go into the cover, he has taken the second player down. But fortunately for CMF, the one more player like coming from behind spots him, takes him down. Although Naruto and Falsal is still bleeding, something needs to be done about that. Probably Death Team is gonna be coming in. Dictator still trying to provide some kind of support and cover fire. But Evil Eye with that buggy, are you going to just get out? Are you trying to going in for those knocks? What exactly is your plan? But I feel like he's just gonna go and get away from all of this risky situation.
Yeah, it does. It did feel like Evil Eye was retreating just before we jumped into looking at CMF there. He was proning and moving back, and he was trying to go for that retreat. Unfortunate there because they had that opportunity of getting the better of CMF, but it kind of all fell apart. I felt like they were all three of them were trying to enter from the same side, and they did not realize that there was some beautiful shots in by Razor there and also gone from VG has also been knocked as we are now witnessing ISSL, and this is Lucifer trying to get that elimination confirmation, and not that far away is MacPen. Now, uh, what is a big question is why is Syntax all by himself all over again? It looks like we're having a few strangler situations all over again, with history kind of repeating itself. And I do not see his teammates anywhere near him. I feel like he's like, you know what, you guys, I'm gonna do my thing and I'm just gonna go at it. And that was probably ill-advised if that was what Cynix was planning on doing, because we don't see his team members coming to his aid. And it's kind of come
I
to
feel
that,
like that's
they
gonna
don't
be a
want to
very
take that risk.
risky situation, obviously, because anybody that tries to revive their player in this one might just get eliminated as well. To and 7 AK is the distance between almost a lot as well, so they're just gonna hold those two players and probably gonna go for that survivability. But 7 7 AKS. They've just not lost Snicks in this game. They've also lost Mehraj, and they've only got two players left behind. Not a great spot into the circle as they're trying to rotate in, but it's going to be very difficult. On the other side, looking at the circle, what a difficult circle it's going to be. It's towards the side of Lipovka and Milta Power. It also is going to exclude the Milta Power out, but it has more of the water area than the play area. I feel like it's like 50-50 maybe. So a lot of the teams might be jumping into the water in this game, and we will see a lot of the fishes in the pond and some of those coming up with that net. At the same time, QB got himself a great sniper SITM, trying to loot, like trying to move into the circle is going to be difficult as there's team Astra is right next to them, and they have to make sure that they don't get themselves into a very risky situation. At the same time, they're in a good spot, so let's see what exactly are they going to do, because for now they are in the circle and they're in the fourth circle. They might be just pushed out of the fifth circle. Are they going to make an early move? At the same time, the desert spot Domi down, deals a little bit of damage, deals a lot of shots, but nothing gets connected too much. Seri gets spotted as well, and for the side of Srill, I feel like a lot of shots get connected. Desert has to back down and maybe just reunite with his team. At the same time, Team Stronger Esports, they're also doing a pass by and trying to spot out a good place within the circle, and that they're moving towards the Lipovka side, where 7 AKS, Team B Esport, and OPX is already residing, so it's not going to be easy to find some kind of compounds for yourself, but I feel like they have done so.
Yeah, and right now we just saw another knock taking place there. That was a team classic with one of their players being knocked right now, and it feels like it is a cut your losses. Let's continue on. Is what we've seen with some of these teams. As I think everyone right now just want to get eliminated. At least have one person standing who can maybe play for those positions, because it does factor in, especially if you are in the bottom seed. And for teams such as ISL, to Retaliation X, to even MacPen and 7AKS, this matters a lot. And not forgetting the fact that teams like OPEX, who are kind of like in those areas of being hopefully being able to qualify, they still have to. If you're in the qualifying bracket and you're in those 10 to 9, you have to still perform a bit, because someone else can overtake you from behind. So you can't take the gas off, the throttle off the gas. And here we have stronger esports. Stronger esports. Now we haven't seen a lot of stronger on screen. They have been getting a fair degree of eliminations, but they haven't had the OMG moments. None of those moments have been seen as of yet from them. And right now this is OPEX, which we were just talking about, again in a position that they can. Oh, there's been a nade by ISSL Equinox. This who they're taking on right now, a very strong team which we saw with Sanhok, and they actually came up on top in the previous game. Now this map itself, you were saying that it looks like a typical one, but if you really look at this, it only has, especially for ISSL, a MacPen, and for Equinox, they have to make the rotation from the left if they want to avoid the water, unless of course they want to swim. And in that process, you see RX, Retaliation X, kind of setting themselves up in that area to maybe be able to get a elimination or two in, closer to prison. Now, is this maybe the plan which they have in mind? We would know soon, because I think our RX Flex right now is injured, and there's no one around him to revive. So they might be down a player. Oh, and Evil Eye, it looks like there is an elimination with Inertia Esports having been eliminated there, as that's the second team actually third team with joining the likes of Bad Intentions and Team Classic 922.
Obviously, I feel like it's going to be getting a whole lot of messy out there. And as you mentioned, the rotation coming from the south side of the map, Team MacPen, Team Equinox as well, and RX holding that area. I feel like this could be a potentially a good game for RX, but they have to be really careful on how they are using those covers, as well as they're going up against one of those two teams. I feel like it's not going very well for them, as they lost one of their players. At the same time, Equinox has lost multiple of their players. One of them is also knocked down. So things are looking very dire for them. Team SITM towards the northwest side of the map. Team Astra Esports onto the bottom side. Royal Esports on the side. Team from player from NEX, and he's trying to make sure that he absolutely confirms that elimination. Has to be careful that the shots are coming from the right side. SITM are all up on them right now, and Giro coming in from that angle. Smokes are being used. First aid kit being pulled off, but you are just holding that angle. One player just doing a drive by from the side of SITM, and he's just like, oh, I'm just like, ignore me right now while I get more information on to you. But Riley, he's gone onto the bit of a bad side or back side. I feel like going a bit of use smoke as well, but shots coming from his side that takes Desert down. But at the same time, SITM coming from the top angle has spotted him as well, dealt a lot of damage. Something need to be done. Dobu coming in, and okay, QB gets knocked down as well, and he will be made quick work when Dobu comes in. Will he be able to revive that player or not? And I feel like one nade from coming from Dobu takes two of those players down. Billy goes down as well. Giro coming ahead, and he feel like this could be his game, but unfortunately he was coming out with that nade, and Riley will make quick work on him. QB gets revived, but Giro and Desert is still down 2A. It's not making it so much easy for team SITM right now. Nades are coming in from left and right. QB takes a lot of damage, so he'll also takes a lot of damage, but no knock has been still confirmed on the other side. 2A might just use his time to revive their player. Desert goes down, and at the same time Giro might go down as well. Dobu takes a lot of damage from the nade, so he'll coming from that behind that buggy. Smokes are being used, gets spotted as well, and that's just one player from the side of team SITM. They have everything in their hand, but one by one everything started to fall on for team SITM. QB is the only one left. 2A has lost Tommy, but I feel like they will be very happy with this outcome. Or QB gets spotted as well. I feel like Srill tried to deal any kind of damage with his SMG, but the distance is too much and he needs to switch up his gun a bit.
Yeah, like at that moment, it seemed almost like that SITM managed to kind of outmaneuver Astra Esports in that confrontation. But kudos to Astra Esports right there. Oh no! What a shot there! And it is a squad being eliminated, none other than SITM. They are out. And this is very early. They're not even in the top 10 this time around. And it only happens in these sort of tournaments that you see some amazing players. In that time, it was Astra Esports there. Billy going in to maybe get that quick revive. And they managed to make that elimination. How about that? And they only lost one person through all of it. And just, ooh, it looks like Fishpoint just got hit by a vehicle. Oof. That's never fun, you know. Like when you see that animation itself, it hurts. It hurts getting hit by one. Not that I have personally, but you know.
Obviously, I feel like by 2A Team Astra Esports, they're trying to push into the circle. One of the most impossible jobs right now as a team VG. They are covering that angle right now, especially Gon is within the circle. He has a good angle as well. Team Astra Esports taking a lot of damage, and Warzone using that nade to take out Billy. Still, and Riley is the only one left. Damage coming in from that buggy as well, and is going to make sure that he gets those knocks. But unfortunately for Warzone, he goes down. But not for long. I feel like a lot of teams coming in from that side just taking Team Astra Esports out, and they will be getting like eliminated from the game. One player down from the VG. I feel like he will be revived really quickly. Astra Esports with 6 eliminated number 11 near Mansion. Team ISL left with only 2 players. They're coming from the west side. They're using some kind of utility, but Team CMF, they are right in front of them. At the same time, good luck for them. Good news for them that the CMF is a bit dispersed and they're taking multiple fights at the same time. But VG, as they have won one fight against Team 2A, they have just taken another fight against Team Stronger Esports. One of player goes down, Fahad, and their Team VG is still trying to make sure that they get most map control toward the northwest side. Razor tried to get a bit aggressive. What one sniper shot from VG across takes him down, and now Team ISSL is also in a bit of distress, and Razor goes down to the vehicle blast, and the circle has also taken a shift. A lot of things are happening across the map. Team B is put 7AK taking it out. Team Equinox was in Macman fighting, and RX is also third party. OPX is also there. CMF and Team ISSL battling it out, and VG going up against Team Stronger Esports. 5 fights happening at the same time, and Team VG trying to push into the circle has taken a bit of damage, but okay, he's also like run his car over the Molotov. Apparently that also deals a lot of damage, but Sino is also very low on HP. Firth is also very low on HP. One more NATO shot and Team Stronger Esports might just get eliminated. But as for Team VG, Gon is bleeding, Warzone is eliminated. Ikas is also very low on HP. Damage is the only one with a bit of HP and hopeful, but in the meantime, I feel like Ikas also pulls off that first aid kit.
You okay there, mate? Because it just seemed like it was just going on, and it almost felt like as if it was going to come to the very end right there. It is one after the other which we're seeing, and oh no, that looks like it is an elimination there for ISSL. And it looks like Equinox.
Oh.
Cheeky, that's the first time we're seeing one of those. He has been hiding under the water and getting that quick elimination in there. Stronger Esports also seems like they're in a bit of a trouble with Rive trying to get those shots in. We still have, of course, 6 teams left. MacPen is still there. B Esports still there, and MacPen, he's in the lower bracket, so they have a chance of maybe making it up in this. And along with them is CMF, who's performing with about 8 eliminations. They are setting up a pace for themselves. Maybe after this they might actually be in the top 11. MacPen Illusio, actually, just as we were mentioning, just got knocked out through the zone and has been taken out by Ligro. And it's also something which I really wanted to talk about is we're seeing on the bottom of the views of the players, and it is the mobile phone. This is what mobile gaming is about. It is that ability to bring so much of great talent out. You know, it is where all you need is even a mid-range phone to be able to play a game such as this, and for you to enjoy and have this sort of crazy action yourself, and maybe even become a esports player. And I just wanted to just be like, hey, look, you know, these are guys who are just like seated on like their living room, their couch. But look at how these guys are playing, and now we're down to the last 2 teams. RZ, it's the last 2 teams.
And it is Team B Esports with a bit of advantage as well in terms of map control. Yeah, they got themselves a greater part of the cycle. There are 4 players alive. VG, as they have done a wonderful job in surviving and making it to the top 2. Then a bit of a distance will be Ryuk spot going down, deals a bit of damage. But cycle has taken a shift away and it has moved towards the side of VG. Exactly the kind of news that VG were looking for. But Ryuk is using last piece of utility to move ahead into the cycle. Needs to be careful, and they should have waited for that smoke to exactly pop up. But fortunately for him, he has been able to manage to go into the cover. Blah 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 coming from the right side. The advantage that B has right now is they're taking this fight from the multiple angles. Blah from the right, Solus from the left, and the Rook from the center as well. Utility being thrown on their way. VG has been pinned down to the far edge of the circle, and Team B slowly and steadily pushing in. One more this nades can connect, and VG will be taking a lot of damage, but somehow VG is still surviving. Blah blah takes a bit of damage, nothing concerning for him. Gon is just lying down within those field. Damage standing up, trying to spot out anyone as he can. What about the rest? Third player of the VG, I feel like towards the right side, trying to spot Ryuk as well. Solus coming in, trying to do a drive, but there's a lot of damage. But exactly what are you doing? And blah blah also coming in. They want to take this fight as soon as possible. VG Aircast is coming from the right side. Has spotted Ryuk, so I feel like that's a 1v1. But Ryuk, that's like last nade. Okay, but he might not need to use that. Dexter A coming with that nade takes him down, and Ryuk will finish that off. 2v4, and I feel like this is just B games all over again. Trying to go for the drop shot, but no. Dexter just takes him down. Spots the last player as well. Gon takes a lot of damage. One more shot, and he will be finished. And that is exactly what's going to happen. Winner, chicken dinner for Team B Esports finally.
What a... It didn't even come down to the last few circles. Are you okay? Are you okay? Because I'm not okay. I do not even know what happened there. I just lost track. I knew there was 10, and then there was 2. Like, what?
Oh god, this is what PUBG is about. At one place you got like, okay, 8 teams alive with 32 players playing, or maybe 24, and they're like, okay, you blink an eye, as you were talking about before the game, you like, hello, 2 teams alive. What just happened, guys? Where I was like for like the last 10 seconds, what happened? Like, does time move slowly for me or fastly for you?
I know. And kudos to B Esports there, as they have come up on top with the winner chicken dinner. And also, kudos to even to like CMF or IPG. We'll get into those stats just in a short while. But here we have a look at B Esports with, we have Ripe with the 3 eliminations, Extra with 3 himself, blah blah blah, with just 1, and Solus also with 1. It's quite surprising that blah 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 only got 1 this time around, because he does have a knack of getting a few more kills apart from that. So relatively smaller bank account this time around, but still overall amazing work by B Esports. And if you have a look at them with the head-to-head with the CMF IPG, 8 to 9 eliminations, damage wise about a 413 difference there, and 5 assists on favor of CMF as opposed to 4 by B Esports. Though overall it is not a very big difference between the head-to-head in the post-match of this being the 22nd match of the semi-final rounds of a PMNC.
Obviously, and I feel like that was a head-to-head. In generally, that had no difference here. But when we talk about the difference in player head-to-head, we don't have that picture for Yuke, but we have Dictator in front of us. 4 eliminations, 626 damage dealt, 186 damage received, 5 knockouts, and 22 minutes survival time. He has able to do a lot within less time, with 2 minutes less of a survival time. At the same time, B Ryuk is on the right side, 3 eliminations, dealt a bit of more damage. The damage received is less, but he has won those 2 categories. In the end, although it does matter how many eliminations you got for your team, how many times you have been surviving. So I feel like it has been an equal thing, because B got his team to survive a bit more. At the same time, CMF got his hand on 1 more elimination as well. So I feel like both of them are winning in this head-to-head as well. But we have match 70, post-match 22, and I feel like I see Dictator in 2 of them.
Yeah, and also, yeah, he has the highest number of knockouts and also the highest eliminations with 4. And then we had Reich with the highest amount of damage. And it's interesting how Gon tends to be in the stats in some way or the other. He's always making an appearance from VG. In this case, the most amount of heals and 2 assists. So it was a game that, as you can see, not that many assists have happened. The previous games you've seen somewhere even to which amounts of like maybe like 3 to 4. Look at that. The MVP Dictator with 310 meters longest elimination with 2 headshots, and of course the survival time itself is 22 minutes and 20 seconds, and a very impressive damage, keeping overall a bit on the average level of the damage compared as with other MVPs. But that long shot though, at 310, that's one of the longest shots that we've seen today.
Obviously, and I feel like that getting headshots connected at such a long distance, I feel like Dictator has got some great mechanical skills over the long distance as well. But we have top players with the Dictator obviously at number 1, then we have the Riley at number 2 with 4 eliminations as well, but less damage. He got 20 minutes survival time. Then we have B Ryuk with 3 eliminations, 784 damage, the most damage within this game for a single player, with 24 minutes and 28 seconds survival time. Then we have Ercast at number 4 with 3 eliminations, 594 damage, and 23 minutes 56 survival time. And lastly, we have SITM Desert at number 5 with 3 eliminations, 488 damage, and 17 minutes 21 seconds survival time. So I feel like no matter what we do, we see a bit of SITM, a bit of VG, and definitely somehow Math as well. So but unfortunately we couldn't see Math, because right at the start of the game in front of us, SITM absolutely dominated by taking whole of Bat Intention out of the game in Yasnya Polyana, and it started with Math going down at the hand of Desert.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. As like I said, Desert, you can never keep him out of the action. He is constantly around, and Matt is, even though he's our top fragger overall, we see more of a Desert. I think it's mostly because Matt is a bit more, how can I say, not as flamboyant in his in the ways that he gets these eliminations. And here we saw Equinox here. Now this was actually Ligro there with that cheeky kill, elimination rather, that he got in there. And here we are to see the 6 minute, six teams left, and right here is when everything, in a blink of an eye, it became two, and then we had the winner chicken dinner. That is how quickly things changed up for us. And with that, we're now going to be looking at the damage graph, and VG this time around, the highest amount with 2023 damage with 8 eliminations, but not that far away is CMF with some impressive work there with an additional elimination which they managed to get. SITM too, even though they were eliminated relatively early compared to their average time, which they tend to be in a map. Look at that amount of damage which they've inflicted, 1,556. And here we have our match standings.
Obviously, post match 22, we have B Esports at number 1. They got 8 elimination, 15 placement point, a total of 23 points. But VG, who got eliminated number 2, they're not really far behind at number 2 with 20 points. Then we have CMF with number 3 with 17 points. MacPen, they have been wonderful throughout the day. They got a chicken dinner at the game number 1. They got themselves in the top 4 in this match as well. And I could remember they were doing wonderfully in the last game as well, where they got themselves in the top 3. So back to back, wonderful performance coming from MacPen. Econox at number 5. Then we have Astra. One thing that I'm not happy to see is Retaliation at number 13 with only 1 point. They had a great position within the circle up, but unfortunately they weren't able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. You and I, we were both looking at them, and unfortunately they have come back to their 16th position with the Nelson being their points at 7k. S has also gotten demoted to the 15th point. Noob Alliance, I seem to also be having a bit of a trouble, but look at CMF. CMF have finally fired up, and they got a came in a very good position, and now they've been able to come up to the 13th position. And again, there's two matches left. There is an opportunity for them to be able to oust Inertia Esports, but now MacPen at 149 points in the 10th position. They weren't even in the top 11 when we started today, and now look at them. They seem to be getting a little comfortable, and that means that they might even be able to get to the 9th position. And right now we are looking at Astra Esports in the 8th here with 165 points, and Stronger Esports now joining SITM in the 200 points mark. But the way that SITM is going, they might actually hit even 300 by the end of today. And Victor Gaming in the 3rd position. Just behind them is Equinox, with just an elimination difference between them and Bad Intentions. So it looks like we're slowly but surely getting the solidification of our top 5. But again, the top 5 doesn't necessarily matter. It is our top 11. But who is still our top performer is who RC.
It's a very difficult thing to say. I'm absolutely surprised by the fact it's going to be Bit Math at number 1. I feel we are surprised, guys. But SITM Desert, after the performance of the last game, he got himself to number 2 with 48 eliminations and is right behind him. So Math, he needs to do something in those last 2 games, unless you want SITM taking that number 1 spot. But VG he got himself number 3. Then it's Giro at number 4 and Fist Boy at number 5.
The difference between Math and Desert survival time, 1 hour and 36 minutes in favor of Desert. I don't know how Math does it, but hey, you know what? That's what this is all about. And RZ, I think it is time for you to take a break, because you will be coming back real soon. And I think you need to save a little bit of your voice, because if I feel that if I keep you with me for the next game, you may not have a voice left by the end of this evening. And thank you so much for being with me here on this cast. It was a thoroughly eventful this game which we just witnessed, and I'll see you real soon, buddy.
Thank you. It was wonderful to cast with you, and I'm really hopeful to see you soon as well. And let's be hopeful that Retaliation takes that 15th position back from CMF or the other teams.
Yeah, we'll find out. And with that, we are now also going to be having someone who you've just met a short while ago. It is CA who's going to be joining me back again here as we are going to be going into Miramar in just a few moments. This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022, and there's a $30,000 prize pool game. And this is what this is all about. It is where the top prize is $10,000, and you can take out your calculator right now and do a quick conversion to your local currency, and you'll be like, "Whoa, that is a lot." Yes, it is. It is in fact team changing. It is a good opportunity for the next team to be able to get the sort of upgrades that they need, the sort of funding which they need to continue on and go into the next stage, which is into the global stage. So we are now back with Nikhil. Hey man. Hope that you enjoyed that, and I hope that you weren't blinking.
Man, exactly, right? In the blink of an eye, everything just changed in that map, and I hope that's what we get to see in terms of the standings in the last two games we have today. Because BE Esports picking up that chicken dinner is going to put them in a brilliant spot to try and secure that top 11 at the end of today. And with the way we've got the chicken dinners across the day, MacPen coming in with one, B with one, NB Esports with one, it really looks like I don't think you can be safe in that top 11 unless you're in the top 5 right now. You're not safe for that top 11 spot till our day ends.
Yeah, and you are right, because it is everyone who has been underperforming that is performing right now. And that shows how the game has changed completely today. And honestly, the previous game, we were just having just moved away from the game action. We were just talking about how it is, just looking at their video feeds of the players. They look all relaxed, a few intense faces, and then next thing you know, we're down to the last two teams, and we are in a 2v4. And that's how quickly this has changed. And we ourselves are, doing our very best to follow the action, get an understanding. We are looking at the map and trying to get a better understanding on what the plays are going to be. And then just everything it's honestly like King Kong and Godzilla are back on the PUBG maps.
Exactly. I feel you. I feel that, Chase. And I think for both of these teams, they're going to have to represent their inner monster, so to speak, to try and bring this exact form out. Because heading into Miramar, we've usually seen the smarter teams thrive, usually seen the teams who make the better decisions. Of course, that's why we even saw SITM come so close to that chicken dinner earlier today, and that's why it needs to be teams making those crucial decisions. Now, it's easier said than done, because since it's one of the last two maps, I'm sure a lot of pressure on every single one of these players, and their palms are sure to be getting sweaty, knees weak, arms heavy, and at this point they need to be careful to not lose themselves in the moment. They need to be careful about making sure that their comms just don't run away with it, and I think that's what we're going to see today. The team that is the most calm but also focused and able to use that nervous energy in a positive manner will come out in that top 11.
Yeah, and speaking of palms being sweaty, you've actually seen a few of the players having a little fan set up right in front of them so that they keep their fingers cool. Because by the end of each game, they would probably need to take a few wet wipes and wipe that screen, take off of the thumb sleeves. Yes, and that thumb sleeves, replace it with new ones. And just recalibrate and just be like, okay, maybe we might even need to change the position in which they're seated, depending on how much each person perspires. Because us just sitting here, my palms are just sweating, just trying to follow the action, because we are talking about one. That's the thing, right? With Battle Royale, we're talking about one area, but then there's so much of other things which is happening right around the map. And like I said, we're trying to keep track of all of it, and we're doing the best that we can. But sometimes it gets away even from us.
Yeah, exactly. We have to talk and keep track of it, but at least we can see everything. these players have to play and keep track of it, and they cannot see everything. So they have to make sure that their brain is rolling in every single moment, accounting for the information they've got, and also able to react in a snap to mistakes that the opposition makes, to vulnerabilities that your opposition shows, so they can pounce. And that's exactly what happened in the last map, where we had 10 teams left in the last moment. It all came down to teams reacting instantly to try and pick up the win, and B Esports were able to do that in a I was going to say fantabulous, but I also wanted to say phenomenal, so I'm going to say fantabulous. I'm not sure. I'm going to make a new word because that map blew my mind.
It did. I think it blew everyone's mind. So you know what? We're going to have a new word which we're going to add into next year's vocabulary because 2023 isn't that far away. So what was that word again? Funtabulous? Yeah, funtabulous. Yeah, we're going to go.
Or maybe phenomenal. That would work too.
Phenomenal. Yeah. I can see that being
with,
an easy roll on the mouth.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
the 21st
Miramar.
century Shakespeare's, guys. Let's go.
Let's do it. Predictions, man. You know, like we have seen, in fact, none other than a lot of the lower seed players who have been performing today. How many teams are you going to be rooting for? Let's not keep it in the singular. Let's keep it in the plural because hey, it's the final day of semis.
Yeah, definitely. I think two particular teams that haven't had the greatest of days that I want to see bounce back are 7AKS and ISSL Noob Alliance, because these are teams that we know have the history in terms of the performance, right? We've seen them do it before. It's just they need to find that rhythm today and make it happen. They need to somehow just get their groove, get into their mojo and pull it off, because it's do or die. It's literally now or never. We've got 2 more maps left.
Yeah, that is true. I haven't really backed ISSL Noob Alliance yet. That's also because I've always felt that they had that potential, as you meant, to be in the top 11. But that's the thing. It's one of those teams that have had some good opportunities but have missed out. I'm going to join you with ISSL Noob Alliance, and I have a feeling that Astra Esports might actually come up maybe on top. But you know what? I want to give MacPen another shot. I know they're already in, but I feel like they might actually do pretty well here in the semi-final. Day 4, match 23. It's Miramar in the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022.
Yeah, let's get it. Very standard circle, splitting the map in half like the PUBG Mobile gods decide to play Fruit Ninja instead. But we're starting off from El Pozo, heading towards Impala, and the team should nicely spread themselves apart. Still haven't seen any targeted changes in the drop patterns. I really want to see teams who are especially in the bottom half, right? Like Retaliation X, for example. Just go for that Hail Mary. It's a big gamble, but if you try and attack a team that is very close to you in the standings, then it can work out very well. If you're able to take them out, not only do you get 4 points and an early boost in confidence in the back, but you take out your immediate competition in the overall standings table.
Yeah, and they have that opportunity to do that right now as we're looking at this map, because Astra is not too far away. And with that also being said, kind of getting clustered into that same area is Victor Gaming and Inertia Esports as well. So we have those 4 teams who aren't really too far away even from the first circle. And maybe it might be that opportunity. And something I would maybe love to see is someone get whacked with the pan. I still haven't. But, you know, just like one, yeah, I haven't seen that yet, but at least in the ones which I've been casting.
We've seen we've seen that elimination through the punching, right? So we're close. We're very close to getting our pan, but maybe it'll happen this map.
Yeah, because you know it happens to us, right? Like before we even like get a weapon, it is first a fist fight, and we have CMF who have lost a player already by Classic. Yeah, Naruto has been eliminated, and that is being done courtesy of Team Classic there by Vanzi. And I feel like, where is Vanzi? I'm trying to locate him on the... Was it
I think both of these players were stragglers, like not dropping with their team, so... A 1v1 fight, very interestingly so. So I assume both of their teams going for the 1-3 splits in hope of securing some extra vehicles nice and early. And the gamble plays off for Classic. They get an elimination to boot. So Classic off to a great start here, but in return, CMF pay the price, and that's not the team that you want to see with the gamble not working out early, right? Because this is one of the teams in our bottom half.
Yeah, and he does seem though that he's pretty far away from his team, and as he has to link up, there is of course a team, rather the CMF who aren't overall that far away. If they want to actually, take this team on Team Classic, there is that opportunity. And if you just look at, even if you just look at Equinox, they are relatively close to CMF. Just around the circle area, not really pushing as of yet. I think kind of like making themselves a little comfortable, doing a little bit of looting there. Where you see some of those teams, they loot very quickly, but then afterwards they'll move around and then bunker down. I think I have a feeling that Equinox is maybe trying to like do a bit of bunkering down. Stronger Esports is in Impala right now, and seems like they are going to be in a very comfortable place there. And you had B, who was like right at the edge of the map on the southeast direction. Dexter, though, has, I think, done a little bit of recon. He may have gotten spotted by SITM. I hope he didn't get too close, because if he did, I don't think that he would still be a blip in the map. He would probably would disappear by now.
Yeah, and you can see the players of Classic and CMF now actually on the rotation, trying to regroup as well. So after that initial engagement, I think things are starting to settle down, but my eyes especially on, like you said, B now coming through. They should be able to pick up the southeastern mountain range. Might run into Stronger, and they've got SITM just on their left, so be in a bit of a hotspot right now, where either their mechanical talent comes out in display and they shut two of our strongest teams down, or they just get immediately pounced upon. It's something we'll have to see. Retaliation X, though, now getting out of El Pozo on the rotation, likely to be headed towards the long mountain range around Hacienda del Patron. But what I'm even more curious about is teams picking up water treatment nice and early, because it offers you a lot of room for rotations later on the map, or even the Junkyard mountain range, where especially with the way the circle is situated, I think that Junkyard mountain range could really come into play.
Yeah, and what's important about match 23, this is the fifth match for the day. If you are in the bottom seed, you want to be able to capitalize on this match as opposed to leaving all of that pressure for the final match. It is the same thing if we take a reference which the region knows better would be cricket, for instance. If it's a T20 game and you're chasing a target, you don't want to leave that big score for the last 6 balls. You want to do it in the 19th over, and so that you make it a bit easy for yourself. And that's important, especially for those who want to qualify, who want to be able to push themselves in to the top 11. This is the game which they need to kind of rev things up and go for broke, because if they leave it for 100%. the next game, it's that pressure is probably going to be too much, and you might actually get eliminated too early and not make your mark.
ISSL, a team that we were hoping would be able to put on a decent performance, now under a lot of pressure by another team that we were looking out to get a better performance by. 7AKS and ISSL, both teams are currently suffering, languishing outside the top 11, I believe, and need to rally back, like you said, go for broke really, and find themselves a glimmer of hope, the light at the end of the tunnel, so they can go into Sanhok and just play their hearts out. But of course, those were just some stray bullets. It did do small amounts of damage to ISSL, but not enough to actually turn it into a long-lasting engagement. Instead, 7AKS right now just focused in on the loot around Graveyard, and quite interestingly so, because again, it is that low ground, right? And they might get caught out by MacPen on the rotation.
Yeah, and MacPen has, they've been like, "Ooh, where did this come from? Where have they been hiding all of this? Because they really stepped it up, especially in the very early on in today, and uh, and even still, like right now, we are about almost 8 minutes into the game, only one elimination. We can see teams exercising caution very early on. Again, that fear of early elimination because there's only one more game left after this. And if you just have a look, we have VG in the southwest along with Inertia. BIT, it seems like Cravens has gotten knocked. May well end up being an elimination. That's NB Esports. Matt coming in and trying to get Sec. This boy just nearby. Oh, and Craven's been eliminated by Sec. Matt with the push.
Matt too. Yeah, still trying to hold
Matt's
on.
in
That's
trouble.
not the kind of player you want to go up against, right, Chase? Because it's our top
Yep.
performer of this entire week so far. But Matt had taken a chunk of damage, so maybe NB Esports might just pull this off. Either way, it's not a fight you can just run from. Now, Matt, the healing likely to come right in as both of the players get a breath of respite. They just get to hold on for a second longer and wait
Yeah,
for
but
the
I
backup
feel
to come
that-
through from the team. But Mehdi spotted out.
Yeah. Fistboy might actually come in from the right and try to flank him from the right, and he tosses a nade. Matt getting that knock? Oh, actually, Matt being knocked. Is it?
I think he got a knock. Yeah, I
No,
think
no,
Matt
he-
got a
he
knock.
got a
He's
knock, he
able
got
to
a
heal
knock.
himself right up.
Yes.
And yeah, he will finish off Sek as well. And with Mehdi holding down strong to get that knock on Akaza. Or is that a finish actually? Will mean that NBES now, NB Esports off to a very, very poor start. Only one player left alive, and I think he just decided to tuck his tail between his legs and get out alive.
Yeah, I don't think that this is a time which he would want to play too much of a hero. And we also saw that even in the previous map of Erangel, where then there are instances where you feel like you may not be able to save your mate. They make a quick exit because at least one will survive, as opposed to both being eliminated. I'm not sure. It seems like he's going in the. What is he doing? Where is he parking the buggy? This is interesting. Is he? I think. I'm not sure what his idea here is. Maybe he wants to try and get maybe one pick if he can. But he is going against the BIT as a whole have been a very strong team, and they have the numbers game. And with that, we're just gonna drop in and see what CMF is up to.
Yeah,
Okay, I don't know if they have their driver's license. Right.
And they might have a stunt driver's license, you know.
Probably. I think that equates to no license, though. But hey,
Yeah.
who am I to judge?
At least not on public roads. Maybe in a
Yes.
studio. But hey.
Yes, kids, do not try this at home.
Yes, exactly. But we're off to a relatively slower start. Of course, it is Miramar, so expected to a large extent. And I think adding on to that, it is also because teams trying to be cautious. They don't necessarily want to give their hand away, considering that this is one of the last few maps where they can actually make their minutes count. But right now, very curiously so, that Junkyard Mountain range completely empty, and if this circle takes a northeastern shift, teams are gonna have to scramble like daisies. They're gonna have to really look to pick up that range nice and early, and especially with that airdrop dropping around the same area is getting even more valuable, that range.
Yeah, and it could also be an indication with that coming in there, the airdrop, that even the circle itself may actually gravitate towards that side. And if that happens, I think that would be. We actually had this early on, even in the previous Miramar, I think, right? Is it just me, or is is history kind of repeating itself when it comes to the circle?
I mean, it might just be, or it might be the PUBG Mobile just baiting us, you know. You're like, or baiting the teams rather. Like, psych, you thought it was repeating itself. We go in the complete opposite direction in the next change. We'll have to find out.
Dobu.
But either ways, Dobu has been phenomenal today with his precise gunplay, and is the kind of player to pull those long range shots off, but this time it will not land. So whoever that was in front of him. Whoever is being right now trying to get away, flirting with danger, fortune currently will favor his brave moves and he will get away. But that was a little scary for a second.
That player was so far away that even his name tag didn't show up. That is how far away he was. And Matt seems to have found RX, Retaliation X. It looks like we have one elimination there, and we got Zolex now. Trying to gauge where BIT is, and right now we're just looking at NB being eliminated. That was just the last of them by Stronger Esports there. Stronger too have really been performing quite well over the last of 4 days as a whole. They have been having that just above average plays, and they've been able to have a relatively comfortable ride. I think on day one, I think they were a little jittery at the very start, but then things really changed up for them overall. And we're looking at B. Dexter being taken down by Stronger's Rolla, I believe that was. VG also having one of its members who have just been revived, suffering from a knock. CMF taking on 7KS in the midst of all of this. SITM seems to have taken Kage out from Equinox. So it is all happening right now.
It's all going down. These teams, like we talked about, while it was nice and slowly, we're nearing that 15-minute mark where they're running out of space. And with the circle in its interesting shift, it does mean that just as quickly teams will fall apart. Cage! It's eliminated by a vehicle. That's not what you want. La Bendita too. So SITM clearly making those moves. They've found Equinox as well. SITM able to shut them down. QB should be able to get back to his feet as SITM off to a strong start. 3 eliminations off the bat.
Yeah, and now this one over here, Stronger Esports versus B, because B Esports has been fired up quite a lot, and then here we have SITM's Desert just out of the zone now, taking some cover here, trying to heal, but he has to worry about that vehicle as well. If that explodes, it could lead to a knock and getting a few clips in, a little bit of clip damage there. And he's going to be making his way. Yeah, that's actually a pretty nice ride, which he has found himself there. But from here, we are, if we also just have a look, ISSL seem to also still be quite far behind. They are missing out on all the action. If it's intentional or not, I'm not sure. But I feel like it's intentional because we've seen this before, where early on ISSL tend to take a step back and they come in a little late. And I feel like that that strategy has not really been what's been working for them. But let's see. Maybe 23rd time's a charm.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Victor Gaming picking up a crucial knock, and Soulless is going to be the one heading towards Junkyard and get themselves a nice gift now. ISSL, that, like you mentioned, the aggressiveness hasn't been paying off, but they have got damage down and have the opportunity to get their own Combra back online. And with Victor Gaming, I believe, now eliminated. It's MacPin that picked that up. Did ISSL just do all of the work to give away the points in terms of the eliminations, I wonder?
That may have in fact happened, and I think overall ISSL, if we just have a look at it, they've gotten 2 eliminations in, and I think they just as they were coming into the zone, they got caught. I think that's what keeps happening to them. They keep getting caught by gatekeepers because they play such a passive game. And it's a shame because they're doing that, because they have the talent. And as you just saw, they were taking on VG there. And VG is a very strong team. Yes, maybe MacPain might have aided in their elimination, but probably all the work was probably done by ISSL there. It's a shame. I think they really need to kind of like take this for what it is and, remove the restraints and just go at it, because if it's not this game, it's now or never. And Stronger Esports has been eliminated by Team Classic 922.
Yeah, exactly. And so look again.
This feels
like, Nobu. Oh, I think Dobu fell prey to his own Molotov there, and he has been finished off. SITM,
Oh no.
where they were off to a phenomenal Miramar earlier. It doesn't seem like this time it is going to work out. Does look like again it's B and CMF off to a great map, and B picking up where they left off. Now trying to put on the pressure on INES, but Soulless, he's been downed, and suddenly it's all down to blah 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 for the backup to come through. Now he hears someone, I think, right below him, but oh, Soulless just jumping away. I think B disengaging from the fight. They don't want to take the risks.
Yeah, and now we have like 4 teams from the top 8 already eliminated: Equinox, Victor Gaming, NB Esports, and Stronger Esports. So these are those who were playing phenomenally well, and they have been eliminated. And it shows that, ooh, that was blah 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 there with that one on the OPX, and another elimination coming in there. Looks like ISSL may have just lost another player too, which, as we were just talking about then. OPX seems to be in a bit of trouble with one being knocked and already one being taken out, and the zone making matters worse for them as they've just set it outside. B Soulless also eliminated. Blah blah blah, trying to get out of there as OPX, and he seems like he may have some help there. Oh my, OPX trying to get that elimination in by doing the chase, but lucky for that player of B, Ryuk and his teammate managed to come in from the right flank and get those eliminations, and quite in fact eliminating OPX from this map.
Yeah. And look again. It's so many teams on the southwestern part of this, outside the circle, just trying to make their way in. And while MacPen, they finish one off, one of their players still down. They're under a lot of trouble because Classic not too far away. Now MacPen trying to set up the nade so they can get out. Meanwhile, Matt has downed himself. That's the only way Matt could go down. He's such an insane player that the only way he could die is he could literally kill himself.
Yep, he had to go eliminate himself. Yeah, that is definitely.
He's like, I am too OP. I will now exit the lobby. Okay.
Yeah. I need a break. I'm too hard for my own good. But as we're seeing this circle come in, the terrain in this, because even though it's an open. And as we were just talking about that, we had Vanzi who had just gone down to the zone. MacPen still having all 4 of its players with a quick revive now. They may want to exit, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Move away from this situation here, which is getting a little heaty. I think a bit too much to their liking. They overall 10 teams are remaining. Team Classic in a bit of trouble as the vehicle in which he was in just exploded. Unfortunate there. And speaking of eliminations, the most recent team that was eliminated was in the 11th position, CMF IPG, who exited with 13 eliminations under their name.
Yep. Now look. Team starting to really pick up the pace as MacPen caught out, but they escape with their lives. Lucio instead finds Fardy with a nade, and the knock absolutely huge. It's all about these junkyard mountains once again. This is why I was earlier highlighting the essential nature of this particular range, and teams now scrambling so they can get themselves in. Momenta will find the bad end of a nade, and just like that, MacPen, they're able to finish off Retaliation X most likely. I think it is, yes, Retaliation X eliminated, as well as CMF, as well as ISSL getting quite close to an elimination with just one man standing. Now, in terms of the points, it's really 7 AKS. I have my eyes on here, Chase, because they're one of the few teams trying to get into a decent spot, and the lowest point team that we have in this lobby so far still alive. So 7 AKS looking to make their mark, but let's have a look at how MacPen are able to finish Retaliation X off.
Yeah, that just happened. And it felt like Retaliation X almost had the advantage there. And that's what we kept seeing. We keep seeing instances of teams having that advantage but not being able to capitalize. And 7AKS is continuing with another elimination, and it seems like these two are just going gun ho, and it looks like ISSL has also just been eliminated. Yep, it was 7KS with that elimination by taking out Lucifer, and they too are out.
Yeah, exactly right. And Bad Intention X seemingly in the best spot right now because they've got the most members alive, with MacPen losing off one in that knockout and outside the circle as well. But team scrambling here to get on top of this mountain to get the high ground. And MacPen, it will be Valeska now falling down. They lose their lone member, and but it doesn't matter because they are in a really good spot towards the southern side of this circle with no one to contend for. Meanwhile, 4 teams towards the northern side of this circle fighting off against each other. It seems like your prediction might just come true here, Chase, as MacPen in a great spot to pull off this chicken dinner.
Yeah, they definitely seem to. They have the numbers. The only one who has the equivalent is BITX. SITM is just down to 1, but 7AKS. You can't. These two have been performing phenomenally in the last couple minutes, and here we have BITX, 7AKS, B Esports, MacPen, and A2. These are now your top 5 with SITM just being eliminated there. And it is still an opportunity for 7AKS to come out on top. And if they do, it'll be their first big performance in the semifinals. And overall, if you just look at it, the opportunity is there because overall, apart from BIT's numbers, and if they let BIT and MacPen take it on with each other, and if they can just get a bit close to one of these teams and maybe get an elimination or 2 in, they will definitely be able to make those odds come into their favor. But we also have B, and we had B win the last game, so it is always possible that that one person, and hey, you know what? It's Matt from BIT who's still alive and well. So there is definitely him to contend with. So we might need both players of 7AKS to take him on.
Yeah, but this one tiny compound with the way this circle is shifted is the lone member of B Esports, blah blah blah, just chilling out in that compound. He's watching absolute chaos unfold around him, just massacres happening as shots exchange all around and blah blah blah. Just be like, yeah, all this is blah blah blah. I don't care. I'm just playing for the long game.
Yeah, and it'll come a time when people will be starting to look at him. Oh, it is a bit of trouble now for 7AKS. With one of their members just having gotten knocked, and it was by Matt, and they tried to push him, but he has such a good vantage point, and that is another elimination. 7AKS, will they be able to hold on to maybe a top 3 and maybe work on with those points positioning? It is a possibility. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Managed to sneak one in. Managed to get one of the BIT players, leaving BIT with just 2. MacPen with 3 of its players, with 7AKS and B just down to 1 each.
Ooh. It's a tough position right now for 7AKS to be in.
Illusion, you're going for that Molly, trying to flush him out of that shed. Inching closer and closer, trying to get that angle. Oh! But who was that? It was
Matt!
Oh dear!
Wait, blah 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 taken out as well. That compound is not going to come into play. It's now just left to 7AKS, MacPen and BITX. And BITX with a big disadvantage here with their top performer in Matt alive as well. So looking likely that they're able to pick up this chicken dinner, try to challenge SITM for that top spot to a certain extent. But Meraz may just pull off a miracle. He shuts down the top performer in Math, and BITX have been taken out of the map. Meraz trying to be the hero, the protagonist for 7AKS to make a phenomenal comeback, but he's gonna have to contend with MacPen. Momo coming to chomp him up, but he spots out Momo. Meraz's head spotted out, and Momo is gonna have to take it slow. It's a 1v1 duel, and I think it was Meraz.
It is 7AKS,
yeah, Meraz
coming
wins
up
it out
on top with the winner chicken dinner. How about that? Oh my gosh! Now that was an Hail Mary indeed, but it wasn't from the team that we initially expected. But 7 AKS, wow, amazing. I think that was one of my predictions, right? They
Yeah,
finally
let's say
fired
yes.
up. They finally
Okay.
fired up, but that was spectacular. It
Okay.
was that opportunity which presented itself, and just there, that last moment and getting those bandages in and being able to heal, because just as he got up, he was in his crosshairs, but I think
Yeah,
there
his
was just
head.
that split second that the trigger didn't hit, and then 7 AKS was able to take advantage and come out as the winner chicken dinner. And here we go. It was Meheras with that last elimination and coming up with 5 points. EXO with 3 eliminations. Ryuko with 1 elimination, and Cynix unfortunately was not able to make a contribution to the eliminations. I believe he was very early eliminated because he was in the middle of nowhere. He was the first person to be eliminated off the map. How about that? First person to be eliminated off the map, but his team were the ones who ended up being the victors and coming up with
Yeah,
that
and
winner chicken dinner.
we talked about it too in that first word. Like, maybe they still managed to pull it out despite it not working out, and they did it. So talk about Cinderella's story, right? To come back from all the odds and to still make it happen. But of course, I think in terms of points itself, Bad Intention had the most points because 15 eliminations, match really popping off. Bad Intention took fights all across the board. But hey, I don't think 7AKS care about whether they're first or second in terms of points. That chicken dinner is so damn important because now I wonder what their standing becomes, because they were 15th before we went into this match. With 24 points, I think they may be able to get to 13th maybe and really give them a chance to once again try to pull off another chicken dinner and somehow qualify through Sanhok.
Yeah, and now looking at this match with 11 eliminations, he is untouchable. 11 eliminations. He has practically carried the entire team. Kudos. And the damage itself with 9 knocks. But then, what mattered for 7 AKS was getting the chicken dinner, and those 5 eliminations included that for Meheras and being able to get it. Now that was some beautiful work which he did there.
Oh, absolutely. But hey, I think we wanted that resurgence from one of the top bottom 5 teams. We wanted them to set us up beautifully, for our final match of the day and keep us guessing as to who's going to qualify. And 7 AKS, that was exactly that. Meras, the MVP for his team at least, and really the hero of this story if they're able to pull it out. Because after all this, if 7 AKS don't find the confidence, the momentum to pull off an insane Sanhok and they still don't qualify, I think it will be really painful for them. They'll be wondering, was that just too little too late?
Yes, and with that, we're going to see our MVP. I think everyone may well know it is, BITX Matt with a 256 longest elimination there, 0 headshots. But look at that damage. It is an insane amount of damage. And the most important one, the eliminations right on top. He has been the most valuable player for a reason. And this is, apart from the last game, he has been performing, and it's been absolutely crazy. And we can see joining him in the top 5, it is Meheras with his 5 eliminations, Kyubi with his 4, and Azayam with a 3. That's the MVP's teammate, and EXO from 7KAS, 7AKS rather, with 3 eliminations. And what's making the difference there would be the damage in which the 4th and 5th were decided.
Yeah, and again though, a crucial matchup here picked up for 7AKS, and this is how it all started off with them losing a member nice and early. It was Bad Intention next to all across the board, just aggressive in this particular matchup and finding success again and again and again, and they were able to deliver to a large extent. Esports as well did their very best and were able to pick up some crucial eliminations early, which should get them into a better spot, but not enough placement points, I believe, just so that they they can't be safe just yet. MacPen similarly, even though they didn't win the chicken dinner, Chase, while they are able to get the second spot and they started off this matchup in the 10th spot, so I think they should be able to get themselves into 9th or 8th maybe, and they should be in a relatively safe spot heading into Sanhok, basically keeping matters in their own hands. As long as they perform decently, they should ensure their qualification.
Yes, because right now it is about locking in those positions. PIT actually 2,574 damage with those 15 eliminations. They were dominating. It almost feels as though they were playing as though they were SITM. Now, something that's important is like when it comes to the top 8, them winning or not really doesn't make a very big difference in the overall grander scheme of things. So for 7AKS, even though if you look at them coming in at second place, it doesn't matter even though BITX is at the first position, because it is not someone who is below them that has gotten it. So that's the important thing to keep in mind for them. And with this, we will, in just a few moments, we will know how far they've been able to come up the ranks and if they're within the top 11. But before that, it is of course our match standings, with Bad Intention X coming up with 25 points, and just 1 point behind is 7AKS. MacPen, I think they've now been able to secure themselves in the top 11 with this performance, but yeah, you're always good to keep the eye on the prize. It's unfortunate that Noob Alliance did not perform as much as we were hoping them for. We both we have seen some instances from them, but CMF IPG though, unfortunately, we're not able to really pop off in this particular game, especially after the previous performance in Erangel. And with that, we will now know what the overall standings are. And here we go. Here we have it. 7AKS has managed to come up. Yes. Yeah. Go for it, mate. You go for it.
13th spot for 7AKS, and it's what we were discussing, but it's still so far. They're 16 points away from Inertia, so they basically need a chicken dinner once again. And it's so insane, right? Because they've got 2 chicken dinners, but they're still outside the qualification spots, and it's just that inconsistency we were speaking about.
Yes, indeed. And if you look at the placement points there as well, like for 7AKS, they had lower placement points, but the eliminations were overall higher, which I think kind of like helped them out there. And over here, we're seeing Team Classic in at the 8th position. Overall, this would not really change too much. We will probably see our top 5 will remain as is. It's really not their game anymore. We already know where they are, but look at this guy. 60 eliminations. The person at number 2 is 12 eliminations behind him, and oh my gosh, how does he do it in just 6 hours and 26 minutes? Desert, you gotta step it up, man. It'll just be nice to just see, maybe just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is amazing.
Math is like the entree, he's like the starter, he really gets it going nice and early. And Dessert, true to his name, he leaves it for the last. He'll play that long-term game. So it's still insane. Almost 1.5 hours, I think, is the difference between Dessert and Math, and 12 more eliminations from Math. Sheesh, man, that's insane.
Yeah, it is a very high average if you take it.
Yeah. But hey, Chase, it's been a long day. It's been a very exciting affair. I'm sure you'll be tuning in for the next match, but for now, we'll give you a break. Thank you so much for joining me for this match.
Good luck, mate. GG's.
Jeez. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, we're nearing the end of our day 4 of this PMNC South Asia Wildcard semi-finals. It's been an exhilarating affair so far, as these teams, they've given it their all. But it all boils down to one absolutely random, spontaneous, insane rainforest map. We're heading into Sanhok to figure out which 11 teams will make their way towards the next week, towards the final stage. And to join us, we've got RZ coming through. So I'm sure RZ is very excited, because last time we saw Sanhok, it was absolutely insane. So RZ, what are you expecting this time around?
I feel like you and me in Sanhok is like a love triangle. It's the CARZ and Sanhok. Like we come together here once again. But somehow you pointed out a story to me about how 7KS can qualify. Okay, I love that story. I love that. Like obviously it's still not been like it's not a reality right now. It's still a far away from reality. They have to pull off a back-to-back chicken dinner. But it sounds very interesting, and I would pay definitely a lot of money to watch it in cinema.
Absolutely, man. And if they do manage to do it in the last moment, right, what a ride it will be for 7AKS. They need 16 points to beat Inertia. So again, this is the perfect moment for me to see 7AKS maybe doing a little bit of homework in the spare time they have, finding out where Inertia drop on Sanhok and dropping on Inertia. Attack Inertia nice and early, make sure they don't get any points, and you're able to pick up 4 points on the bag. Now I know it's a gamble,
Obviously.
but maybe it's the gamble they need to make this map work.
I mean, you're right. And talk about the gamble, talk about their position. They're already not qualifying. They got nothing to lose. You are not going to the final stage. You
Very
gotta
true.
take these risks. And at the same time, even if you're able to get those 16 points, the moment the Inertia had a decent game, that 16 points might turn to 25 or 24. So that lead might just be impossible for you. And at the same time, Sanhok doesn't allow you to get many kills. Like obviously, we have seen a lot of teams get like 4 kills, 5 elimination or 6 maybe, and then get even chicken dinner. So your best bet is take Inertia out. At the same time, go ahead with that chicken dinner. Obviously, it's a bit out of the box. It's a bit difficult, but you got no other option. To be honest, mate, you gotta do it. Otherwise, you are not qualifying for the final.
I couldn't put it better, RZ, and we'll have to see if 7AKS have that in the bag, if they can come together, attack Inertia nice and early and pull it off. But for Inertia, similarly, it's going to be a very interesting case because they're on the edge, you know, while right now they are qualifying. If they have a poor game, if for some reason they get attacked by some other team and they fall apart, then it's not just 7AKS who might beat them. The 12th ranked team might also take over. So Inertia on the very edge, they got to make sure they stay calm and have a stable game. They don't even need a chicken dinner. They just need a decent
Obviously.
game to pull themselves apart.
And I feel like while we're talking about 7AKS, they might need to top to like spot Inertia. And generally, I feel like any kind of unpredictable movement by Inertia could get them a good maybe points as well. Maybe drop where you don't usually drop. Maybe you will be targeted as well. Go to some extent to like far edge of the map. Try to like pressure, like just go for those placements. Generally, don't look for those unnecessary fires. You don't need to shoot somebody like maybe 500 meters, 400 meters away, even if you're not getting those knocks as well. So all in all, try to play a bit passive if you think that's going to work out for you. At the same time, if you're going to be aggressive, it's a bit difficult thing. But obviously, because those teams that have a very dangerous mindset, teams that are right beneath Inertia, they have nothing to lose and everything to gain. So you should be careful of that. It's like somebody's guy there was this guy that was like maybe making some action from enemy, and I was like, I know he cannot do it. I believe he cannot do it. But what if he does? I don't want to be on that side to find out. So I'm like,
yeah, exactly, right.
Yeah.
It's a very spicy tale, and for us to be heading into this last final map, we'll have to really just sit on the edge of our seats, strap ourselves in, because it's going to be a roller coaster ride. The only way this could be better is if we get a similar circle the way we got in the last Sanhok we saw. If we get something absolutely insane, because that would be the perfect way to end off our day.
I mean, I forgot about that, and at the same time, let us remind that about B and versus B versus it was I think ISSL. It was ISSL versus B happening in the ruins, and B absolutely dominating that fight out. And we might just see a recap of that as well. Since ISSL as well, they were looking really good, right? They were looking like not to back down from a fight because they got no other option other than to take those fights. So it might just see a round 2 of that happening, or maybe round 3 or 4, because it has been happening for a very long time. So let's see exactly who's going to win, but it's gonna get very exciting. And at the same time, there's a very slight opportunity. CA is just going to be SITM. Like, guys, stop worrying about these massive strategies. We're gonna come in and destroy everybody.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be like, hey, alright, everyone's had their day, everyone's had their fun. We need to remind everyone before we head into the finals who the kings are. So, bow down is what SITM will like to say, but this is Sanhok. Honestly, if this was Miramar, I would even boldly come out and say this is SITM's map or even in Erangel, but in Sanhok anything can happen. This is the map of the underdogs, I feel like. So I want to see one of those top 5 teams just pull out a Hail Mary, throw it out and just make the entire map into absolute chaos. But the best news so far is we won't have to wait much longer. We're gonna get it started soon enough. It's just about 30 seconds or so. So you tell me, RZ, like, do you think 7AKS can pull it off?
I feel like they got the momentum going. They got the everything going. Obviously, it's a difficult map as compared to last Erangel or Miramar. But in generally, it's if you are able to get yourself into a good position within the circle, 7AKS try to rotate early. So I feel like they can get it going. Obviously, it's a difficult thing. SITM have done that back-to-back chicken dinners as well, like 3 chicken dinners. So I feel like you can do it as well. 7AKS, they're a wonderful team, especially in the quarterfinal. So might be a bit more like shouldn't be too hopeful, but I feel like they can do it. Definitely they can do it. But let's see what's going to happen.
We'll have to find out. But we're just about ready to head into the game. I really hope we get some nutty circle. Maybe this time towards Camp Bravo and Painan maybe. Oh, and we've got a relatively simple flight path here. So nothing too crazy to start us off, but it was the same case in map 3. So honestly, it's up to now the PUBG Mobile to deliver and give us something insane. I think one thing I've missed from Sanhok personally, RZ, is like circles which force players to make those rotations, you know, to rely on the boats instead to make the rotations happen, and that's something I would love to see.
I mean, even the last circle as well, I was expecting somebody from going towards Ruins or Tampang side to and landing towards Khao area. We discussed it as well. Unfortunately, nobody did it. They used to do like maybe rotate towards Hathin area. That also wasn't really a great idea. 2 teams lost their lives in that particular rotation. But obviously, I kind of missed that. But for now, it's going from Camp Bravo to Nakham area. We have Painan and Paradise Resort boot camp right almost next to it. I feel like every part of the map is quite easily accessible. But here we go. We got what we wished for. We have the final almost to the center, and it is going to be the Eye of Storm with Bad Intention, INES and VG right next to each other. So a lot of clash landing happening right there. IS or probably there's RX right next to ISSL as well. So there's a very slight chance we might see a fight of that happening. But for already we got 1 player down on the side of 7AKS. They're not gonna be happy with that outcome because obviously they're looking to start the game with a really good spot.
Guys, 7AKS, we wanted you to change, we wanted you to go somewhere else, but not in the hands of SITM, our best team in this lobby right now, who are able to make quick work of them. They're even able to pick up a knock right here, but SITM decently split apart, so Dobu has to wait for the backup to come through for his team, and in that meantime, 7AKS, they've got their man back online now. There would be no better way to start this miracle run to get their miracle qualification off than to take off the best team in the lobby, and 7AKS with this opportunity trying to shut SITM down, but instead they've lost yet another man, and they just seem falling again and again as SITM pile on the pressure on 7AKS.
Obviously, we have only left Merad and So, and obviously with that coming inside, Juro goes in with that shotgun, takes him down, and 7AKS, they will be one of the first 2 scores that gets eliminated from the game. A bit sad ending to a wonderful journey. Unfortunate for the team. Really were hoping they could qualify into the finals. Congratulations to the other teams that they will too. Probably we'll come back to that later. But I really hope they shouldn't get this unfortunate incidents to get to them. And obviously they can maybe try a bit harder going to the next tournaments. But obviously it has been a wonderful journey just to see them perform, just to see them try and make sure they wanted to come back into the game.
Yeah, it's still about the 12th ranked team that we have, as well as Inertia, right? And Inertia, they've lost 2 members quite early, so 7AKS, they'll be really cussing out, maybe like wondering what could have gone better, because if they had a decent game, Inertia doesn't look like they're gonna have one themselves. Well, it is B Esports trying their very best to shut down Inertia, and so far so good it is for them, because while Dexter has been knocked out, they've eliminated 3 members from Inertia already, and it seems like that last member will just play the long game, hope that he can do enough in terms of the placement points to keep Inertia in the qualification spots.
Obviously, you're right about that fact. 7AKS, while they are just being sad about the fact that they couldn't qualify, they will be sad about the fact that even in Inertia Esports they are getting eliminated. At the same time, VG Warzone gets spotted as he's trying to get out of Painan. Warzone gets knocked down. Damage tries to provide some kind of support to his teammate. That nade, if gets connected, can deal a lot of damage to BlaBla as he's very low on HP, but BlaBla uses that smoke to get back into the cover, and he has done that wonderfully as well. Warzone gets back into the safety on the other side of the wall. Tam is reviving him, and team VG is back to 3 players at the same time. He gets spotted from the B side on the right side, and he goes down, and suddenly VG in lots and lots of trouble. Warzone has no first aid kit, gonna use those bandages, but to what end exactly? It's a 2v4 right now, and team B Esports have a hell of information on you guys.
Yeah, exactly. And Retaliation X also falling apart. It seems like Inertia will too. It's all about now the teams that we have left. OPX though, I believe they are in very close to Inertia to a certain extent, only 13 points away, and they've got all 4 members alive. So if they pull off a chicken dinner, suddenly they could be showing us that miracle run to get that final spot in the last moment. Similarly, so I believe it is for CMF. 23 points behind, so it is a harder thing to do, but it's not impossible just yet. So eyes on CMF and OPX because they're 2 of the teams that could still pull off a miracle run in Sanhok.
Obviously, and we are hopeful to do that. Dexter A also lost his life in this engagement that is happening, but they got 2 elimination point, and looking at their position to the circle is relatively, not relatively, is comparatively very great. They are almost to the center, and they're trying to rotate towards the more to the center, but now one player from B takes a lot of damage. At the same time, SSL Mammoth is also very close fight with Retaliation X. Dobu spawns out sick, takes him down, and also confirms the elimination. Fist Boy is also very low on HP. SITM, we were talking about them and how they will just spoof swipe everyone right off of their feet, and exactly what's happening. They have taken team 7AKS out, and they're just charging up on NBES as well, trying to secure that confirmation kill. They got 5 elimination right at the 5 minutes of the game, and it's turning out to be a very scary game for all of the rest.
Yeah, it most certainly is. Now SITM, you mentioned this too, right? They might just be that team coming through to make a statement, to remind every single one in this server that this is the team that has dominated altogether. They'll send NB Esports with their bags packing away. Now, I think NB Esports are secure in the qualification. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe so. So they should be fine. But either way, is ISSL another team that is definitely not secure, fighting off against Retaliation X, and they've taken quite a bit of damage, and Retaliation X, they make it count. ISSL eliminated in this matchup, as well as eliminated from the finals as well. They will not be able to make it happen.
Obviously, on the other side of the map, we have Team Stronger Esport against Team MacPan. MacPan also in a very comfortable spot. But for now, well, let's get spotted. Takes him down, and we have 2 players on the side of MacPan going down, and the rest will just use the bike to get out of this very risky situation. Shots disconnected, will be able to seal the deal, but no. Fortunately for MacPan, they're on the other side. But I was seeing a bit of a GTA here because I thought they were gonna use the buggy to just chase him down, but that's gonna be a big fat no. At the same time, Sino secures his elimination, and we got 2 more points on the side of Stronger Esports. But I feel like this is a game that is turning out to be a game of giants. The game of the number 1, like the teams who are in the top 4, top 5. They are just destroying everyone in the game.
Oh, absolutely, man. And look, at this point, it does look like it's SITM's lobby, but for me, all my eyes really on OPX, because with Inertia out of the picture, all OPX need is 13 points. Now, they can do that in terms of placement by somehow getting the chicken dinner. You get the chicken dinner, you're guaranteed the qualification. You even get the second spot, right? Or they can try and find the third parties, find a couple of eliminations, and then even with a top 5 spot and some eliminations in the bag, they will be able to secure a spot. So OPX is still keeping their options open, still keeping them alive. But if you want to see action, keep your eyes on SITM, because 6 eliminations already in the bag. This team is on an absolute roll.
And now they got their eyes set on Team Astra Esports. Very long range fight, probably very difficult to pull something off in terms of elimination or knock. So they are trying to retreat back towards the from Runes area. At the same time, VG got the last player from the VG, pulls his spots, Econox twist, and Illego takes 2 of those players down. Can he pull off a 1v3? At the same time, he has spotted the player, takes a bit of damage from the other side, has to jump off the roof. He has shotgun in his hand, 1 shot, and he will be able to knock some player. Okay, 1 player coming out, going for that jump shot, but no, he's not gonna be able to make it. Takes him down, but SITM coming out of nowhere from behind helps Team Econox here as well. Wipes out Team VG from the game, but unfortunately for Equinox as well, as they have been helped by SITM, they are just generally coming towards this area. So even if you're able to win this fight or able to survive in this fight, you might just not be able to do that for longer side. At the same time, Ligro, he's just bleeding out, and I think he might just not be able to survive, even if Kessex tries to make sure he survives.
100%. It's a tough affair right now for every single team, trying to pull off the impossible. But Equinox in a very good spot. Painan was, of course, our center spot, you know, the area where we saw BITX as well as, I believe, Inertia landing. And just like that, both of those teams taken out. Equinox, they took a decent bit of damage, but they still got 2 players alive. Now, with Stronger shutting down Retaliation next, I believe, yeah, they have been eliminated. So, right now, Retaliation X, ISSL, 7 AKS, 3 teams eliminated in this match, as well as from qualification chances. We've got 2 teams still alive, in OPX and CMF, and that's what this is all about. But SITM, they do not give a damn. They're hunting for eliminations. There's sharks in the water, smelling blood all the way through, and they're making it count. We'll take out Equinox with a nade and a shotgun in their face. 9 eliminations picked up, man, and your prediction on point, SITM, they're on a tear.
Oh god, and I feel like SITM, the way they're playing, there's absolutely, it's like a tornado that has been named of SITM, and anybody that tries to be in front of it is absolutely getting wiped from the face of this map right now. So SITM is the name of that domination, is the name of that aggression that nobody has an answer for right now. It comes towards the Painan, absolutely wiped everyone out of their game, and now it's moving towards the Team Classic, Hopeless, and I feel like if they get spotted, they will be in deep trouble. So on the other side, things are looking super good for Stronger Esports right now. They look like another tornado, which a weaker one, a smaller one right now, but they are going ahead on the CMF7, and they're not looking to stop right now. They want to end their note on a greater spot. At the same time, Death Stream spot Farad takes him down. Falsal also goes down at the hand of 7. So 1-1 down on the either side. Death Stream on the head, trying to provide some kind of wall in front of him, his team, and the team Stronger Esports. It will be very difficult for Team CMF to revive their player, but Death Stream, he's not going to stop for that. He's going to use his nade, but for the other, as talking about Farad, he's being revived by the rest of his team.
Yeah, and it's really all coming through in terms of pure action. CMF, they've lost the man, and potentially even will lose their options as Stronger. They pile on the pain. Faisal has been taking out, and now CMF, which is a 2-man strong, trying to pull off the impossible. But Farhad, with a beautiful return spray, shuts Deathstrom down. Now Naruto, he's gonna have to live up to his name. He needs an absolute anime run to make something happen. I don't think it's possible, honestly, because with Stronger so close by, with blah 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 and B as well, not too far away. Can Naruto pull off the impossible? He should get an opportunity to bring his teammate back alive at least.
But for now, Team B Esports has started its dive to third party against Stronger Esports. Spotted Sino down, takes him, eliminates him. But okay, first coming from the other angle, blah blah, with a wonderful spray coming in, gets every shot connected. There's 2 players down on the side of Team Stronger Esports. 7 trying to rush in, has to be careful. Uses the smoke on the right side, trying to provide some kind of cover. But he's looking really good right now. Even the Farad coming from the flank angle didn't exactly pay off. Blah uses a bit of defensive utility, and Solus coming from the other angle. Will he just go for those drop shots as well? Needs to be careful. One is on the right, one is on the left. But Rola goes down. 7 is the only one left, and I feel like it's just be the end of Team Stronger's journey, trying to survive for as long as he can. But blah 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 comes from behind, spots him taking down, and Team Stronger Esports will bite the dust in the last game. 7 teams alive, 23 players. Look at that. Look at the aggression in this game. 12 minutes, and we have like 11 to 9 teams leaving us in this game. Like, even I know it is Sanhok, but come on, guys. Like that's just a bit like a lot.
Exactly right. We've got some insane action coming on through in this matchup. SITM leading the charge with 9 eliminations. B not too far behind with 7 of their own. And Stronger with 7 have now been eliminated. It's still OPX though. I haven't seen them. This entire 13 minutes, we haven't seen a hint of OPX. They're doing exactly what you asked 7 AKS to do. They're playing that passive game. They're playing the long game. They're playing it smart, and so far it has panned out.
Exactly, but looking at the circle, the way still holding this towards the Painan, Camp Charlie, and Cave area. CMF is really look at like I'm a bit surprised as I'm explaining it. Look at the emptiness within the circle. This is Sanhok. Usually you can't find a way into the entire circle, and now there are like 1,000 ways you can reach the center. From ruins to Camp Charlie towards the cave, from boot camp, everything is empty. The fight has all panned out and it's still not looking to stop. Team Astra Esports versus SITM happening. QB Sports Riley takes him down. Even Dobu lost his life, and QB with even after losing one of their players, that's not going to stop going ahead to secure that knock, maybe to get capitalize on that knock as well. He needs to be careful because Billy and Searle is right ahead of him, and they are providing a wall of defense for his team to get revived. QB going for that energy drink. He has only one nade left in his backpack, so he doesn't have a lot of utility in terms of nade. I don't know about Desert or Giro exactly what they have in their backpack. It's not looking an easy fight to be. Astra Esports at the same time is not a force to be reckoned with.
Oh boy, it's a difficult one for sure. But SITM, they've lost the man. It might just force them to slow things down. They've already crossed that 300 point mark, but it's OPX. I believe when we saw the map, they were right around Macpin, and Macpin already having lost 2 members, it does open up the opportunity for OPX to try and finish them off, pick up some crucial elimination points, because at some point they'll have to chime in on this fight now. SITM, you would expect one man down, they slow down without Dobu, maybe things get slow, but no. It's QB, Desert, and Giro, all 3 players in top 5 performers of this week so far, and they're continuously delivering. They refuse to stand down. Looking for the fights, looking to pile on the pressure towards Astra, but a lot of utility exchange between both of these teams, things will inevitably slow down.
Exactly, although at the same time Giro trying to come up from a different angle from the right side, hoping to find some kind of a different perspective on Team Astra Esports. But one thing that is working out for Astra is 2 smokes deployed on the left side. Team SITM playing a bit defensively. They haven't been able to find a bit of barrier break. They did knock one player down, but I feel like they got them to a 3v3. Giro coming from that angle, and this is what we have seen SITM do up multiple times. If they want to prolong an engagement, one of those players come from a different angle, they try to relocate and hope to get a maybe a different kind of initiation kill and coming from a different angle so that their team can exactly push through. But for now also Desert's trying to get back out of this situation, but he gets spotted by Riley and he goes down. QB has a big job now, whether he still goes out of this situation or whether he's just gonna make sure that he leaves his player behind. But for now QB spots one player from 2A, takes him down, and Giro coming from that angle exactly didn't pay off for them.
SITM still trying to keep these fights alive, but they've lost one of their top players in Desert, and Astra Esports moving in for the kill. Have to make it count though, because SITM are not the kind to give up. QB, he knocks one of Astra down and delivers the pain. Should now be able to make his way towards Desert and bring Desert back on his feet, but with Sairi back online, Astra Esports are likely to still keep up the pace and keep trying to hunt SITM down. Still though,
this is a very long fight that is happening. For example, the storm has been calmed down for the last 4 to 5 minutes. We have only lost 2 players in the map of Sanhok. Obviously, we lost a lot of the players, like half of the match, of these teams in the first part of the map, which is very unusual. So I can expect things being calmed down the second part of the game. But for now, this is the fight that is happening for the longest time possible. Team SITM lost 1 player, then Team 2A lost their players, and now both of them have gotten their players up at the same time. Looking at that, Billy and Domi, they are in a single compound. A good use of utility from SITM could really deal a lot of damage, but it's just Desert who has like 1 Molotov, 1 nade. As we talked about QB, he didn't have much on his backpack, so in terms of utility they are lacking. But 2A, they are still looking really good. Has to take this fight in a very careful manner, and I feel like they can pull it off. At the same time, Giro has a bit of higher angle towards Team Astra Esports.
This fight is not going to stop because the circle just shifted to include them. So these teams are just going to keep going at it till they're able to secure this compound in the bag. Now, Astra Esports, 3v3 right here, trying to make their mark, and they're together. Desert though, he's back on his feet and he's looking for the kill, looking to make it happen. And you can see SITM, they're ready to pounce. Like tigers in the jungle waiting for their prey. I wonder. Oh, look at Giro actually. I think he's going for the long flank.
It will take a lot of time for him to come on the other angle. At the same time, Billy's spot does it down. Desert takes him down. And now finally, Astra Esports trying to make it a bit of aggression. Billy gets spotted. QB has his hand on a shotgun. Needs to be careful. Anyone he can from left or right angle. And Billy is not making it easy for him to get spotted. Comes off, takes a little bit of damage, goes back into the cover. 2A also lost one of those players. Okay, one shotgun from QB takes him down. And another shotgun from QB. And we are done with Team Astra Esports in a blink of an eye. What a play! What a play from QB!
With that bump, he just leaves them absolutely stumped. SITM, this is why they are our complete favorites, man. To pull what normally for any team would be an impossible task. Like in that moment when you've lost your man, where Jiro is nowhere close by, QB just steps the heck up. Look at this play. One bump down, two pump to make it happen. QB just makes it look so damn easy.
I mean, the shot on Tommy, I didn't expect that to land. The distance, I thought it was too much. But, and probably Tommy didn't expect that at all. Like, him getting out of that cover, one shot to him and he is down. Oh god, wonderful performance by QB. And clearly, true to the name of SITM, they deserve to be in the final. They deserve to be where out they are right now. Look at the elimination leaders as well. That's Giro, Tobu and QB.
Oh, still though. In terms of OPX, for me, that's what is absolutely key. They're still playing passive, they're still playing slow, but the same can't be said for every other team. B with two members knocked down the Molotov to try and hunt Ryuk. It will flush him out to a certain extent, at least make sure that Soulless can't get away. And now Ryuk getting sprayed down. This might just be the end of B in this particular map with Kinoxi coming in on the flank. Classic, they finish off B, and now we've left with our top 5 teams in Sanhok. Look at OPX, man. Ranked number 12, 140 points. CMF is well alive. Ranked number 14 with 130 points. But I think harder for CMF right now than for OPX, because all OPX need is 13 points in the bag. They're playing it passive. They're in the circle. They're looking for that chicken dinner. And if this circle shifts towards them, it might just be fate. It might just be destiny working in their favor. And it, to a certain extent, does. They're very close to the circle to try and push off.
I mean, exactly. Unknown gets the first push into the circle. He found himself a sweet spot. Probably trying to find some kind of spot for his teammates as well. Team Classic, they got to make a big journey to find themselves into the circle. Same goes for CMF. Team SITM is already in the circle thanks to the fight they got against the Astra Esports. But it was a wonderful performance on the side of Team SITM as well. OPX in a great spot. Let's see if they can pull this off. They're coming from the west side. All of their players are still alive. At the same time, they've got to make sure Macpan's plays Illusion is still alive. He's in the blue zone, probably pulling off those first aid kit. And if he pulls off some kind of like backstab, that can be a thing that can go wrong for OPX. So need to be careful about that fact. But I'm not sure if they know that there's some player waiting outside the blue zone for them.
It might be a really tough task, because then they would get sandwiched between that player from MacPen and SITM, our team that has been absolutely popping the heck off. Still, only 2 players left standing as SITM throughout their 13 eliminations. They have found some issues, and oh, look at that. With MacPen's player now eliminated, it does mean that OPX in a very comfortable spot. They occupied that eastern part of the circle entirely and will wait for the teams to make their move, and SITM helping them out, trying to do exactly that. Jiro, he's knocked Deathstrom out, and now CMF again with left to leaving their hopes down to Naruto. But with QB finishing off Deathstrom, they know exactly where Naruto is as well. It's just a matter of a nade to finish off CMF streams.
But SITM got their hands like on both. Oh, okay. Look at that. Didn't expect that to happen. Leaving SITM all out alone. Team Classic is also not in the circle right now. Team OPX is a great chance to get a chicken dinner. I feel like that's a wonderful. But QB again doing that what he's just so good at doing. Getting one more knock with that shotgun. Like 4 eliminations. And I'm quite sure 3 of them are with that shotgun that he had. But unfortunately for SITM, 2 of the players have lost their life. Only 2 left, Jiro and QB. They have to make the move into the circle. OPX already is only the team right now within the circle. There's nobody contesting those areas. Have the massive amount of map control. They got the 4 players alive. They're in a great spot to get the chicken dinner. Maybe they are able to qualify into the number 11, but let's see, are they able to pull it off or not? Rifa spots Kenny, okay, and takes down Hopeless.
Yeah, but he gets chunked himself, so he likely won't be able to set up a nade or even have his team set up a nade to pull off a finish. But I really like Fantastic's position right now, man. He's outside the circle looking for the flank off on the base of his team, and he might just catch SITM off guard. But similarly, so it's a dangerous position because if SITM spot him out, if they notice him, then suddenly OPX they'll be down a member. SITM though piling on the pleasure onto Classic instead, as once again Eric has been knocked out. And you look at that eye view, this is what I'm talking about. Fantastic in a fantastic position, but under potential danger from Giro and SITM, who are still facing the pressure off from the circle. They need to try and secure these finishes off for themselves, OPX, because SITM are taking a lot of damage from the circle. If they can close off SITM, surely it's a piece of cake to find Classic as well, and OPX will be able to secure themselves a spot in the top 11 as well as a qualification, and OPX do exactly that. Giro taken out of the picture, SITM they are done for, and now OPX, they've got 2 points, they need 11 more.
Oh god, they are doing really great, and I feel like they got 2 eliminations, 11, 12 points from the being in the
Yeah, they
number
qualified
one.
actually.
Yeah, they qualified. I feel like they got 2 eliminations. They got 12 points from the being number second. Even if they get the winner chicken, that's 15 points, 17 total. And obviously CSC, they're really down right now with on 2 players, so it's going to be very easy. Vanzi spot fantastic, takes him down. It might be a trade coming out from the other side, and exactly the trade comes out. We have only 1 player left. Vanzi is very low on HP. So OPX, are you going to winner chicken dinner? Have you made a comeback? And I feel like that's a big fat yes, Vanzi. You're trying to pull off that first aid kit in the difficult spot. At the same time, unknown. He has been reviving his player. Okay, Vivanzi tried to spot 1 player, deals a lot of damage to him. It's still a 2v1, and Rifa also gets revived. So we're back to a 3v2. Okay, players getting a bit aggressive. Nades are being thrown. Vanzi, he might just go down in a blink of an eye, and exactly he gets spotted. Shotgun coming from the right side, and we got Team OPX as a winner chicken dinner, and a wonderful comeback. Match rank number 3 although, because SITM they had got 16 points in total.
Oh, and Inertia will be devastated because with this OPX, they've taken Inertia's number 11 spot. They've kicked Inertia out and they qualified themselves. What an absolutely insane story, because for a team that has not been performing today at all, they've not had the greatest of maps in that last moment. They focus themselves, they recalibrate, they reset, they play that passive long-term game, and it pays off. They're going to finals, man.
Oh god, I am very excited how it turned out. What a unusual map. Like, I don't remember the last time, but while I was going to the 12th minute of a single map, we got 9 teams out of the game. We got like 34, 35 players leaving us the map, and like scores being wiped out. Sanhok living true to its name, trying to show like it's a map of an aggression, it's a map of aggressive plays, and you gotta stay true it. But at the same time, we have team stats for RGC OPEX with almost this team having not a lot of elimination. They were playing passively, and it worked out wonderfully for them.
Exactly, right? They just wanted the placement points. They knew exactly how much they needed. And I think, especially after seeing Inertia eliminated quite early, that just doubled down on their strategy, because they knew now Inertia got 0 points from this match. So all they need to do is get 13 points in the bag. And to do that, they need to play it safe. They need to play it smart. And they did exactly that.
Exactly. We got like INES at number 11 is 153. You were at number 12 is 140 points. All you had to do was 13 points. You secured maybe like 19 in generally. So even if Inertia was able to secure 3 to 4 points, you're still in a very good spot. We have Team SITM Esports as compared to RGC OPEX. Look at the massive difference. SITM had the time of their life. Even RGC OPEX, they were trying really good. They got the winner chicken dinner. SITM wiped out 4 squads by themselves. It was like a tsunami coming in from the left of the map and going towards the right side and swiping out and destroying anybody that was in between them and their path. And we got like 16 elimination, 23-14 damage, and 8 assists on that side. They have won every single of those instances.
Yeah, man, SITM, I don't know, absolute role. And they made the statement that they desired. QB, I'm sure he's going to strike fear into the hearts of any opponent that comes out to face him, especially with that shotgun in his hands. And SITM heading into finals weekend, they're going to be a team to reckon for. They're going to be a team to really look out for, because like Chase also said, I don't think this is a team just trying to qualify to the next stage. I think this is a team trying to win it all.
Obviously, but looking at that stat comparison from Giro and Unknown, it is going on the side of Giro all along those 4 categories. Just Unknown winning on the survival time, and I don't see it like it's a bad thing, guys. Like, you should be happy. Obviously, you're looking for survival points, you got them. Obviously, if you went for elimination points, that would have been very risky. You should be going for that. Whatever strategy OPX had in mind, it worked out for them. Congratulations to them. They pulled off a wonderful comeback into the last game. Inertia Esports got a bit careless, and it got to the better of them. At the same time, we have highest elimination, highest damage. Look at that. It's going to be QB with 832 damage.
Yeah, man, and like for me, the biggest thing that I take away from this match and the way OPX played is their resilience and their strength in their focus. And we talked about this earlier, where the team that is going to be smart, not just in their gameplay, but in their mental strength, is going to be the team that eventually does qualify. And OPX showed exactly that. Not a single player caught out. They played extremely disciplined, a patient game, and of course, like you said, their strategy pans out, but it shows their ability where against all odds, where they're having the worst of days, where things are just not working out, this is the kind of team that can still make sure that they follow a smart strategy and make things happen. And that's a big characteristic to have, because a team, I think, is not just defined by how good they are on their best days, they're also defined by how good they can be on their worst days. And I think today was one of the worst starts, at least, to day 4 for OPX.
And going into the last game with such an immense pressure, team SITM absolutely dominating on either side, them pulling off and so getting the chicken dinner for everybody's hand, even Team Classics as well. That was a top-notch performance for their side. But we have MVP for the last game of the semi-final. It is going to be Tobu with 4 eliminations, but have the survival time of like 12 minutes 25 seconds, 559 damage, 130-meter elimination distance. But I don't know, like, okay, if he got like such a survival time, how much an average MVP survives? Like, it looks like so like average is like probably for 25 minutes, 26 minutes, he survived for 12 minutes.
Yeah, exactly, right. And those 12-minute mark was around when the action slowed down. So Dobu was basically like, yeah guys, I'm here to fight. As soon as things slow down, I'm out. He peaced out and picked up the MVP along the way, while Jirov and QB...
He's like, what you guys need to do in 24 minutes, I can do it in half. Beat that. Beat that.
I think the only player I can imagine beating that is actually Matt, who will likely take the top performer of a semi-finals week, but it's easier said than done.
Exactly, but at the same time, we have Sinor as well at number 5. He got 4 elimination and his survival time was 11:30. So it's like Dobu and Sinor going up against a lot of those teams. And we talk about this like at the start as well. SITM and Team Stronger Esport, both of them were on warpath at the start of the game. It was just like them, one of the like each of them going up against each of those teams, to be wiping out one of them. And at the same time, we had seen them those play the top performers as well in the match summary as well. Look at that, SITM going in and taking 7 AKs right at the start of the game, and then this is Dobu wiping out NBES from the map. Then SITM up against going NBES Fist Boy, and probably it's going to be Stronger Esport. This was VG Gone going up against 1v2 against Equinox and finding out some sweet knocks out for him, but couldn't exactly secure the skill because it was team SITM coming in from the behind and getting the third party from Desert obviously, and this was this SITM just wiping out Equinox from the Painan as well. And Team Stronger Esport, they had a wonderful game as well, but it was B Esport that went wrong for them.
Yeah, exactly right. And B Esports were able to do a ton of damage, but SITM is that moment, especially for QB, man, beautifully played, just with that shotgun. I think it's a rare weapon for me to see perfectly utilized, but QB has proved himself to be an aficionado of that particular shotgun, and it's not the first time he's able to make a play like that. So I'm curious to see how in the finals this will continue to happen, and if teams almost start expecting him to do exactly that and inherently just keep their distance from him, just don't give him those fights. But SITM, they're going to be an absolute pleasure to witness in the finals. But what was a pleasure to witness today in this map particularly was OPX. The graph may not say it, but what we know is for a fact is that OPX, they played the game with their hearts and they managed to pull a miracle off.
I mean, they got the job done. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what
Exactly.
it matters in the end. It doesn't matter how many eliminations you got, it doesn't matter how much damage you dealt. Obviously, it's a great thing. The more eliminations you get, the more points. But they need to get the job done, and OPEX have done a wonderful job in the last game. Got the chicken dinner, got the 19 points for themselves, and qualified for the finals. But looking at the damage graph, still, we have SITM with 16 elimination, 23-14 damage. I mean, they got great stats, and even B Esports as well, 1369 damage, 1432 for CSC Esports, and even VG were looking really good with those 6 eliminations coming in. So all in all, we had a pretty divided damage graph, but it was SITM who got the most elimination out of the game.
Yeah. SITM, not a surprise at all. They'll pick up the match standings number 1, not the chicken dinner exactly, but in terms of most points, 16 eliminations plus 10 placed and 26 points in the bag, and also secure their number 1 spot in the overall standings because of that. Classic picking up that number 2 with 20 points, edging out OPEX barely so, but RGC, OPEX, they will be celebrating today because they make their way in to that top 11 and they live to fight yet another day. I think real devastation there for Inertia because they only get 1 point from this game. Just things didn't work out, and I feel like maybe they could have played a passive game, maybe they could have tried something out, but they were in such a big hotspot. I think they started off in Painan where we saw more than 2 teams go in the very start, so Inertia just unfortunately luck not with them and things are working out. They will now make their way out.
Obviously, it is a bit unfortunate, but we have overall ranking in front of us for the semi-finals. Retaliation, Noob Alliance, 7 AKS, CMF, and Inertia Esports. Unfortunate for these teams, they couldn't qualify into the finals. Don't let this defeat get to you. Obviously, you are a great team. You qualified through a lot of those stages to get here. I hope you can use this tournament as a learning lesson, obviously, and going ahead in the future, you can work on your mistakes, you can work on your weak points, and you can come back stronger. Obviously, nobody qualifies directly in the PMGs in the first try. You get better, you get knocked down, then you get up, and then you go for it again. But on the other side, congratulations to the team qualified for the finals, and look at that, the huge chunk of points just on the side of SITM Esports, the only team to cross the 300 marks by a good margin, by 321 points, and the next team is almost like 96 points behind or 95 points behind them.
Yeah man, SITM had an absolute field day. They were our best team by far, and I'm curious to see if at least Bad Intention can make their mark and somehow beat SITM off in the finals. If they can use the off time we're going to have, those few days we're going to have to prepare themselves and come back and show themselves to be a true rival to SITM, because they have the talent, right? You look at Math, 60 eliminations with way lesser, 1.5 hours lesser of survival time. This player has the firepower. Now they just need to get better as a team overall to give a fight to SITM.
Even VG as well, they have been particularly wonderful. They had their moments, they didn't had their moments as well, but when they had their moment, this was a team that looked really good, and to get themselves into top 4 as well, qualifying with a great amount of numbers, great amount of points, and I feel like this is a team that could obviously improve in generally of their strategy in terms of their power, but like damage gone especially, this is a team that has enough firepower that it needs. All it needs to do, make sure that they survive in those last circles, maybe don't get caught out in those off angles, in those risky situations, because one thing you will seek as SITM, not in those positions where they're being caught left and right. It is always them that is initiating those fights, that is making it favorable for themselves. So all in all, it was a wonderful semi-finals in CA, and it was wonderful casting with you as well, but things are gonna get more excited now from now on.
Oh, absolutely. And today was a very exhilarating day. I think in a lot of situations we absolutely lost our mind. MacPain got us started off, and it was absolutely crucial for them because again, this was a team struggling to keep their spot in the top 11. So that early chicken dinner ensured that they didn't have much to worry about through the day. We saw Equinox as well pick up a victory, and I think for them that will be now a great boost of confidence going into finals weekend, and similarly so for NB Esports and B as well. But it's those last 2 maps that really had us sitting on the edge of the seat, where 7AKS picking up the chicken dinner with Miraz's hero play coming in. It looked like for a second anything could happen, and while they couldn't make the miracle run, OPX most certainly did.
Obviously, we were looking to both of these teams to make a comeback. We were obviously rooting for 7AKS a bit more. The way they had a comeback in the side, they had a chicken dinner in the second last game, and like they could keep the momentum going, and they were looking really aggressive right at the start, taking on SITM at the first part of the game, right, like the second or third minute. Unfortunately for them, SITM had different plans for a lot of those teams. They're like, hey, we're gonna just take everyone out that is in front of us, get those 16 elimination points, even take team Astra Esports out with the 3v4, and even while they managed to do that, they didn't lose a single one of their players. So in general, 7AKS got to the bad side of the best team, and unfortunately for them, they couldn't qualify. But being hopeful, obviously they have a great potential. They did very great in the quarterfinals, as we discussed multiple times before, and they did have a wonderful chicken dinner in the second last game. But we have teams qualified for the grand final. It is going to be SITM, Bad Intention, Stronger Esport, Victor Gaming, Equinox, Team Classic, B Esports, NP Esports, Astra Esports, MacPen, and lastly but not least, somebody who has won our hearts and somebody who gonna be one of our favorites going to the grand final is going to be RGC OPEX.
100%, and every single one of these teams have displayed immense potential, from the mechanical talent in the likes of B and Bad Intention, from the strong macro play in the likes of Stronger and Equinox. I think all of these teams have very different identities, but SITM, one thing is for sure, they are the kings, right? They are the top of the hill, waiting for someone to take them down. And I'm curious if the 5 invited teams that we have coming into next weekend, if they can do exactly that, because those are the new, like the ones that have these teams have the lesser data on. And I'm also curious to see how all of these teams use these next few off days that we have, the slight bit of time before the finals, to prepare themselves, to improve, to evolve as a team, and to come out stronger for that final stage.
Obviously, and I feel like once you have this same thing, like when you have like the points reset and every team is on the same path, there might be new confidence for those teams that were like not in the top 5 or top 6, maybe from 6th and 7th. But we have grand final schedule in front of us. It will be played on 27th to 30th December. We will have 6 games each day, and it will going to Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, again Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok repeated. So it's going to be same these things. The research is almost there. You know where the teams are gonna land, you know how these maps work, you know how these teams work on these maps. So I feel like going to the grand finals, a lot of things will be sorted out in terms of the less surprise factor and more of preparation. I feel like the preparation comes into being the next 3 to 4 days, maybe 7 days. Teams can use that to prepare themselves, as you were discussing, obviously to work on their flaws, to work on their weak spots. Maybe if there's a team coordination that is lacking, work on that. Especially when you talk about B Sport, they got great mechanical skill, but I always feel like they get themselves in a very risky situation to the mid of the game, couldn't make it to the end. I feel like that they could work on that, but in the end, I feel like this is a break that everybody needs to exactly collect their thoughts again before the finals.
Yeah, exactly. And hey, we had a phenomenal week. So of course, a big thanks to all the teams that came out. A big thanks, of course, to URZ, Chase, and Terror as well, because it was a phenomenal time casting with you all. And a big thanks to our players, of course, to make this happen. But the biggest of thanks to PUBG Mobile for even existing in the first place, for giving us the opportunity to make this happen. Any regards you'd like to give before we close this one off?
I mean, it has been wonderful, obviously, to cast with you guys. Thank you for this wonderful experience, CA. And obviously, you, me, and Sanhok, it will always be remembered in my heart. And hopefully, we can keep it going. But obviously, thanks to the production for being a wonderful team to work with. And let's see if we can keep the ball going. Let's see if we can keep the momentum going into the finals. So it was like everything we expected it to be. It was nail biting. It was also one-sided affair for SITM. It was also a comeback that we saw that we were looking for in the last game. We were looking for 7 AKS, so it looked like we got it in the form of OPEX. So we're not really complaining. So we are really happy. Okay. So we are very happy about that fact. So I feel like this semi-final had a bit of everything.
100%. We had the domination from SITM. We had Bad Intention displaying some lovely mechanics. We had the comeback story through, but it's not done just yet, ladies and gentlemen. 27 December to 30th December will be our final stage. So subscribe wherever you're watching, like, follow, all of that shebang, because you're not going to want to miss a single second of this action. But for today, we'll take your leave, we'll bid you adieu, and we'll see you in another week.
Yeah.